On a rainy night in the capital, a girl knelt on the floor of her room, hesitantly pleading, "Please, please marry me." The man looked plainly stunned, and the atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Receiving no reply, the girl lowered her head and continued to beg, "Please, just let me stay here for 3 years. During that time, I'll be as quiet as a mouse. When the time comes, I'll leave on my own." Only then did the man across from her speak. "Why should I accept your proposal?" The girl anxiously wondered what she would do if he threw her out. Having no other choice, she clenched the hem of her skirt. Then, gathering all her courage, she said, "Because I know what you're running from." He asked coldly, "What am I running from?" Lightning flashed, illuminating the night sky. The girl said something in the room. After hearing it, he curled his lips in a cold sneer. She could only look up at him with a mixture of confusion and expectation. Suddenly, he crouched in front of her. They stared at one another as if time had stopped. To her surprise, he accepted her proposal. "Then let's get married." That was how Aslan Thordel and I came to marry. Everyone was abuzz with gossip. Good heavens, I'm quite shocked. Duke Thordel may have everything, but his taste in women is terrible. So he left all those rumors alone just to marry a wife like her. She doesn't even have a respectable family, and she looks so worn out. How did she catch Duke Thordel's eye? Unless she has some use for him. I knew everything they said about me in this marriage because I had read the original novel, a novel I had read in my previous life. When I woke up, I was in the body of a 10-year-old child. I understood my fate clearly. At first, I thought the story had nothing to do with me, because my life had been perfectly ordinary. I was on my way home after buying bread, but my life turned tragic when I witnessed that horrifying sight. The bread fell from her hands and scattered across the ground, as though everything had been trapped in a predetermined fate. In the end, I had been married to Aslan for 3 years. In the original story, I became Lady Thordel. And just as the novel had written, one day, she stood silently on the balcony. Suddenly, a coat was draped over her shoulders from behind. Aslan said tenderly, "It's windy, my lady." She thought, as though it were destiny, even I could not resist. I'm sure I fell in love with him too. Even if we were only contract spouses, it didn't matter. As long as I could be by his side, that was enough. I hoped this happiness could last a little longer. On another day, servants bustled about the mansion. "Hurry up, move the luggage. Be careful, don't drop anything." As Lila came downstairs, she thought, but 3 months later, that day finally arrived. She saw Aslan bringing a young woman home. She froze, unable to hide her shock. The other girl smiled brightly and introduced herself. "Greetings, my lady. I am Rosalind Peridot." Lila felt as if her world were collapsing as Rosalind continued. "From now on, I will be living here. I'm very much looking forward to it." Lila staggered, thinking Rosalind Peridot, the girl who stole Aslan's heart. Rosalind looked up at her in confusion. "Lady Thordel." Suddenly, Lila's body pitched forward. Startled, Aslan called out, "My wife," seeing her about to fall down the stairs. He rushed forward to catch her. Holding her in his arms, he looked deeply worried. "My wife." I knew this day would come eventually. Aslan Thordel was the male lead of the novel. He met Rosalind Peridot and fell in love with her at first sight. Aslan was determined to stay with Rosalind for the rest of his life. After 3 years of this marriage, he would make Rosalind his official wife. The servants at the mansion took down the wedding portrait of Aslan and me, replaced it with one of Aslan and Rosalind, then burned my portrait, and no one knew what had happened to me. The protagonists of this story were Aslan and Rosalind. My name hardly appeared in the original story. People only knew me as the Duchess because I was merely a placeholder character. After being brought back to her room, she slowly regained consciousness after quite some time. Aslan immediately called out, "My wife, you're awake? I'll call the doctor right away. Wait here a moment." As he turned to leave, she grabbed his hand and reassured him, "I'm fine." Aslan pressed his lips together without saying anything. He walked to the table, picked up the water pitcher, and filled a glass. Then he held it out to her. "Here, drink." She took it and softly said, "Thank you." Still worried, Aslan said, "You should see a doctor. You can't just faint for no reason." "I'm Fina. It isn't serious. I was just a little surprised that you brought another woman home." Aslan looked somewhat surprised. "I'm sorry for spoiling the pleasant atmosphere. She's a guest, yet I failed to behave as a duchess should." Aslan promptly said, "It's all right. It was my fault for bringing a stranger here without telling you first. She is a distant relative of mine. I happened to meet her and heard about her unfortunate circumstances, so I felt sorry for her. I know, that was part of the original plot. The heroine Rosalind Peridot, became an orphan after an accident. She was about to be sold to an old man to pay off a debt. Aslan, a distant relative who happened upon her, took pity on her. He paid off Rosalind's debt, promised to become her guardian, and brought her to the mansion. Aslan continued, "She won't stay here long, only until the end of this year. I'll help her learn about marriage, and by next spring, she'll find a new partner and live happily. So my wife, please let her stay here for just 1 year." Her face turned pale. Even if I drove her out of this mansion, nothing would change this fate. Though she did not want to, she still smiled and answered, "As you wish." Aslan happily replied, "Thank you for understanding." No matter how much I tried to alter the original story, the ending would still follow its original course. There had already been many changes this week. A few days later, a tea party was held at the mansion. Young ladies gathered around Rosalind. "Oh my, Lady Rosalind, are all these for us? A letter? How romantic," she replied radiantly. "Everyone has been so kind and important to me, so this is only a small gesture." Oh, you are far too modest. Lady Rosalind simply shines, as though she has lived here since birth. Indeed, I even believe she will become the lady of this mansion. Their flattering praise delighted Rosalind, though she pretended to say, "Please don't say that. Her ladyship will." Before she could finish, she suddenly stopped. "Lady Thordell." Lila gave them an awkward, polite smile. "It seems everyone is having quite a good time." The young ladies merely looked at her in silence, their faces no longer as bright as before. That familiar coldness. No matter how hard I tried over the past 3 years, they never accepted me. What I could not gain in 3 years, Rosalind gained in only 1 week. Rosalind approached her with feigned concern. "My lady, are you well? I want to come greet you this morning. After what happened yesterday, they said you were ill, so I could not see you. I'm Fine. Thank you for your concern." Rosalind familiarly took her hand. "There are a few things I wish to tell you. Please come with me for a moment." She pulled Lila out of the tea room. After they had walked some distance away, Lila asked in confusion, "What did you want to say to me?" Rosalind hesitated before answering. "Actually, I heard some unpleasant rumors about you, my lady." "Unpleasant rumors?" Rosalind hesitated again. "They say, I heard that you coerced Lord Aslan and forced him to hold a wedding with you." The word struck Lila like lightning, leaving her frozen stiff. Rosalind continued, "I don't believe it. Aslan would never be that kind of person. It's only a rumor, isn't it, my lady?" Lila lowered her head, not knowing how to answer. That, she recalled her father shouting, "Aslan Thordell is a devil. He's an evil man. He used his status to force my daughter into marriage." People gossiped. Why did Lord Aslan Thordell insist on accepting this marriage? The bride's family is completely unsuitable. I don't know what is going on, but his decision must have been a mistake. I never knew he was such an arrogant, shameless man. How could he be so obsessed with his bride that he would do anything? Is she beautiful? She is Helena Lariston, isn't she? I've never heard that name among the nobility. Before the wedding ceremony, she went to see Aslan. "How are you? What do you need? So your parents cannot stop you from marrying me and becoming Lady Thordell? That was our agreement." Even so, returning to the present, Rosalind's voice brought her back to herself. "My lady," Lila hesitantly said, "Aslan is a gentleman. Don't believe those rumors." "Excuse me, I have something to do, so I'll be going now." Rosalind had only just cried out, "Ah," when Lila turned and left. Aslan Thordell was the sole heir of the ancient Thordell family, a young duke who inherited vast wealth, power, and striking good looks. A man without flaws. Yet I was his first flaw. I knew that, but I had no other choice. The haunting voices of her father and mother echoed in her mind. "Lila, come here, my dear." To escape the Lariston family. It had all begun when I was 10. At that time, she was happily returning home after buying bread when a carriage suddenly rushed toward her. The bread in Lila's hands fell and scattered. She collapsed backward, her face turning pale. A woman stepped down from the carriage and called, "Helena." Lila looked up at the woman. That person was... The woman smiled broadly. "Helena, you're alive?" "My daughter." Lila wondered in bewilderment. "Who is Helena?" "My lady, I'm not Helena." A man climbed down from the carriage and shouted, "My lady, calm down. Helena is dead." He forcefully pulled the woman away, making her cry out, "No, Elena, Helena." He embraced his wife and tried to guide her back into the carriage. Then he looked back at Lila. His eyes suddenly widened. "My God, is that Helena?" He immediately approached and lifted her face. "You look so much alike. So alike. You are the most similar one I've ever seen. How old are you?" The question startled her. "That night I was abducted." She cried out in terror. "Father, mother." Her parents ran after her, but they were too late. Helpless and desperate, they called her name. Lila, Lila, give us back our child. The kidnappers mounted their horses and rode away, despite her desperate screams. Mother, from that day on, I became Helena Lariston. To soothe the pain of a madwoman who could never forget her dead daughter, I became Countess Lariston's unexpected gift. The servants in the Count's mansion gossiped behind my back. Isn't this the child Count Lariston brought home, who looks most like her? That's right, that low-born thing is lucky to be living here. Before I truly became Helena, the Count summoned me and threatened me. As long as you play Helena's role properly, I'll let you understand what it feels like to live as a noble. But if you fail like the two girls before you, who knows whether you'll survive? In the days that followed, Helena truly tried her best to play her part. She obediently let the Countess brush her hair. The servants took the opportunity to whisper again. My goodness, the Count seems truly devoted to his mad wife. The Count does not want to do this either. He simply does not want to lose his wife's enormous fortune. He has no choice but to take his wife's fortune. She lowered her head, feeling deeply wronged. I'm Lila, not Helena. Lila Violet. Once the Countess dies, I'll become a child no one wants. I want to be Lila again. The day I had waited so long for finally arrived. However, Count Lariston would not let me leave. Irritated, he asked his secretary, what did that madwoman write in her will? She stated that all her property would be left to Lady Helena when she comes of age. It also says that no one may touch that property without permission. He sprang from his chair and cruelly ordered, damn it, kill that wretched girl at once. Once she dies, all the property will belong to her father. The secretary was too frightened to meet his eyes. If Helena dies before reaching adulthood, all of it will be donated to the church. Damn it, there's nothing I can do. Lock that girl in the attic. I'll keep her imprisoned until she comes of age. So I was locked in the attic. I was treated worse than the servants. The servants at the mansion had always looked down on me, and now they treated me with even more contempt. Hey, Elena, come. I was exhausted, but at least I no longer had to wear a false mask. It was such a relief. But that peace did not last long. Soon afterward, my life took another turn. Oh my, is this the troublesome girl you mentioned? The Count's mistress became his second wife after the Countess died. The Count's illegitimate son, the child of that woman, stared at me with a vile gaze. You're very pretty, little sister. I think I've taken a liking to you. He made my life unbearable. From that day onward, she truly became a servant in the Count's household, someone they could order around at will. Helena, could you clean my room for me? When she saw him approach, her entire body trembled in fear. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, if you get too tired, you can rest in my room for a while before you leave. She knew he had bad intentions, but she could not resist him at all. At that moment, his mother came over and sternly said, Locke, I told you not to speak to that girl. Helena, this is the dress you will wear to next week's party. After receiving the dress, she hurried away as if fleeing. The woman turned to the Count. Darling, how long do you intend to keep that girl here? I don't want my son to be corrupted by that wretch. Now, be patient. I'll keep an eye on her. On the day of the party, she stood quietly in a corner. It was a noble gathering I had to attend regularly to prove Helena was still alive, and it was where I met him. That was when she saw Aslan drop his handkerchief. It was embroidered with an exquisitely intricate and beautiful pattern. She bent down to pick it up and quickly called, Excuse me, sir, you dropped this. Hearing her, Aslan slowly turned around. His face was bright and handsome. She was immediately captivated by his beauty and froze in place. Aslan approached and smiled gently. Thank you, young lady. Oh no, it was nothing. But inwardly, she thought, oh my God, I've never seen such a handsome man in my life. Aslan caressed the handkerchief in his hand, his gaze exceptionally warm. It is an important keepsake of mine. I keep dropping it. My name is Aslan Thordell. Hearing that name, Helena froze slightly. Aslan Thordell, where have I heard that name before? While she stared at Aslan in confusion, he gave a polite little smile and asked, if you do not mind, may I have your name? She hesitated before answering. I am Helena Lariston. That is what everyone calls me. Helena Lariston. Since you returned something precious to me, I would like to thank you. His words left her puzzled. I am sorry, but it was nothing important. Though she waved him off, he did not change his mind. As he removed one of his buttons, he said, then take this instead. If there is ever anything you want, come to Thordell Mansion and show them this. I hope to see you again. Then Aslan walked away. She remained where she was, watching his retreating figure for a while before returning to the Lariston estate. Lying in bed, she examined the button and muttered to herself, Aslan Thordell. The Duke of Thordell. I remember now. He is the male lead from that novel. Come to think of it, the Duchess's name was Helena Lariston, was it not? The Duchess? That is absurd. I will never meet him again. It is a keepsake, so I should store it carefully. Just after she put the button away, there was a knock at her door. Locke carelessly opened the door and walked in. Helena, my little sister, what are you doing? Mother plans to send you off to some old man who is about to die. Do you know they're going to marry you to him? They are practically selling you to that old man. Would it not be better to stay here and become my pet? Disgusted by his words, she turned her face away. Seeing her reaction, Locke smiled threateningly. You should not be so cold to me. Do you not want to know where your real parents are? Agitated, she asked. Do you know where they are? Of course. Not long ago, your father came here looking for you. A small hope flared within her. My father. She hurriedly asked him, how is he now? My father told me to kill his entire family if he ever bothered us again. They said they have been running around everywhere like rats. Unable to contain her sorrow, tears streamed down her cheeks. Then where are they now? Pleased, Locke leaned close to her ear and made his offer. If you want to know, you will have to please me. If I feel good, I will give you his address using my father's information. Even as he groped her, she endured it. I need to see my parents again. Then she remembered what her birth mother had once said. Lila, you are the most special child in the world. If anyone ever hurts you, do not just stand there. Just as Locke was about to force himself on her, she regained her senses. She grabbed the base of a nearby candle holder and struck Locke hard across the face, forcing him to let go. Blood began to run from his head. He glared at her furiously through gritted teeth. Then a few seconds later, Locke collapsed unconscious. Her entire body shook violently as she fell to her knees, overwhelmed by panic and fear. What did I just do? What should I do now? Suddenly, she saw the handkerchief containing the button Aslan had given her. She hurriedly picked it up, determination forming in her mind. I have to run away. My family. I need to find them. I have to survive. Aslan's promise came back to her. If you ever need anything, come find me at Thordell Mansion. She immediately ran outside, not daring to look back even once. That night, rain poured heavily, lightning flashing across the black sky. She made her way through the rain to Aslan's mansion, trembling not only from the cold, but also from fear. Do you remember me? I am Helena Lariston. At the last party, you said I could come to you if I needed anything. Aslan bent down and gently wiped the rain from her face. His eyes held pity as he said, I think you need to warm yourself first. Your skin is freezing. Did you come here alone without any warm clothes? He then turned toward his desk and rang for a servant. Clutching the hem of her skirt nervously, she said, I am sorry for getting your mansion wet. Aslan glanced back at her. I do not know what happened, but you need to warm up first. I will listen to your story afterward. Take good care of the young lady. Following his orders, the servants of the ducal household took her to bathe. They treated her with impeccable courtesy. As she sat in a large bath strewn with fragrant flowers, warmth enveloped her entire body. Lilacs, my favorite scent. Afterward, the servants helped her dress. When she saw that the dress fit her perfectly, she could not help wondering, how do they have clothes in exactly my size? The Duke lives alone and has no sisters. Before long, she looked every inch a true noble lady. She cautiously approached Aslan. Good evening, Your Grace. Resting his chin on one hand, he watched her intently. Thank you for your kindness. Now, tell me what happened. She pressed her lips together, fiercely struggling with herself. Then she suddenly dropped to her knees. Clenching her hands, she gathered all her courage and said, Your Grace, please marry me. Aslan was utterly surprised. Silence fell over the room, while the sound of rain outside became increasingly clear. She raised her eyes to meet his. She was truly wagering everything. If an unmarried woman died, her property would go to her father. But if I marry, I will be legally an adult in just 3 years. If I die, the Lariston family will not be able to touch me, and all my property will go to my husband. Then she lowered her head, her voice pleading. Please let me stay here for only 3 years. During that time, I will live quietly and behave properly. Aslan continued to watch her silently before asking bluntly, Why should I accept your proposal? I possess the Lariston lady's estate, which I will receive upon reaching adulthood. If we marry, I will give it all to you. That is fine, but I am not the sort of man who covets money. Duke Thordell has no need for such things. Hearing that, she became deeply anxious. What if he sent me away? There is no other way. In the novel, Helena Lariston and Aslan lived in a contract marriage for 3 years. It was because Helena knew Aslan's secret. Remembering that, she said, I know what you are hiding. Aslan looked directly into her eyes and asked probingly, "What am I hiding?" Thunder rumbled outside. Helena took another gamble. After hearing her out, the corner of his lips curved upward. Helena watched his expression closely, her anxiety growing. Then Aslan suddenly approached her and sat down in front of her. They faced each other. After a long moment, Aslan smiled and said, "Then let us get married." 3 years later, that is how we became husband and wife. On a bright, sunny day, as she sat in the garden, a voice startled her. A contract marriage? Not far away, Aslan was speaking with Rosalind Peridot. He answered her question, yes. At her request, we became contract spouses for 3 years. Rosalind exclaimed, "Oh my, you married Lady Thordell, but you do not love her." He stated seriously, there were never any feelings involved in a contract marriage. It was only 3 years. There was nothing but coldness in that marriage. Lila had heard every word, and her face immediately changed. There was no longer any question about it. A contract marriage was not easy at all. Even in the original novel, Helena and Aslan did not have a good relationship. It was a loveless relationship. Yet now, Aslan was standing right in front of her, calling my lady. "How long has it been since you called me that?" As if only just coming to her senses, she looked at him cautiously. "Is something wrong?" "Call me Aslan. We are husband and wife." Her face flushed without her realizing it. I never knew Helena could call him by his given name in the novel. Contrary to the novel's plot, Aslan seemed much closer to her. While they had afternoon tea outside, Aslan thoughtfully asked, "Do you like it, my lady? How did you know these were my favorite flowers?" "I prepared them as a wedding gift. It is difficult to live in such a barren mansion, so I wanted to make a place where you could put your heart at ease. It is thanks to my lady that I came to know such beautiful flowers." "Thank you. Is that really so? What am I hoping for?" Even though my reputation was just as terrible as it had been in the novel, there were countless people at noble gatherings who disparaged her. Look at her. She does not seem to have been properly educated. This is the first time I've seen a lady who does not know how to behave like a noble. How could a woman like that possibly win the Duke's heart? She must be a witch. All those whispers reached her ears, and her gaze darkened. Suddenly, a hand gently rested against her forehead. Aslan asked anxiously, "My lady, why is your face gone pale? If you are tired, come here. Your body is frail, so do not overexert yourself." Aslan truly was different from the novel. Moved by his warm concern, she thought, could Aslan love me too? I had been hoping for something foolish. It was all just my misunderstanding. That day, after overhearing the conversation between Aslan and Rosalind in the garden, she fainted once again. The maids cracked open the bedroom door and looked inside, their voices filled with worry. Has she fainted again? I thought she had gotten better. Due to the abuse and stress she suffered at the Lariston estate, her body had become extremely weak. As she slowly regained consciousness, she heard the sound of trickling water and felt a hand placing a cold cloth on her forehead. She was not fully awake, and everything before her was blurred. Is that Aslan's hand? No, that cannot be. It is probably Jenna. I cannot hear what she is saying. My ears are ringing too much. As she began slipping back into unconsciousness, Aslan moved his lips and called to her. "My wife, please open your eyes." At that moment, Jenna brought in a fresh basin of water. She respectfully said, "Your Grace, I will care for Lady Thordell. Please get some rest." Aslan immediately refused, his voice rather cold. "I will stay here. Everyone leave. Do not let anyone enter the room and disturb my lady's rest." Jenna did not dare disobey and left the room. "Yes, Lady Rosalind has come to visit Lady Thordell." At that announcement, Aslan snapped slightly. "Did I not tell you not to allow anyone in?" Jenna said nothing further. She lowered her head and backed out of the room. The door shut behind her. Now only he and Lila remained inside. He gently pulled up the blanket. Then he softly took her hand. "Helena!" He pressed her hand against his face. "Whenever this happens to you, I do not know what I should do. Please get better soon." Time passed, and the sunset filtered through the window into the room. Down on the first floor, after leaving Helena's room, Jenna met Rosalind's eyes. Rosalind crossed her arms and asked, "Did you tell him I was here?" Jenna did not meet Rosalind's gaze as she answered honestly, "Yes, but his grace said not to let anyone in." Hearing that, Rosalind bit her lip and clenched her hand as she walked down the mansion's long corridor. She recalled how, when he heard that Lady Thordell had fainted, he had rushed off without looking back. What happened to the coldness of a 3-year marriage? "Why are you acting like this? You said you did not love her." Suddenly, she stopped and looked up at the large portrait of Aslan and Helena. With a faint smile, she thought, the marriage will end when the brief 3-year term is over, right? Why would he need a woman who cannot fulfill her duties as the Duchess? Her smile was smug as she told herself, everyone says I am more suited to be the Duchess than she is. The noble young ladies all disliked Helena and compared Rosalind to her. It is like Duke Thordel, the Prince of Nobles, becoming embroiled in a scandal because of his wife. Her health is so frail that the Duke cannot even introduce her properly to high society. They often treat her like a low-born commoner, do they not? Lady Rosalind is so much more elegant and confident. I heard Duke Thordel personally asked her to come to the capital with him. I also heard that the Duke paid off that young lady's enormous debt. Duke Thordel is a businessman, so he does not care about charity or anything like that. Could he have fallen in love with Lady Rosalind? They have only been married for 3 years and have no children. Since it is a contract relationship, they probably do not love each other anyway. Rosalind recalled her earlier conversation with Helena. Aslan is a sweet man. Because Aslan is kind, he cannot turn his back on that lowly woman. That is why he only takes care of her. So if I act a little more proactively, that position will be mine soon enough. Lila slowly opened her eyes. Jenna said happily, my lady, you are awake? The master was terribly worried because you had been ill for several days. Still dazed, she asked Aslan. Yes. After he stayed here, Lady Rosalind said she had something urgent to discuss with him, so he left a little while ago. Lowering her gaze, she thought with Rosalind, I think I know why I became ill. I suppose it was because I did not want to admit it. It is time for me to leave. After calming herself, she asked, what date is it today? Jenna checked the calendar and said, oh, today. She saw the date herself. Tomorrow was her birthday. Lila Violet's birthday, not Helena Lariston's. She recalled Aslan's words. So no one has ever celebrated your real birthday? He had placed his hand over hers and said, from now on, I will celebrate your birthday with you. I hope you will never feel lonely again. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at him. In the end, I want to celebrate my birthday with Aslan. Is it wrong to be so greedy? She turned to Jenna. Could you help me bathe and dress? There is something I want to ask Aslan. Yes, my lady. Now it truly is the end. After bathing and changing, she went to knock on his door. Is Aslan in his room? The master went out today. Oh, I see. Then when Aslan returns, please tell him that I have something to discuss with him. Before she could finish speaking, she heard a carriage outside. Excitedly, she looked toward the window. Aslan is back. Then she suddenly froze. She saw Aslan helping Rosalind down from the carriage. They looked as though they had enjoyed themselves greatly. Rosalind even leaned close to whisper in his ear. It felt like a blow to Lila's heart. Aslan seemed to notice someone watching him and glanced up at the window. Startled, she pulled back and hid behind the curtain. Aslan simply remained silent. Pretending to cover her mouth, Rosalind asked, Aslan, what is wrong? Who was that? He answered vaguely, it was probably just my imagination. I want to hear what you wanted to tell me. Rosalind smiled. Then she linked her arm through his and asked, would you like to have dinner with me? The two walked away hand in hand. Upstairs, Lila's whole body trembled as she sat gloomily before a large mirror. Aslan's assistant apologetically informed her. The master said that he will be having dinner with Lady Rosalind tonight. She pretended that she was fine. All right, I suppose I have troubled a busy man. I am well now, so tell him not to worry. The assistant and Jenna exchanged puzzled looks as she stared at herself in the mirror. She was so beautiful, with rose-red hair and blue eyes. Whenever she was with Aslan, they looked like a perfect picture together. Was that why she was a heroine? One fine day at the palace, Lila was talking with Jenna. Rosalind suddenly approached and greeted her. My lady, you're awake. I was so worried because you had been ill for so long. Are you feeling better now? I'm Fina. Thank you for your concern. It would have been wonderful if you could have attended the party with me yesterday. It was so much fun. Lila was confused. A party? Rosalind feigned innocence. Oh, because you were ill and Aslan had to attend alone? I asked him whether I could go in your place. Aslan agreed right away. Thanks to you, I truly had a wonderful time. Aslan even said, thank you for accompanying me. As repayment, he said he would buy me a new dress today. Her mood sank. Today? Yes. He said he would go with me and choose it himself. Aslan is so kind, isn't he? Lila received another shock. Today was her birthday. Her hands began to tremble. That was right. In the original story, the two of them gradually grew closer like this because Rosalind could fill the void that his fake wife, Helena, could not. I really am only a supporting character. She forced a smile. Have a nice time. Thank you for taking care of Aslan in my stead. I still haven't fully recovered, so I would like to rest alone today. With that, she quickly left. Sweet Aslan had only made that promise because he pitied her. She remembered Aslan once saying, "Why don't you celebrate your birthday with me every year? I will never forget, and I'll take care of you." Even if he had forgotten now, she could not resent him. Now that the main character had appeared, it was only natural for a supporting character to be forgotten. Lost in thought, she saw him pass by with Rosalind. Aslan leaned down, bringing his face close to hers. He had never belonged to me in the first place. Watching the two of them kiss, she silently shed tears. It truly was time to leave, but he had not kissed Rosalind at all. Aslan was whispering in her ear, "I think you've had enough fun, Rosalind Peridot. Now tell me the information you promised." One morning at the palace, it was a beautiful day to leave. Today was her birthday, and also the day her marriage contract with Aslan ended. Aslan was a good man. He could not bring himself to tell her first that he wanted her to leave, so it would be better if she said goodbye first. For the past 3 years, Aslan had treated her very well. In the end, she thought it was only right that she cared about him. She arrived outside Aslan's study. Placing a hand over her chest, she steadied herself. She knocked softly. From inside, he said, "Gomein." She pushed open the door. Aslan was focused on reading documents and absent-mindedly asked, "Who is it? Is that you? Are you feeling better? I heard that you had awakened. I've been very busy, so I could only see you yesterday while you were fast asleep." Standing in a corner, she said, "I know you were busy, but I'm sorry. There is something I need to tell you." Aslan hurriedly pulled out a chair for her. "Sit down first. You cannot neglect your health. 3 years ago, we signed our marriage contract here. Do you remember the day we signed it?" He looked puzzled. "Of course I remember. Today is your birthday, and our contract also ends today." Aslan was about to say something, but someone burst in and interrupted him. "My lord, everything you requested has been prepared." He ignored the man. "Wait there. I am speaking with my wife." Not wanting to delay Aslan's work, she said, "No, I came here to say goodbye." This time he was truly stunned, yet she remained calm. "Thank you for everything, Aslan. Our contract has expired. I will leave now." "Wait, please wait a moment. Have I done something wrong to you? If I have offended you in any way, I will make it right immediately." Leaving so suddenly like this, she firmly replied, "It is nothing like that. You have been very good to me. I sincerely hope you will be happy, Aslan. Please take good care of yourself." His eyes widened. Aslan chased after her, but Rosalind appeared again to hurry him along. "Aslan, if we do not leave right now, we will be late." Aslan was at a loss for what to do. He could only tell Helena, "Wait for me a little longer. Let's talk again. If you have any grievances, I will listen to all of them and make things right. Please be patient and wait for me." Then Aslan hurried away. He and Rosalind were still discussing something. She merely stood there and watched them go. So this is how it ends. "Goodbye, my love." It did not take her long to prepare to leave, because she did not have much luggage to take with her. In case Aslan misunderstood and felt guilty, she decided to leave him a letter. "My lady, are you ready? The master will be returning soon." She only smiled faintly. "I'm ready. Thank you for everything, Danton." Not long afterward, Jenna saw her carrying her luggage away and anxiously asked, "Could you at least tell me where you are going?" She appeared perfectly calm. "It will be fine. Aslan will not want to know." Danton and Jenna watched Helena's figure gradually disappear into the distance. That afternoon, at the train station, she silently watched the scenery rush past the train window. Elsewhere, the scene was chaotic and in disarray. Someone reported to Aslan, "According to the information, we have arrived at the correct location." He looked around and asked, "What happened here?" Rosalind trembled as she stammered. "They said they were still here, so the property should still belong to them." He looked regretful. "I thought we were only moments away from catching them." Aslan thought to himself, "I thought I would find them this time. The first thing I accomplished was my marriage to Helena 3 years ago. That brought down the Lariston family. Count Lariston had tried to use his daughter as bait in the Thordell family's railway business. It had been easy to bankrupt Count Lariston. After the Count's death, Marissa and Locke, her lover, fled together like rats. After tracking them for 3 years, I found a clue at Baron Peridot's estate. Just as expected, I traced Locke, who had contacted Rosalind Peridot, learned where he was, and then lost him again. "Locke Lariston, I will surely find you." Then he asked, darkly, "You should not be thinking of him at a time like this." Marissa, people say that she led Baron Peridot down the path of gambling and squandered all his wealth. When he learned that he had lost everything, he flew into a rage, killed Marissa, and then took his own life. It seems Locke escaped. After hearing this, Aslan asked. You do not know where Loch Lariston went. We have not discovered that. Oh, there's a rumor that Baron Peridot's daughter knows you. He looked doubtful. Rosalind Peridot. He turned his attention to Rosalind. Locke had escaped, and Rosalind Peridot would be sold to pay the debt her father left behind. Aslan devised a plan. I should try to approach her. Once the rumor spreads, I will pay off all her debts and bring her to the capital. Locke will contact Rosalind again, so I will bring Rosalind Peridot to the capital. At Erie Station, Lila's train had just arrived. This was Eloise, a peaceful little port town. This was where her real family lived. With Aslan's help, she had been able to exchange letters with them during that time, but it had been 3 years since they had actually met. Afraid that people would discover she was a commoner rather than Helena Lariston, her parents had settled in a remote countryside village to avoid causing trouble for Aslan. She stepped down from the carriage and stood before a lovely little house. Her mother peeked out through the gate to see who had arrived. Oh my, who could it be at this hour? Suddenly, she dropped her basket of apples and cried out emotionally, Lila. Tears welled in Lila's eyes. Mother! Her mother rushed over and embraced her. Lila! Her younger brother turned toward the house and shouted, Father, sister has come home. Lila! Lila, my daughter! The family of 4 embraced emotionally. Choking back tears, she said, I'm sorry I could not come visit you all this time. What is there to apologize for? It is enough that you are safe and alive. Her younger brother teased, I think father is the one who needs someone to wipe his tears, not you, sister. Sister, this is our home. Our home. Lila, that's right. This is our home now. At Aslan's palace, Danton and Jenna were terrified. Aslan held Helena's letter in his hand, his face dark as thunder. Dear Duke Thordel, I would like to thank you once again for your kindness and generosity over the past 3 years. Please forget the troubles I caused you, and I sincerely wish you and Lady Rosalind a lifetime of happiness. However, as you know, ours was only a relationship in name, so please do not let Lady Rosalind misunderstand the relationship between us. I have enclosed the contract we signed 3 years ago, along with my consent to divorce. I will always pray for your good fortune. Please remain safe and happy. With heartfelt gratitude, Lila Violet. Aslan asked coldly, Why did you not stop her? The two hurriedly explained, Although we tried to persuade her that the master would return soon, my lady insisted on leaving. I made a mistake. I should not have left like that. Could she have misunderstood that I wanted to divorce her and remarry Rosalind? That is right. At her request, we signed a 3-year marriage contract. I wonder whether she overheard that conversation. There is a high chance that Locke will contact Rosalind. I cannot let him discover how much I cherish Helena. Locke knows Helena's true identity. He could threaten Helena with that fact, even though he does not yet know it himself. And he might use it as a weakness to blackmail Helena. That was why I considered lying to Rosalind Peridot, saying that my relationship with Helena was only one in name. Aslan looked carefully at the name written on the letter. Then he tore it apart. Crushing the letter in his hand, he said, She must have gone to Eloise. He commanded, Except for those tracking Locke, gather all the remaining knights. Go protect my wife and escort her back. The man nodded. Yes, my lord. We are going as well. Quickly prepare the train to Eloise. Yes, my lord. Then they departed. Aslan looked hurried, but suddenly he stopped. Aslan looked out at the garden beyond the window. His expression did not change as he searched inside his pocket. Then he took out a ring box. This was this year's birthday gift. I wanted to give this to Helena after cutting off every terrible tie to the past, after ending our 3-year contract marriage and beginning a real married life together, because I never intended to let her leave in the first place. For years ago, I began to see those things in my dreams. In those dreams, I was older than I was then. I loved a woman. She used my secret as leverage to force me to marry her. Feeling deeply betrayed, I resolutely entered into a 3-year contract marriage with her. But after she left 3 years later, I could not forget her. I missed her terribly, and I died alone, consumed by loneliness. Those visions were too real to dismiss as mere dreams. Could they have been prophetic dreams? I did not believe in superstition. I searched for the name of the woman I had seen in my dreams. Eventually, I found Helena Lariston. When I first encountered her, she was wearing a pink dress, and I secretly watched her from behind. There truly was a woman with that name. She was often unwell, so she rarely appeared in noble society. A woman whose name few people even knew. She had chestnut brown hair and a petite figure, just like the woman I had seen in my dreams. If it was not merely a dream, was there truly something between that woman and me? If so, perhaps she also knew of my existence, just as I knew of hers. Aslan had deliberately dropped his handkerchief before her. She saw the name embroidered on it. She hurriedly picked it up and called out, "My lord, you dropped this." To her, he truly seemed like a perfect gentleman. Helena looked at Aslan with adoration. Aslan could only think. The moment I saw her face, the emotions from my dream became real. Even in that dream, when I first saw her, I stood frozen for several seconds. Aslan felt as though his heart might burst from his chest. "If you ever want anything from me, come to Thordell Mansion and show them this." Once I found the real Helena Lariston, my obsession with those dreams truly began. The clothes Helena wore in my dreams, the things she used, her favorite flowers. I collected them obsessively as I waited for the real Helena Lariston. At last, she stood before me. She was rather younger than the Helena I had imagined. He seemed quite concerned about her. "I do not know exactly what happened, but warm yourself first. I will listen to you afterward." He gazed distantly out the window. Helena stepped closer. "Duke, thank you for treating me so kindly." She was prettier than the Helena I had imagined. She was so beautiful. Suddenly, he found it strange. Why did it feel as though he could hear every forceful beat of his heart? Aslan regained his composure. "Tell me, what did you come here tonight hoping to get from me?" She did not dare speak. Then she sank to the floor and pleaded earnestly, "Duke, please marry me." He was truly startled, and Aslan felt offended. "Are you trying to threaten me? Do you think you can force me to marry you in your dreams?" Still maintaining a courteous manner, he asked, "Why should I accept this marriage proposal? What should I do? If I am thrown out of here, there will be no other way for me. If that is the case, I know what secrets you have been hiding." Aslan frowned. "My secrets?" She was about to continue. But she broke into a fit of coughing. Concerned, he asked, "You have a fever. The floor is cold, so do not sit there. It is raining heavily tonight." He moved to help Lily up, yet she was still calculating. He could not be forced into treating someone sweetly in marriage through threats. Should she beg him instead? Lowering her head, she cried out, "Please help me. Count Lariston kidnapped me." His expression darkened. "I am sorry." In the end, she admitted, "I am not Helena Lariston. My name is Lila Violet." The Helena from my dreams never told me the whole story until she left. Trembling, she did not dare meet his eyes. Lock collapsed, and I was trying to escape, but then I remembered the button the Duke gave me. "I am sorry for appearing so suddenly and making such unreasonable demands of you." He only stared at her as tears streamed down her face. I must have lost my mind. I had no choice but to marry the Duke. "I am sorry," she thought to herself. "Why is he making such a fuss over picking up a handkerchief? He must be angry." Suddenly, Aslan laughed. Hearing it, she froze and looked up. Was this the Helena Lariston he had imagined? Was it because of those circumstances that she had asked him to marry her? "I once betrayed the woman I loved. I hated her for using a secret against me and trying to take advantage of me. Yet her love overshadowed all that hatred and betrayal. I wondered what Helena had been thinking, even when she left me. And now, then let's get married. I don't want to repeat those mistakes." Helena was stunned. "What? Come on. I'll do as you wish. Get up. The ground is cold." "Oh, really?" He handed her the handkerchief. "Wipe your tears. You're not pretty when you cry. This is your reward for finding my handkerchief. Some things are precious to me." She reached out and took it. Yes, she could not understand Aslan's actions. Is he marrying me just because I found his handkerchief? Shouldn't he be angry and throw me out? What kind of person is he? Then he spoke. "I have a question." She quickly answered, "Yes? What would you have done if I hadn't helped you?" She became flustered. "If I couldn't return that button, I would have sold it and gone somewhere far away. It wouldn't have been easy, but I would never stop searching for my family." He continued, "But that plan would not keep you safe. How many years would it take before we met again?" She was nothing like he had imagined. Helena was not naive at all. Aslan kindly offered to help. "I think it would be safest for you to stay here until you find your family. I'll ask the ducal household about it." She asked doubtfully, "Really?" He smiled gently. "Why would I refuse? I'm not so cold-hearted." He won't turn his back on me because he feels guilty, she thought. She bowed. "Thank you very much, Your Grace." Aslan thought, she truly is sweet. A relationship that would change everything from the beginning. He had shown her so much consideration. "Your hair looks wet. Go dry it first. We could talk tonight." A relationship with nothing but love, without any hatred or misunderstandings. Shyly, she murmured, "I'll never forget this kindness, Your Grace." And from that moment on, I will never lose her again. Back to the present, at Aslan's palace. Everyone was bustling about with work, while Rosalind looked around. She stopped a maid and asked, "What are you all doing?" The maid answered politely, "Lady Rosalind, His Grace ordered us to prepare carefully for a journey." "What journey? Where's he going?" "Your ladyship, he is traveling alone. It seems the Duke is going to bring the Duchess back." The people around them were busy. "Hurry, put it here. Right away." Rosalind wondered, hasn't the contract ended? Why would he go after her? She wanted to leave, didn't she? Perhaps the Duke is worried about the frail Duchess traveling such a long distance alone. Rosalind found it strange. This is supposed to be the time for them to say goodbye and part ways, isn't it? I thought Aslan wouldn't regret that marriage. Was I wrong? I can't let them meet again. She asked the maid, "Could you bring my luggage as well?" The maid hesitated. But I believe His Grace will be leaving soon." "It's fine. I don't have much luggage. I'll speak to Aslan myself while you get my things." The maid had no choice but to agree. "Yes, my lady." She thought, if the Duchess leaves just like that, the Duke must be terribly confused. Once everything was done, Rosalind left first. Triumphantly, she thought, soon he'll find the person he truly cares about. Delicious, beautifully arranged dishes covered the table. Charlie called, "Aiden, Lila, come eat dinner." Her mother said gently, "Eat plenty, Lila." Seeing the food, Lila could not help exclaiming, "Mom's chicken soup. I miss this so much. It may not be as fancy as the food at the Duke's estate, but I loved it when I was little. Nothing tastes better than this, Mom. Next time, your father will make you his special soup too." Aiden sat down and quietly remarked, "Sis, you look much prettier now. The Duke must have treated you well, right?" She was a little embarrassed. Yes." Hearing this, her father said, "Just look at how the Duke has taken care of us. We lack for nothing." Aiden gave a thumbs up in agreement. "Exactly. We were exhausted from constantly running away before. After you got married, we were finally able to live comfortably." As everyone talked, she awkwardly murmured, "Aslan. No, the Duke is truly kind. We're so fortunate." Aiden teased her. "Are you sure he did all that just because he's a good person?" Lila stared blankly at him. Her mother immediately warned, "Aiden," but he continued watching her intently. "No, I mean, even in his letters, he formally calls them my mother-in-law and my father-in-law. Mom and Dad said he seems like a real son-in-law." Her father awkwardly turned away. "That only means he's grateful for how they treated us. I honestly thought that even after 3 years, you wouldn't come back." Sensing that things were going badly, their mother hurriedly covered his mouth. "You little brat, Lila has to come back to us. What are you saying?" But all of her letters were about Aslan. She acts like she's completely in love. His parents panicked and tried to stop him. Her mother forced a smile. "Lila, don't mind what your brother says. Do you have a problem with Aslan?" No. There's nothing wrong with the Duke, is there, Lila? You have us. And Aiden is on your side too, right?" Lila stared at them in confusion. She smiled and explained, "Thank you, everyone. There's no problem between us. The contract simply ended. I came back because I didn't want to trouble Aslan anymore." After saying that, she reflected quietly, "I've loved Aslan alone for 3 years. By now, he must have forgotten about me and be happy with Rosalind." Her hand unconsciously rose to her chest as a dull pain struck her heart. She hurriedly stood and pushed back her chair. "I'm finished eating, Mom. I'm going inside to tidy up a little." She ran off, leaving the 3 of them staring after her in surprise. Aiden asked blankly, "Didn't they have a fight and she angrily left home?" His mother immediately raised a finger to silence him. "Just pretend you don't know anything. Wait until Helena tells us herself." Meanwhile, at the Duke's estate, Danton reported, "I have booked train tickets to Erie's. I'm not sure what we should say when you travel from Erie's to Eloise." Just then, Rosalind ran over cheerfully. "Aslan, are you going somewhere? I thought you might be lonely, so I'll come with you." "A train journey sounds fun." Aslan gave her a cold glance. Then he turned away and said, "It would be difficult without a ticket, Lady Rosalind." Rosalind was deeply disappointed. Aslan walked away and indifferently ordered, "Escort Lady Peridot inside. Then depart. Hurry and prepare the remaining necessities." Danton turned toward her. "Please come inside, my lady." Rosalind remained silent. Soon afterward, the train departed. Danton led her into a room. Rosalind suddenly asked curiously, "When will Aslan return?" "I don't know, my lady. He left without saying anything. He went after the Duchess." "Will he return with her after he finishes his business?" Once she realized the reason for Aslan's actions, Rosalind became angry. Then she looked curiously at the bags in front of her. "Are those my clothes?" "Ah, yes, my lady." She calmly ordered, I want to buy a new dress. The maid could hardly believe it. Another one? But there is still plenty of the money Aslan gave you for your expenses. I can spend it however I please. I cannot greet someone returning from an exhausting journey in clothes I have already worn. Understanding her meaning, the maid replied, Ah, yes, my lady. That evening, Rosalind happily turned before the mirror in the dress she had tried on. Satisfied, she said, I'll take this one. The shop clerk bowed respectfully. Thank you for your patronage. We look forward to seeing you again. Having found an outfit she liked, she left the shop. Rosalind excitedly strolled down the street, unaware that Locke had discovered her whereabouts. He quickly followed her from a dark alley. She seemed to notice something was wrong. She turned around to look behind her. A little later, in a secluded alley, Locke shoved her hard against the wall. Rosalind leaned against it, gasping for breath. What? His voice startled her. I see you've been living well lately. Rosalind began trembling when she recognized that voice. Meanwhile, Locke wore a sinister smile. As he moved closer to her face, she realized. Locke Lariston. Locke questioned her. I heard you gave my address to Duke Thordell. It seems you've forgotten about our past love affair. Isn't that rather cruel, darling? Panicking, she quickly pushed him away. What love affair? When my father died and I was sold off, you abandoned me and ran away. All right, I'm sorry. It was an unavoidable situation. And then you sold me out to Duke Thordell. He seems to treat you very well. How much money has he spent on you? Rosalind fearfully avoided Locke's hand. Don't touch me. Locke casually rubbed his hand. It seems your ego has grown since you gained the position of the Baron's daughter, Rosalind. Locke slowly moved closer to her. In an instant, Locke stood right beside Rosalind. He threatened, but I can reveal your secret at any time. 2 years ago, at the Peridot estate, in that rural village, he appeared before my weary eyes. A sound in the distance caught Rosalind's attention. The stableman my father just hired. At the time, Locke had smiled sweetly. I had never heard that the Peridot family had such a beautiful young lady. I fell in love with someone whose appearance was rare in the countryside. While my father was consumed by gambling and paid no attention to me, I formed a deep relationship with him. Some time later, he shouted in disbelief. You're pregnant? She had been terrified, sobbing uncontrollably. If my father finds out, I'm dead. What should I do? Locke told me to wait a little longer. He said he would take responsibility, but that dangerous man might also have planned to harm her. Marissa was stabbed to death, and Locke ran away in fear. My father, who had lost all his assets, was furious. Not long afterward, he committed suicide. I was so shocked that I miscarried. Then, before I could be sold to repay the debts, Aslan appeared. He set one condition in exchange for helping me pay what I owed. Rosalind clearly remembered Aslan's instruction. If Marissa's son comes looking for you, tell me. A young duke who was kind, handsome, and rich. His wife was frail and timid, and her reputation did not seem very good. I didn't think it would be difficult to get rid of that woman. Besides, their marriage was only a short-term contract. Naturally, I thought I would take her place once she left. Back in the present, Locke demanded, will the Duke continue to love you after learning of your past? A woman who once carried another man's child. Do you think any man would welcome you? Unable to endure it any longer, she slapped him. Shut up. Tell Aslan that nonsense, and I'll kill you. Rosalind then hurried away, leaving Locke behind. He watched her retreating figure with a sinister smile. After returning to her room, Rosalind slammed the door shut. She leaned against it, gasping. What should I do? If Locke tells Aslan about my past? No, Aslan is trying to find Locke to kill him. She suddenly pictured him holding a sword, preparing to deal with Locke. Only then did Rosalind feel slightly relieved. He must be doing that to protect me. Perhaps even if he learns about my past, he will still accept me. But then she remembered Aslan's cold attitude earlier that day. It would be difficult without a ticket, Lady Rosalind. Rosalind's expression immediately darkened. Aslan's feelings. I don't know. What should I do? At Erie Station, Aslan and his men rode on horseback toward Lila's home. When he saw the house in the distance, Aslan immediately stopped his horse. He swiftly dismounted and instructed them. My wife may be startled if many armed men come looking for her early in the morning. I'll go ahead first. Wait at a distance. After giving his orders, he quietly walked toward the house. Then he stood there, absent-mindedly staring at it. Aslan sighed softly, deep in thought. Is she still asleep? Just then, someone reached out and opened the door. Oh my, Lila, you're awake already? Hearing the sound, Aslan quickly hid behind a tree. At the same time, Lila opened the door and said, Yes, Mom. I woke up to the birds chirping. He quickly recognized Lila's voice. Meanwhile, she said excitedly, The morning air is so nice. It's wonderfully cool. Aslan's heart suddenly pounded at the sight of her. Still unaware of anything unusual, she called inside. Dad said he would make soup for breakfast, right? It'll be delicious, Lila. The special soup. That sounds so good. Aslan was dazed by her reaction. Can she smile that brightly? Wanting to help, she asked, "Is there anything I can do?" Just then, Aiden came over and suggested, "Sis, come gather herbs with me." Their mother quickly reminded them, "It's still cold. Put on more clothes before you go." Aslan thought. She always looked sad and timid at the mansion. As Aiden walked away, he called out, "Whoever gets back last has to do the laundry today." Lila hurried after him in protest. "Hey, Aiden, who said you could run ahead?" She ran off without noticing Aslan hiding behind a tree. He watched Aiden smile as he chatted with Helena. "I have never seen her like this before. I have never seen her smile like that. Lila lives better here than she did with me." His hand unconsciously clenched. She is happier now. Aslan watched the scene in silence, feeling a little sad. Lila, who is smiling so happily. "Can I ask you to return to me?" Elsewhere, Rosalind sat blankly on her bed, calculating to herself. "All right, if I watch Aslan after he returns from this trip, I'll know how he feels about me. If he returns with the Duchess, then he is certainly still attached to her. And if Aslan returns alone, then it means his heart is turned toward me. Then Locke won't be able to do anything to me." Meanwhile, Aiden carefully taught Lila. After picking these thin leaves, Lila's hand stopped as it reached for an herb leaf. She blankly turned around. "What was that sound?" Aiden also asked curiously. "Did someone come here?" "This early in the morning." Then she stood up, looking utterly shocked. "It can't be." Her heart began pounding when she saw someone approaching. Aslan. Unconsciously, she ran toward him. Just then, a young man rode up on horseback and greeted them with a cheerful smile. "Oh, hello." Lila paused when she saw Aiden waving. "Good morning, Han." "Good morning, Aiden. The morning paper is out." "Lila, this is Han, the local postman. Say hello." "Oh, hello." Han could not help marveling at her beauty. Then he smiled and said, "Hello, it's nice to meet you. I'm Han. I'm Lila Violets." She could not hide her disappointment. "Why did I think it would be Aslan? That's impossible." Aiden nudged Han with his elbow. "Han, don't get any ideas about my sister. She's married." "You're married?" Lila hurriedly waved her hands in denial. "Oh no, but I'm divorced now." Behind a tree, Aslan felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Seeing her expression change, Han quickly spoke up. "Oh, is that so? I'm sorry." Lila smiled. "No, there's nothing to apologize for." And she clenched her fist in thought. "All right, I need to stop thinking about Aslan. The blessings I received over the past 3 years were more than enough. I should put an end to these misunderstandings about Aslan's kindness and to these foolish hopes." After a moment, she said, "Everything is all right now. I feel relieved." But after hearing that, his expression only darkened further. Meanwhile, Han was relieved to see her brighten up. "Is that so? I'm glad. Thank you for worrying about me." Aiden reminded him, "But don't keep staring at my sister, Han." At that moment, Aslan lowered his head sadly. She feels relieved, while Aiden kept rambling on. "My sister has very high standards." After chatting for a while, Aiden waved goodbye to Han. "Bye-bye." Just then, her mother opened the door and asked, "It's so cold this morning. Why were you two gone so long?" "It's not cold, Mom. Here's the paper. I'm just worried my precious daughter will catch a cold. Do you think I'm still a child? Dad is waiting. Let's go inside." From a distance, he stood there blankly as he watched them. Aslan recalled what she had said earlier. "Everything is all right now. I feel relieved. Was she always suffering whenever she was with me?" In his dreams, Lila seemed to care about nothing but him. She never spoke of her family, hobbies, or friends. She clung to him, wanted his love, and always followed him. Was that really true? I thought that if I showed her my love and treated her well, unlike in my dreams, she would be happy. Was she not happy with me? Did she want to return to her family? I never asked her. Forced to live under another identity and depend on her husband in a short-term marriage. How could she possibly have been happy? After thinking for a while, he turned away. Rather than entering the house, Aslan returned to his men. He swiftly mounted his horse and gave his orders. "Stay here and protect my wife. Inform me immediately if anything happens. What about you, Your Grace? I'll return once I've taken care of things." With that, Aslan rode away from the estate. Time passed. At the mansion, Rosalind happily sat upright. "Aslan is back." The maid immediately confirmed it. "Yes, my lady." Rosalind anxiously asked, "Oh, did the Duchess come with him?" The maid reported, "No, he returned alone." The moment Rosalind heard this, she was overjoyed. She excitedly ran outside. As she ran, Rosalind rejoiced inwardly. Wonderful. I was right. There's nothing left between them. Meanwhile, Aslan returned after a long journey. His sorrow was plain to see. He told himself, I must restore Helena's true name. I cannot let her remain separated from her family. To do that, I need to get rid of Locke as soon as possible. Rosalind came running down the stairs, calling out, Aslan, you're back. I was so worried. I didn't know whether the Duchess had hurt you. He asked irritably, what do you mean by that? Didn't the Duchess pretend to be sick because she wanted me to take care of you, Aslan? Even though you treated her so well. Aslan could scarcely believe what he was hearing. What? She continued. At the ball, the Duchess told me to take care of you in her place. The next day, she came to see me and said goodbye. If she had feelings for you, she would never have said that. His hand froze unconsciously. Wait, Helena's birthday was right after the ball. No, Lila's birthday. I promised to spend that entire day with her every year. There was no reason for her to leave me with Rosalind. That can't be true. Aslan suddenly recalled the past. I think you should go buy a dress by yourself, Lady Peridot. I already have plans with my wife today. Rosalind had taken his hand and said, but I saw the Duchess earlier. She said she wasn't feeling well today and wanted to rest alone. Since your plans were canceled, you have no other schedule today. Please spend the day with me. Aslan had unconsciously stepped back to avoid her. You said you needed time so we could discuss Locke. I attended the ball with you, as I promised. Then he had leaned close to Rosalind's ear and sighed. Aslan's voice was cold. I think you've carried this joke far enough, Rosalind Peridot. Now give me the information you promised. Back in the present, he raised a hand to his forehead. I made another mistake. Rosalind did not understand the implication of his words. What? Aslan ignored her reaction and demanded, Jinnah, were you with my wife that morning? Jinnah immediately confirmed it. Yes, Your Grace. He continued questioning her. I had plans with my wife that day, so I told Lady Peridot that she should go shopping alone. Were those words conveyed to my wife correctly? Jinnah glanced at Rosalind and denied it. No, Your Grace. Lady Rosalind said that, as a reward for attending the ball with you, you wanted to buy her a new dress yourself. When Aslan learned the truth, he gave a cold laugh. Though exposed, Rosalind still tried to explain. The servant must have misunderstood something. Having lost his patience, he cut her off. This is all my fault, Lady Rosalind Peridot. She stared at him blankly. What? I should not have let you act as you pleased without knowing your place. I must have been too lenient. Take Peridot to the Amber House. If Locke Lariston comes looking for her, capture him and bring him to me. As soon as Locke Lariston is caught, expel Peridot immediately. Trembling, she cried, What? He turned a murderous gaze toward Rosalind. Never come near me or my wife again. Rosalind hurriedly grabbed Aslan's hand, trying to hold him back. Wait, but she was quickly seized. He spoke coldly. Go, Rosalind. I will give you time to pack your belongings. As Rosalind was dragged away, she screamed desperately. No, soon. She was dragged out of Aslan's sight. At that moment, Danton came to report, My lord, the guards have sent a letter. He immediately held out his hand. Give it to me. Aslan's expression changed as he read its contents. Mr. Violet went into town to buy fever medicine. My wife has always been frail. He began to speculate. She must have caught a cold from going out in the chilly morning. My wife seems to be ill. Send our physician to her at once. No, it would be strange if I merely sent someone. I must go with the physician. Danton looked somewhat helpless at the sight. After a moment's hesitation, Aslan turned and ordered, I'm leaving immediately. Make preparations. Danton asked worriedly, You worked through the night, and you intend to leave again without resting? At least have something to eat. I can sleep on the train. It's nothing. My wife's health is more important. As he hurried away, Danton respectfully bowed behind him. Yes, my lord. Understood. Meanwhile, Lila was sneezing repeatedly in her room. Her mother scolded her. I knew it. I told you to wear more clothes before going out. Here is the strawberry-flavored cold medicine you like. Drink it and go to sleep. All I need is sleep. You're treating me like a child, but we're happy that we can be beside you when you're sick. How sad you must have been when you had no parents by your side while you were ill. Our daughter. No, Duke Aslan took good care of me. Whenever I was sick, Aslan was always by my side. Back then, I thought it was Jinnah, but she said Aslan had been with me. At that thought, Helena fell silent. Her hand clenched unconsciously. I should not think about him. Soon afterward, the train was about to depart. Aslan ran while urging the physician onward. The train is about to leave. Hurry! The physician hurried after him. What? Aslan ran on, unaware that someone was watching him. The man fixed his eyes on Aslan, his gaze sharp and cold. I heard he came alone without any guards. This is my chance. He swiftly climbed onto a horse, which immediately galloped away. Only then did the physician notice something wrong and turn around. He saw horses charging fiercely toward them. In a panic, he shouted, "Your Grace, move!" Hearing the loud sound, Aslan turned around. But Aslan could not react in time and was knocked down. A loud crash echoed through the station. The physician panicked when he saw Aslan lying unconscious on the ground. There was a large wound on Aslan's head. Suddenly, his memories returned to the day Lila first met him, when she had made him an offer. Aslan could not believe it. "What did you say?" "Please marry me." Aslan said, "I know the secret you are hiding." "What secret?" "Your mother killed your father. You disguised it as an accidental death and confined your mother to a convent." He asked in surprise, "What?" "I will not trouble you for long. 3 years. Marry me for only 3 years. After 3 years, I will leave quietly." Time passed, and he slowly opened his eyes. Aslan sat up in confusion. "What was that dream? My head feels like it's about to split open." "My lord, you're awake." Aslan glanced at Danton and asked, "Why am I here?" "You were hit by a carriage. I was terribly worried because you would not wake up." "You should not sit up," Aslan asked in confusion. "Hit by a carriage?" "Yes. You were heading to the station to go see the Duchess. Do you remember?" His brows drew tightly together. "What do you mean, Duchess?" "What? I'm not married." "Whom are you calling the Duchess?" "My mother." The physician and Danton both froze for a moment. "My lord, why do you both look so pale? Is something wrong?" "Doctor, what is my lord saying?" Based on the circumstances, the physician concluded, the shock must have erased his recent memories. "Forgive me, your grace, but how old are you this year?" Though he did not understand what was happening, he answered, 20. The room fell silent. He asked in disbelief, You don't remember anything after the age of 20. What? Aslan stood before a portrait of himself and Lila, staring at it blankly. Aslan asked, "I married that woman." "Yes, your grace." "You do not remember?" He thought, "She looks like the woman I saw in my dream. Did she force me to marry her?" He asked curiously, "More importantly, what is the current state of Thordel Rail?" "Pardon?" Aslan calmly repeated himself. "Thordel Rail, the railway transport company I founded. I hope it has not been dissolved." Only then did Danton understand. He took Aslan to the office and showed him the company's documents from recent years. Aslan looked around suspiciously. "Are we expanding westward?" "It has developed faster than I expected. The Thordel company expanded eastward and northward first. With those successes, the Thordel family's reputation has risen as well. Weren't you supposed to stay behind and secure the western territory? We're out of cigars. Didn't I tell you to keep them stocked?" Your grace, you quit smoking 3 years ago." Aslan was surprised. "I did." Danton explained, "The Duchess is very frail. You said that even indirect exposure to tobacco smoke was harmful to her." Aslan felt cynical. This woman called the Duchess seems to be everywhere. Aslan tilted his head as he looked at the contract. Wasn't this a contractual marriage with her? There are documents recording the duration of the agreement, and it expired some time ago. "That is correct, but," he asked coldly, "why did I marry her in the first place? Her family is not powerful, and she did not fulfill the duties of a duchess." Danton answered firmly, "That was your decision, your grace. We do not know the details. Instead of making it appear that I was forced into marriage, she merely had to pretend to be my wife. I suppose that is what the servants below believe." Danton immediately continued, "But if you wish to recover your memories, you should see the Duchess again. Didn't you say I want to see her and return alone? I must have decided not to keep her. But if you wish to regain your recent memories, the physician said you need to speak with people you have been close to lately." He suddenly remembered. "People I have been close to. I heard there is another woman staying in my house." Rosalind was both surprised and delighted to be summoned. She put on a concerned expression. "I'm glad you woke up, Aslan. When I heard you had an accident, I was so worried. I heard that I ordered you confined to the Amber House before expelling you." Rosalind was stunned by his words. Has he really lost his memory? As the butler said, "This is my chance. It was only a small misunderstanding. My former lover came looking for me. I knew I no longer had feelings for him, but I thought Aslan acted that way because he was angry. He did not understand. Why would I be angry with you?" She seized the opportunity. Because we love each other." He stared at her in disbelief. "I love you." Rosalind pretended to be flustered. "Yes, don't you remember? You paid off all my debts and brought me to this mansion. The Duke and Duchess's marriage is only contractual now. You also said that contract had been troublesome for the past 3 years. Aslan could not help being skeptical. I did not think I would have spoken so vaguely. He calmly demanded, "Go on," she slowly recounted. "My deceitful former lover may harm me. You told me to inform you if he approached me. After hearing what I said, you went to capture him yourself. When you failed to catch him, you became very angry and told me to find him. His name is Locke Lariston." Aslan considered it silently. "I do remember that, and it is something I could have done. Did I truly love this woman? She is beautiful, but I never thought I would marry in this lifetime. I cannot believe I got married and had an affair as well." He probed further. "I do not understand. You secretly met someone you knew in the past." She hurriedly denied it. "No, he came to me and threatened me. He said he would spread rumors about me. I barely managed to escape him." Aslan asked, "Danton, is any of this credible?" Danton was not entirely certain. "I did not know the details, but the reason you were angry was that Lady Peridot was not mindful of how she behaved around you. You always believed the Duchess was the most important." Aslan rose and objected. "So what? Didn't she leave on her own? Since she discovered my weakness, she must have exploited it. I left guards by her side, perhaps to prevent her from exposing my secret. It is strange that I did not deal with her immediately, that I let her live for 3 years. But there must be a reason I did not touch her. I cannot act rashly before my memories have fully returned. I'm not certain whether I was truly involved with this woman, but speaking with her has brought back a few vague memories. I want her to remain at my side for a while, Lady Peridot." Rosalind's face flushed with joy. He explained, "I still cannot remember everything about you. If we stay together, my memories may gradually return. I hope you will help me." She smiled in reply. "Yes, of course." Rosalind's heart blossomed with delight. "I did it." Holding the thermometer, her father checked it. 36.5 degrees. Lila's father jumped for joy. "Congratulations on recovering, Lila Violet." Her mother was moved to tears. "Well done, my daughter." Aiden chimed in encouragingly. "Sis, I knew you'd pull through." Embarrassed, she said, "It was only a mild cold. Is there anything you want to eat to celebrate getting better, sweetheart? Shall we go into town and buy you something delicious?" Her mother asked helplessly. "I'm Fina. Will my daughter like some hot tea?" Right. Your father baked an apple pie, too." Aiden suddenly looked shocked as he glanced at the newspaper. "It says there was a carriage accident at Central Station." Lila looked over curiously. "At Central Station? Let me see. That's where Aslan is." Her entire body froze in shock, and the teacup in her hand fell to the floor and shattered. Her parents turned around in alarm. "Lila, are you all right? Are you hurt? What's wrong?" Trembling, she replied, "Aslan was in a carriage accident. Duke Thordell." Even Lila's father could not hide his concern. Was he seriously injured? Her hand shook as she held the newspaper. She read every word aloud. "Duke Aslan Thordell, chairman of Thordell Rail, has not been seen in public in recent days. It appears that his injuries are severe. Aslan, oh, please, don't let anything happen to him." Her parents looked at her worriedly and gently touched her shoulder. "Lila, if you're worried, why don't you go check on him? But Aslan and I aren't anything anymore. You can still visit him once. You lived together for 3 years. Can't you worry about each other?" She hesitated without answering. "Can I see Aslan again?" Meanwhile, Rosalind spoke to draw Aslan's attention. "So we went to balls together, and I wore only the dresses Aslan bought me. I attended in place of your wife, and everyone said the atmosphere was much brighter. Do you remember?" Aslan answered coldly, his head aching. "Is that so?" He thought, "I don't remember any of it." She quickly moved closer. "You even ordered that I lack for nothing here. You gave me so much money, spent time with me, and cared for and loved me." His frown clearly showed his displeasure as he pushed her away. "I'm sorry, Lady Peridot. I don't remember. Perhaps that's why I feel nothing when I look at you." Rosalind told herself, "While his memories haven't returned, this is my chance. The Duchess is already gone. Once he falls for me, she won't be able to drive me away. It's all right, Aslan. There's no need to rush. I'll always be by your side." Aslan could not help wondering, did my taste change as I grew up? I don't know why I was ever close to this woman. Though I have no interest in women, if I were to like someone, that she would be calm and pure. Yes, like the woman I saw in that painting. A gentle knock interrupted Aslan's thoughts, startling him awake. A voice called from outside. "It's Danton. Come in," he said. "Who caused the carriage accident?" He wore a mask and fled. They said they couldn't identify him. The mask makes it likely that someone hired him. Furthermore, since you haven't appeared in public, rumors about the accident are growing worse. Since the Duchess isn't here, some people are even saying you tried to kill yourself after being devastated by the divorce. His head throbbed with irritation. This is driving me mad. If this continues, Thordel's stock price will fall. Rosalind suddenly suggested, Aslan, why don't we go out for a meal? Walking around with a young lady, what better way is there to prove that you're in good health? He remarked, good idea, Rosalind Peridot. Aslan promptly stood up. I'll have to deal with the paperwork to divorce my former wife soon anyway. If people see that I already have someone new, there will be less trouble. He gently held out his hand. Rosalind, will you come with me? The station was crowded with people. Lila turned back to reassure her father. I can go alone. He remained uneasy. What if someone kidnaps you again? I won't let that happen twice. If anyone recognizes you, just say I'm your luggage porter. I won't reveal your identity. Shall we go, Lady Helena? Embarrassed, she said, Father, I've finally come to the capital. Aslan no longer cares about me, but I can't stop worrying about him. I'll just go and see how he is from afar. Maybe then I'll feel at ease. Rosalind turned and asked, How do I look, Aslan? He smiled and replied, It suits you very well. She answered happily, Really? Aslan suggested, Shall we go to the jewelry store? The dress would look better with matching accessories. She immediately agreed. That would be wonderful. The doorbell rang softly as the door opened. Whispers rose from the people around them. Isn't that Duke Thordel? They said he was in an accident, but he looks perfectly fine. Is that Rosalind Peridot beside him? They've been living together for quite some time. Aslan was satisfied. This should be enough to dispel the rumors about the accident. Rosalind suddenly noticed Helena in the crowd ahead. She was startled when their eyes met. The Duchess of Thordel. Helena's heart suddenly ached. Rosalind, and why does it hurt again all of a sudden? Aslan doesn't seem to be injured. His face looks a little pale. Rosalind wondered, why is she back? If he meets the Duchess, he may remember everything. I need to stop her. She suddenly stumbled and cried out in pain. Aslan asked Rosalind. She whined. It hurts. My new shoes don't fit, so I tripped. My ankle hurts so much. I don't think I can walk anymore. He offered, Take my shoulder. Aslan immediately lifted Rosalind into his arms. She feigned embarrassment. People are watching. Are you sure this is all right? Aslan replied calmly. Isn't that the point? To show them. Seizing the opportunity, she continued, If we're going to show them, shouldn't we make it convincing? Rosalind leaned up and lightly kissed his cheek. Lila stood frozen after witnessing the scene. Murmurs quickly arose around her. Oh my, look at that lovely sight. Are the rumors that they're dating true? She quietly left, telling herself, Aslan is doing very well. I don't need to worry. Her father cheerfully appeared, showing her what he had bought. Lila, I bought these honey cakes. Strawberry flavored. She immediately pulled him away. It's cold out here. Let's go inside and eat. She thought, yes, as long as he's healthy, that's enough. Be content with that. Her father worriedly asked, Are you cold? Then let's go inside. A familiar voice called out, causing her to stop. Madam. She turned around and immediately recognized her. Jenna. Jenna joyfully grabbed her hand. Madam, you've returned. Oh no, I'm not here to return. I just have something to do in the capital. Madam, you must return to the ducal estate immediately. The situation is serious. Confused, she asked, What do you mean? Aslan has lost his memory. Aslan's image flashed through her mind as Jenna explained breathlessly. He can't remember anything after the age of 20. Rosalind Peridot is taking advantage of that to pretend to be the master's lover. Pretending to be his lover? Weren't they in love from the beginning? What are you saying? That can't be true. Rosalind Peridot, that vile woman, deceived you. The master discovered it and was furious. He ordered us to expel Rosalind Peridot. When he learned you were ill, he hurried to see you with the physician, but then he had the accident. Lila stood motionless after hearing Jenna's explanation. That can't be true. It makes no sense. Aslan clearly said this marriage was a burden to him. Jenna took her hand and said firmly, The physician said that for the master to regain his memories, he needs to speak with people he has been close to recently. And the person closest to him over the past 3 years was you, madam. I'll arrange a place where Rosalind won't find out. The two of you should meet and talk. After hearing this, Lila fell silent, her eyes vacant. Elsewhere, Aslan was gently carrying Rosalind. She shyly asked, Am I heavy? Aslan looked down at her gently. Why ask? You're a little heavier than before, but you're still as light as a feather to me. What do you mean, heavier than before? Didn't I often carry you like this? I vaguely remember that. You were very frail and often fell down. An image of Lila suddenly appeared in Aslan's mind, and he paused. It seemed he had sensed something, and he slowly loosened his hold. Rosalind's eyes clearly filled with worry. Aslan. His expression darkened. What did I just remember? Looking tired, Aslan gently set her down. You should go home first. Rosalind, escort Lady Peridot back to her estate. Yes. Rosalind watched his retreating back with regret. I still have much to do, so I'll stop by the office. Yes, take care. The two women stood behind him, quietly watching Aslan walk away with composure. Rosalind became sad and disappointed. Come, Lady Rosalind. Back in his room, Aslan crossed his arms and gazed thoughtfully out the window. No matter how much I talk to Rosalind Peridot, I can't remember anything. Though every so often, a few scenes flash through my mind. But they're more like memories of Helena Lariston than Rosalind. Just as Helena nervously waited, a knock sounded outside. Duke, the Duchess has come to visit. Upon hearing that, Aslan quickly turned around. Suspicion, then anticipation, appeared in his eyes. That woman? Let her in. Lila's footsteps clicked with every step, and the sound made his heart pound. She entered timidly, her head lowered in embarrassment. Lila lifted her head, revealing her radiant face. At the sight of her, Aslan frowned. Memories flooded back more and more as he looked at her. I love you, Aslan Thordell. Please, just once. Then he saw himself standing there with an icy expression. Look at me, not Rosalind Peridot. Memories and emotions surged through him. How can that be? I can't distinguish between the two of them. Back in the present, while lost in thoughts of the past, he suddenly staggered backward. Lila hurried to him. Aslan, you look so pale. Are you all right? Aslan, your face is so red. Do you have a fever? She gently placed her hand against his face, but the touch startled him, and he quickly recoiled. She called to him in surprise. Aslan, he stepped back to keep his distance. If I remember correctly, this woman threatened me. I was forced to marry her. But why? The moment I see her face, do I feel as though I love her? After thinking for a moment, he asked, Our contract has ended. Why have you come to find me? She hesitated. Do you remember me? My name is Helena Lariston. Memories keep flooding into my mind. This woman, what is she to me? I heard you had an accident and lost your memory. He is breaking out in a cold sweat. Is something hurting him? She slightly lowered her head and said, To regain your memories, you must speak with people you knew recently, even if it was a contractual marriage. Her words inadvertently made his heart race. We were married, so I can help. Aslan's face flushed slightly. I can't breathe with all these emotions pouring out. I want to hold the woman before me. I can't think of anything. I just want to kiss her. Instinctively, he turned his back on her to hide his confusion. Have I gone mad? Did the accident affect my head? Worriedly, she reached toward him and asked, Aslan, are you all right? He immediately slapped her hand away. This is dangerous. I can't reveal my weakness. This woman threatened me. She will use my weakness against me again. His gaze darkened. Do you want to exploit my weakness again? You believe those rumors and came to find me. Do you think you can still use me now that our contract has ended? Startled, she hesitantly replied, no, that's not it. I was only worried about you. The sight of her crying pulled all his thoughts back into the past. The woman who threatened and used me. That wasn't enough. She used those tears to demand my love. But why? When I see this woman's tears, why does my heart hurt as if it will stop? He suddenly raised his hand toward her long hair, but a knock at the door interrupted Aslan's unconscious gesture. Your Grace, Lady Peridot, is here to see you. Lila turned around in confusion. Rosalind, Aslan immediately replied. Let her in. As soon as he finished speaking, Rosalind rushed in, shouting his name. Aslan. Seeing Aslan standing opposite Lila, she froze. Oh my goodness, Aslan, your face. Are you all right? Your body hasn't recovered yet. I was worried because you want to work like this, so I followed you. My ankle feels better after resting for a little while. Aslan thought, in front of this woman, my emotions are completely calm. He suddenly lowered his head onto Rosalind's shoulder while she was still surprised. My heart, which felt as though it was dying, is calm now. She silently wrapped her arms around him from behind. Aslan's reaction clearly means his memories haven't returned yet. I must drive her away and stop her from seeing him again. Rosalind immediately turned to Lila with an angry expression. Why did you come here? Didn't your relationship with Aslan end already? Aslan said so himself. Lila looked regretful. You took advantage of Aslan's soft heart. You knew he couldn't abandon you when you were so vulnerable. You live in luxury for 3 whole years. Are you upset because the contract ended? Are you planning to exploit Aslan's guilt and cling to him again? Rosalind's words rang out as Lila stood stunned. You have no conscience. Then Rosalind shouted, leave at once and never come back to Aslan again. Aslan, it's all right. You should sit down and rest. Looking at the scene before her, Lila could only remain silent. Though she tried to hold back her tears, they naturally rolled down her cheeks. In the end, she chose to leave. Once outside, she stood still for a long while. She scolded herself. What a fool. What did you come here expecting? I misunderstood everything. Aslan and I only had a contractual relationship. In her mind, the image of the two of them in a photograph suddenly shattered. That contract had burdened Aslan for all 3 years. She took a deep breath and wiped away her tears. Then she ran away as fast as she could without looking back. She suddenly encountered her father. The moment he saw her, he happily called her name. Lila, did you speak with the Duke? She nodded in reply. Yes, the Duke said he is all right now. Let's go home, father. Are you all right? She quickly pulled him away and changed the subject. I'm planning to buy presents for Mother and Aiden. What should I get them, father? She thought. Rosalind was right. I can't return to Aslan now. I need to truly stop thinking about Aslan like a fool. Later, at the ducal estate, the physician spoke to Danton while Rosalind hid behind them. Because he has been overworking himself, his condition has suddenly worsened. He needs rest. Aslan struggled to breathe. After meeting her, familiar memories of her suddenly flooded my mind. Was I happy when I was with her? Ever since my mother lost her mind, I had never thought I could be happy with anyone. In the past, Aslan tried to calm his mother. Calm down, mother. But in her panic, she kept repeating, I have to kill them. Kill them. Kill every last one of them. Aslan tried to call out to her. Mother, put that down. Suddenly, she screamed and swung the knife at him. Get away. Otherwise, I'll make you bleed. Aslan was horrified by the madness of the woman who had given birth to him. Get out. I'll kill you. His mother was dragged away, leaving him alone amid the chaos. After my mother, who could no longer control herself because of her illness, was confined to a monastery, my father's death was disguised as an accident. Perhaps that was why I had no interest in women. I live a life consumed only by work. Then she used my secret to threaten and manipulate me. Please marry me, Aslan Thordel. I know the secret you are hiding. But why did I think I had been happy to love her? Aslan lay in bed with a damp cloth over his forehead, his face flushed from exhaustion. Rosalind asked the physician, is he all right? Ever since he returned, he has slept through the entire day. This is part of his brain's recovery. He may regain more memories when he wakes. Rosalind sat anxiously beside the bed. Did meeting the Duchess help him recover his memories? On the other hand, an image of Helena surfaced. Another dream about her. Before a funeral, with many people in attendance, Helena thought, this is the monastery where his mother lives. This must be her funeral. She finally passed away at the monastery. May she rest comfortably in a place without pain. May she suffer no more. Dressed in a black suit, Aslan smiled. She is crying more sorrowfully than I am. Had she always been so close to my mother? Aslan gently held out a white flower toward the woman in the white dress. Helena's tears poured down harder. She was beautiful, not merely dazzling, but elegant and noble. He slowly approached, holding out a white handkerchief. Even in mourning clothes, she was beautiful. It looks like you need this. My name is Aslan Thordel. Following her instincts, Helena quickly turned around. Are you the madam's son? You do not resemble her at all. People always say I look more like my late father than my mother. She wiped away her tears and turned her face aside. The handkerchief is dirty now. I will wash it and return it to you later. Was it the loneliness after my mother's death that made me love her so much? Whether it was loneliness or grief, I did not care what the reason was. I thought I wanted to be with her. My wish came true in a strange way. Marry me, Aslan Thordel. I know the secret you are hiding. An image of the two of them at their wedding appeared. My love for her was twisted and tainted by her threat. I hated her, and when I learned that she loved me, I wanted to hurt her in the cruelest way possible. Please, just once look at me, not Rosalind Peridot. In the end, when she cried and begged me, I thought I was rather happy. Rumors began to spread that Rosalind and I would remarry. Helena could no longer endure it and left me, and Helena. Aslan woke, exhausted. Rosalind immediately hurried over. Aslan, are you all right? He sat up, gasping. What? Did I try to kill myself because I missed Helena? The rumors about the accident have gotten worse. Since the Duchess is not here, some people are even saying you attempted suicide because you were devastated after the divorce. Seeing sweat cover his face, she hurriedly took a handkerchief and wiped it away. My goodness, you are sweating so much. You should rest more. Ignoring her, Aslan wondered, why? Why did I do that? Aslan leaned against the bed with a sorrowful expression, startling Rosalind. Aslan, his gaze was heavy. The emotions in that dream felt so real. It was as if someone had torn my heart out. Was the fact that she was not by my side truly that despairing? I want to run to her right now and beg her to come back to me. Did I go mad from the loneliness after Mother died? Rosalind suddenly said, "This will not do. I need to call the physician." Physician, Aslani. Suddenly, Aslan seized Rosalind's arm tightly. "Do not call anyone. Aslan," he thought, "I cannot reveal any weakness to anyone." Then he swiftly pulled Rosalind toward him. She landed in his lap, utterly shocked, her face turning bright red. Aslan, holding her from behind, he thought, when I am with this woman, no memories or emotions rise up. I can go back to being the cold man I was. Rosalind Peridot, have I ever proposed to you? Rosalind looked at him shyly. Oh no, you have not. Then I will do so now. As soon as I finalize the divorce, I will marry you. Her eyes widened beyond belief. Unable to contain her joy, Rosalind immediately threw her arms around Aslan. Of course, Aslan, I'm so happy, he thought. I do not understand why I crave a woman named Helena so desperately, but I cannot let her affect me anymore. To keep my sanity, I must leave her completely behind. If I marry this woman, Helena will never appear before me again. While hugging Aslan, Rosalind could not stop smiling. Oh, thank goodness. I was worried he would regain his memories and throw me out, but he proposed instead. Elsewhere, Helena sat in a train car with her father when she suddenly overheard people whispering nearby. Really? Duke Thordell is remarrying? Rosalind Peridot has contacted the capital's most famous wedding dressmaker. Then what about the Duchess of Thordell? I heard their divorce proceedings are already complete. Once the documents are approved, the wedding will take place immediately. Helena felt despondent upon hearing that. Only the Duchess knows, so how would I know? She thought, him and Rosalind. In the end, the story remains the same. No matter how hard I try, I cannot escape what is called fate. Meanwhile, Danton asked in surprise, "My lord, are you truly going to marry Lady Peridot? You have not even finalized the divorce proceedings with the Duchess yet. Were not all the papers already signed? Fix the remaining issues and submit them immediately. I do not wish to return to someone who is already in my past, but your memories have not fully returned. If you act so rashly." Aslan's face turned icy. "Danton, who gave you the right to interfere with my decisions? It may have been easy in the past, but that will not happen now. My apologies, my lord." "Then, do you still wish to hold the wedding at the same place? Where was it held before?" "The wedding was held at the largest cathedral in the capital." At that, he was startled. "Not at the monastery?" "The monastery, my lord." "Was the wedding not held at the monastery where my mother died?" "What are you saying, my lord?" "The Dowager Duchess is still alive." "You are saying mother is still alive?" "I recently received word from the monastery that her condition has worsened, but she is certainly still alive." "Then where did I meet my ex-wife?" "After meeting the lady in a corridor at a banquet several years ago." "Did the Duchess not come to visit you herself?" "That was when you decided to marry her." Returning to the past, Helena had asked fearfully, trembling, "Do you remember me?" "What? Please save me." "I was kidnapped by Count Lariston." "That is right. Even if they're only fragments, I definitely have memories of that time." "Then was the scene I saw at the monastery only a dream?" "So you are saying Helena Lariston never threatened me?" After a long silence, Danton spoke. "My lord," Aslan suddenly shouted, "stop all wedding preparations. There is something I need to confirm. My father was a demon." Aslan remembered his childhood. He knelt on the floor, trembling all over as he heard his mother cry out, "Dear, stop it." The door slowly creaked open, while his mother continued begging, "Please, do not hit Aslan. Do not hit Aslan. Hit me instead. I will be all right. Ever since I was young, I had only one goal, to kill my father. Then mother and I will be free." The plan to kill him and disguise it as an accident was perfect, until my father learned of it. He grabbed Aslan by the collar. "You are planning to kill me? Come on, then. Let us see whether you die first or I do." His mother rushed over and clung to Aslan's arm. "Aslan, quickly tell your father that you are sorry. Hurry." Aslan frowned and shoved his father's arm away. "A demon like you deserves to die. I will kill you, you little bastard. I gave birth to you, raised you, and this is how you treat me." His father shoved Aslan to the ground. A plate fell and shattered. Aslan's mother hurriedly tried to stop him. "Dear, stop it." "No." He grabbed a nearby knife and pointed it at Aslan. "I will make today your funeral." Aslan tilted his head aside and raised his arm to shield himself, terror crossing his face. His mother screamed. "No." The knife plunged down and another knife fell onto the floor. Aslan froze as he saw his father collapse right in front of him. He looked ahead in confusion. His mother was holding a bloodstained knife, gasping for breath. Her eyes became vacant, and tears streamed down her face. Worried, Aslan stood and approached her, but she flinched. Mother! In her eyes, Aslan's image transformed into that terrible man, his father. Terrified, Aslan's mother fell to her knees and begged, "Dear, I am sorry. Please do not hit me. Save me." All Aslan could do was call out, "Mother!" She lost control and continued screaming. "Do not kill Aslan. If you touch my child, I will kill you." Aslan was stunned. Mother went mad from the shock of killing someone. She could no longer distinguish me from father. At the funeral, Mother still mistook me for father and rushed at me, hitting me. "I have to kill him. He will kill my child. He will kill my child." Every time I visited the monastery, she would have a fit when she saw me, screaming and smashing things. After that day, I never saw Mother again. Returning to the present, Aslan sat at his desk, deep in thought. According to the records, Mother's condition had not improved at all since that day. I have never seen her since, but I'm certain she is still alive. The monastery regularly sends me updates about Mother. Then were those memories truly nothing more than dreams? Did I truly marry Helena because I loved her? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Aslan, it is me, Rosalind." Aslan answered, "Come in." She slowly entered. "I heard you suddenly halted the wedding preparations." Aslan said, "I need to verify a few things. Come to think of it, I have something to ask you as well." Rosalind asked blankly, "What is it?" His gaze was sharp. "You said my ex-wife and I were merely a contractual couple. Did I tell you that contract had troubled me for 3 years?" Rosalind immediately answered, "Yes." Aslan reflected silently. "I vaguely remember saying that. For all 3 years, it was nothing but a troublesome contractual marriage. If I truly loved Helena, why would I have lied?" Aslan remained silent. The atmosphere was frighteningly quiet. I am so worried. Did he regain his memories after meeting the Duchess? If he remembers everything, he will throw me out again. The monastery? Come to think of it, Aslan's mother is in a monastery. I heard she's been trying to recover for a long time. Thinking of that, Rosalind spoke. "Aslan, you clearly told me that you did not marry your ex-wife for love, but that it was only a fake contractual marriage. You did not invite your mother either, did you?" Count Lariston did not attend because he opposed the wedding. "That is also why your mother did not attend." Aslan's face darkened. He did not reply, only thought, "Yes, Mother did not attend the wedding because I did not want to see her again. Sometimes when I read news about her, I truly wanted to see her." But then he remembered the past. Helena had come over and asked, "Aslan, what are you reading?" Aslan hid the letter behind his back and smiled. It is nothing." Helena caught sight of the letter. Smiling, she asked, "Is that a letter from the monastery? Are you reading news about your mother?" Yes. Mother sent a letter congratulating me on my marriage. She apologized for being unable to attend because of her health. In the original story, Aslan's mother's mental illness prevented her from seeing her son until the day she died. Helena asked him, "Should we go to the monastery together and greet her? We may not be a real couple," but Aslan swiftly refused. "Oh no, you cannot. Mother, she does not want to see me. We're not very close." Feeling sorry for him, she held his hand tightly in comfort. She looked at him intently and thought, "He is surely keeping his mother's condition a secret from me. Then I will not ask him about it. If you do not wish to, then you do not have to tell me. Aslan, I will pray for both you and your mother." He looked at her gratefully. She did not exploit my secret. She did not ask me anything. She simply stayed by my side. The memory ended, and Aslan murmured, "I have to go see her." Rosalind asked blankly, "What?" "Rosalind, the wedding is postponed until I remember everything. I do not think I can make such an important decision in this condition." Rosalind tried to stop him. "Wait, Aslan," but he quickly rang the bell. Danton immediately appeared. "Did you call for me, my lord?" "Danton, buy a train ticket to Elroy. I think I should meet my ex-wife." "Yes, my lord." Rosalind gritted her teeth in frustration. She immediately rushed over, clung to his arm, and cried out to stop him. "Aslan, do not do this. You usually become worse after meeting the Duchess. I am worried it will happen again. Do not leave so soon. Rest properly first, and after your body has recovered." Suddenly, Aslan called her name. "Rosalind." She froze in place. He held her trembling hand and said, "When I am with you, no memories or emotions enter my mind. I feel very calm. So I'm certain of this." He coldly pushed her hand away. "I have never loved you." Rosalind was stunned by his words. I do not know why I brought you to my estate, but one thing is certain. You are of no help in recovering my memories. He turned to Danton. You said I originally had Rosalind stay at Amber House, correct? Send her back there. Danton immediately replied, yes, my lord. Rosalind panicked and stammered, Aslan, I told you it was just a misunderstanding. Whether it was a misunderstanding or not, we will discuss it after I regain my memories. If it truly was a misunderstanding, I will apologize then. For now, get out of my house. Peridot. At once, Danton grabbed Rosalind's hand. Smiling, he pulled her away as quickly as possible. I will purchase the earliest ticket and have everyone pack your belongings immediately. Rosalind could only scream. Wait! The room became quiet. Aslan turned his gaze toward the window. I still do not know which things in my mind are real and which are false. My memories keep surfacing in a disorderly mess. What kind of person is Helena Lariston truly? All these memories are because of her. I must have been very happy by her side. As for why, I will understand once I meet her. Aslan then hurriedly left the estate. The train had already departed. Rosalind sat motionless on the cold floor, her luggage beside her. She blankly turned toward the two servants behind her. Clenching her fists, Rosalind shouted, Wait, are you really going to leave me here alone like this? Shouldn't someone be taking care of me? How am I supposed to live here alone? The master did not order us to serve you, miss. It seems we will be busy preparing a room for the madam when she returns. Meanwhile, Lila pondered his words. I believed the rumors and went looking for him just like that. Did I think I could still use him after the contract ended? I never expected Aslan to be so cold. How could someone as gentle as Aslan get angry with me? Had he thought of me that way for all 3 years? I was such a fool for not knowing. I kept deluding myself into thinking he loved me, without realizing it. She lowered her face onto the table and silently berated herself. Idiot. Fool. I will never make such a stupid mistake again. Never again. Outside, a bustle of noise arose as passengers began getting off the train. Aslan looked at the town before him and asked, This is the town where my former wife lives? Yes, it is, your grace. For a rural station, it is remarkably clean. That is because the Duke personally managed the station facilities. Me? Yes. I heard that the rail line was extended here and the station was built because the master specifically ordered it. Aslan suddenly turned away, deep in thought. Why? Was all of this for her, too? Where was she? In a house bathed in golden sunlight. Lila was intently embroidering a handkerchief when the needle suddenly pricked her fingertip. Ow! A drop of red blood welled up. Aslan's image appeared in her mind, whispering in her ear. Be careful. Is your hand bleeding? She gently closed her eyes, trying to shake off the fantasy. Why am I acting like such a fool? Once again, her thoughts returned to before. For 3 years, Aslan had been kind to her only because he pitied her. Deep down, he must have always considered her troublesome and shameless, yet she had not even known. A sudden call rang out. Cease! Cease! Aiden, what is it? Why are you in such a hurry? Come outside right now. Aslan, no. The Duke is here. She shot to her feet and asked again who. At last, she hurried downstairs, her heart pounding. She froze when she saw the familiar figure standing in front of her home. At that same moment, Aslan looked up at her. Their eyes met. Aslan, why was Aslan here? Stunned, she stammered. Aslan, your grace, why are you here? She raised the hand she had been loosely clenching, revealing a trace of blood on her index finger. Aslan looked alarmed and worried. Are you hurt? She hurriedly pulled her hand back. What? Be careful. Your hand is bleeding. Oh no. Suddenly, she slipped and pitched forward. Aslan's eyes widened, and he rushed forward. He caught her fully in his arms. They looked at each other awkwardly. Aslan hastily explained, I am sorry. My body moved on its own. As he spoke, he set her back on her feet. Rather, it was my mind. It must still remember. Her father and mother came over after witnessing the scene. It seems our madam injured her finger. Aslan politely asked, could I have some cotton, bandages, and medicine? Everyone froze at his words. This way, your grace. I will bring them. Aiden, fetch the first aid kit. Right away. The cotton, bandages, and medicine were brought and placed on the table. After a while, Lila asked in utter surprise, What? You really lost your memory? I lost all memories of the past year because of the accident. I do not understand how I met and married you, nor why our marriage abruptly ended. Lila hesitated. Well, she wondered silently, is it really as Jenna said? At the time, he had been so cold toward me because he did not remember me. Then the tenderness he showed me over the past 3 years was not merely my imagination. Aslan continued, so I would like to ask for your help. Yes. Could you tell me more about our relationship and why you left me? She hesitated. Well, we signed a contract to pretend to be a couple for 3 years. The contract expired this year, and you had someone you loved. An image of Rosalind kissing Aslan's cheek flashed through her mind. It is fine. Aslan loves Rosalind, not me. It was the same before he lost his memory. That was close. I'm overthinking again like an idiot. I must not entertain such arrogant delusions anymore. Never again. She raised her head with a bright smile. Our contract has ended, so you do not need to worry about me. Besides, someone is waiting for you in the capital. Please go back to her. Aslan did not respond, merely studying her intently. He frowned. You look thinner than I remember. Your complexion is poor, too. Lila stiffened at his words. Aslan stepped closer and bent down toward her. Are you unwell? Have you not been eating properly? Or have you not been sleeping enough? Oh, I'm fine. Suddenly, she raised her hand to cover her mouth and coughed. Cough. Aslan immediately stood up. He poured her a glass of water and offered it to her. Drink this. She accepted the glass. Aslan said, I remember now. My wife is frail and often coughs. Whenever the weather turns cold, she falls ill at once and needs to rest. Simply being near my wife brings back so many things I cannot remember when she is not around. So I would like to stay here for a while. Her face flushed at his words. What? You mean? Living together will help my memories return faster. We lived together as a couple from the beginning, after all. Lila hurriedly objected. Oh no, I told you, we were not a real couple. Unconcerned, Aslan took off his outer coat. Whether we were real or not does not matter. He draped the coat over her shoulders. I must recover my memories. To do that, I need to stay by your side. He sat down and took her hand. I am begging you. Please allow me to stay here. Elsewhere, Rosalind sat collapsed on the floor, trembling all over. She struck a match, but it broke at once. Sniffling, she rubbed her hand. Oh, that hurts. Should I sell something to buy firewood? I think I need to buy something to eat, too. I tried asking the ladies I was close with for help, but they would not even spare me a glance. Oh, look at her, like some shameless country girl clinging to another woman's husband. They were only nice to me because they wanted to keep Helena under control. An uncultured, uneducated woman like me. You think you can get away with everything just because you're pretty? You should be ashamed. After being thrown out of Thordell, I am treated even worse than Helena was before. Disgusting people. If only I had been born into a better family. Suddenly, a mocking voice spoke from somewhere nearby. Look how pathetic you are. Rosalind sharply turned her head and saw Glock perched on the windowsill. She sprang to her feet. Why you? Glock approached her. You slapped me quite hard last time. Why you look so pitiful now? Rosalind backed away in fear. She shouted, Hey, threatening me will not get you anything now. Look at me. I have been thrown out, and I do not even have anything to eat. Glock kicked the box beside her. Its contents spilled out. What are you talking about? He bent down and picked up a gemstone. Do you not have plenty of things here that can buy food? Rosalind's face turned even paler. Back at Lila's home, her mother cheerfully asked, Your Grace, do you like the meal? The apple salad is truly delicious. Those are apples we grew ourselves. Please try this toast with apple jam. Make yourself at home. If anything troubles you, just tell me. Aslan answered politely, I could not possibly burden people to whom I am so deeply grateful. If you need any help, please let me assist you. Why not have Lila show you around? Lila, hurry and show His Grace your room. Lila was helpless before her mother's enthusiasm. Mother, since he came all this way, I will show him around the house. That is right, dear. Is that not perfectly normal? She replied helplessly, Yes. Aslan looked at her intently and smiled. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered, If you do not mind, I would like to see it. I want to know where my wife sleeps. Her eyes widened and her cheeks reddened. She looked away. Your wife? But we are no longer married. Her parents joined in. What does a title matter, Lila? In any case, His Grace is this family's benefactor. Aiden immediately added, That is right. The two of you used to live together. What is wrong with you, sis? Her parents casually continued. While His Grace looks around, we will move him into Aiden's room. Aiden winked. I can sleep with our parents. There you go. I will give you two some private time. Enjoy. Everyone left, leaving only Aslan and Lila standing in an awkward silence. She reluctantly went up the stairs and led the way. This way, they entered a room with a tidy, neatly arranged desk. This used to be my father's study, but I use it now. There are lilacs by this window. My father says that whenever he thinks of me, he looks at them. Aslan remarked, You seem to have a very good relationship with your family. My father does that because he was deeply saddened by losing his little daughter. We were separated for nearly 10 years. He frowned. Separated? Startled, she replied. Ah, yes. Does he not remember that? She continued. When I was 10 years old, Count Lariston kidnapped me. I escaped and had nowhere to go. You took pity on me and made me your wife. Only then was I able to reunite with my family. Aslan nodded. That is right. So that is why you called our marriage a contractual marriage. Yes. We were married for 3 years, until I came of age. He asked, and what did I gain in return? You gained nothing. I told you I would give you the entire inheritance of the Countess Lariston, but you said you did not need it. If it was the Countess's inheritance, then it was merely an estate left to her by her parents. That is nothing to me. Apart from wealth, you offered me neither valuable information nor business opportunities. She stared blankly for a moment before gently explaining. It was simply because you were kind and felt sorry for me. When you heard of my circumstances, you could not bear to abandon me. You are a kind and compassionate person. The corner of Aslan's mouth lifted. Really? In my entire life, no one has ever called me kind or compassionate. She froze, unsure how to answer. He placed his hand on her cheek. That is because you exist, because you are worthy of it. Helena Lariston. She stammered, I do not think. She reminded herself, do not make a mistake. Aslan has lost his memory and must have misunderstood everything. She blurted out, that cannot be true. You were the one who made me your wife. You said this 3-year contractual marriage was terribly dull. You did not marry for love. There was no love at all in our marriage. Being bound together for 3 years was truly tedious. Aslan immediately refuted her. You are referring to the conversation I had with Rosalind Peridot. It is true that I had to say that in front of her. Even when I was ill, you went out to dinner with Rosalind. On my birthday, you were with Rosalind too. You may not remember, but Rosalind is the one you love, not me. Aslan slowly moved closer to her. I do not know what happened afterward. My memories have not fully returned. But I remember the moment I said those words to Rosalind, and what they truly meant. When we signed our marriage contract 3 years ago, we did not vow to love one another. That troubled me for 3 years. You never told me you loved me. Even when you seemed happy in our marriage, I never asked whether you wanted to stay by my side for the rest of your life. She stared at him blankly. I never told you that I loved you, did I? She stammered. No. Then he asked an even more shocking question. If not with words, then with our bodies? Lila stiffened even more and frantically replied, what? We never did anything between husband and wife while we were married. Sometimes we had to sleep in the same room, so the servants would not become suspicious. But all we did was sleep. We did not even hold hands. I had to restrain myself. Perhaps I was waiting for you to speak first. I have never confessed my feelings to any woman before. Why was I so embarrassed then? She never expected him to say such things. What nonsense are you talking about? I have to stop acting foolishly. She abruptly turned away. You misunderstand. I suppose you have misunderstood the nature of our relationship because of your memory loss. I will not hope for anything. Absolutely not. Once your memories return, you will realize this was all a ridiculous illusion. Aslan seemed unconcerned by her words and pressed closer to her. Perhaps that is why I need to remain closer to you from now on, so I can recover my memories. Afterward, Aslan sat beside Mrs. Violet and learned how to make dough for bread. He cracked eggs into a bowl while Mrs. Violet watched him with a pleased smile. Lila was secretly amazed. Only 2 days had passed since Aslan came to her home, yet he had completely become part of her family. Aslan suddenly asked Mrs. Violet, Sophia, is the dough ready like this? Sophia praised him. Our Duke is good at everything. Aslan suggested, we will need more firewood. I will go chop some. Thank you, Your Grace. Lila will give you a hand. Lila blushed in embarrassment. What? But how am I supposed to help? Aslan took her by the shoulder. I will be lonely by myself, so come with me. He took her hand and led her away. Sophia smiled and waved. Take your time and enjoy the scenery. Aslan raised his axe, preparing to split firewood. He brought it down with force, splitting a log cleanly in two. Lila was astonished by his decisive movements. She praised him. You are very skilled at housework, despite never having had to do it yourself. Aslan studied the pile of wood. Chopping wood is much like practicing swordsmanship. You're also very good at cooking. Aslan smiled modestly. I simply imitate the person beside me, and no one has asked me to do anything particularly difficult. A servant approached and said, Master, I have brought the clothes and shoes as you instructed. Good. The clothes I borrowed were a little tight and uncomfortable. Is there any news from the estate? The servant immediately replied, while you are away, Danton is managing things temporarily. Is everything at the estate all right? Yes. You may leave. If you need anything, please call for me. I will help Sophia in the kitchen. All right. The servant turned and walked away. Lila watched him go as though she wanted to say something, then turned to ask Aslan, is Lady Rosalind not waiting for you at the estate? If she finds out that you're seeing your former wife after your divorce. Aslan calmly replied, you and I are still legally married. She was startled by his answer. What? I am certain I signed the divorce papers before I left. Aslan casually removed his shirt, revealing his toned abdomen. Lila, all you need to know is that I tore those papers up, embarrassed at the sight of him undressing. She turned her head away and stammered. Why? Aslan tossed the shirt aside. I suppose it is because I had no intention of divorcing my wife, and Rosalind Peridot is not my lover. But I cannot remember why I brought her to the estate. I am certain that the only woman I love is my wife, and I still haven't taken off my wedding ring, have I? She stared blankly for a moment, then thought to herself, for 3 years, Aslan had never once removed his wedding ring. But on the way home, she had heard a rumor. Come to think of it, it was not surprising that the Duke and Duchess of Thordell were divorcing. I heard that there is another woman's name engraved inside the Duke's wedding ring. They say the name sounds like that of a flower. If it is a flower, could it be Rosalind? In any case, it is not the Duchess's name. Rosalind's name was engraved on his wedding ring. He truly never loved me. She lowered her head and asked Aslan, have you checked whose name is engraved inside that ring? There is another name inside the ring? Yes. Once you see it, you will know who you love. Aslan took off the ring on his hand and examined it intently. She turned away, her body trembling. He said, I understand. You are right. Look, Lila suddenly became agitated. You do not have to show me. I already know it is Rosalind's name. Aslan gently spoke her name. Lila. She froze. What? Aslan held out the ring for her to see the inscription. It was her real name, Lila Violet. If one did not look closely, it could be mistaken for the name of a lilac flower. I suppose that is what caused those rumors. She took the ring, too speechless to say anything. He smiled. The more I listen to you, my sunshine, the more certain I become that you are the only woman I love. You left your wedding ring behind. I remember that there was no name engraved inside yours. Yes, because ours was only a marriage in name. I understand now. This conclusion hurts my pride, but perhaps I developed unrequited feelings for you during our 3 years of marriage. She was stunned. What? No, that is absurd. My pride was so great that I wasted 3 years hesitating, unable to confess my feelings to you. You became disappointed and chose to leave me. I will never make such a foolish mistake again. I will make certain that I am the only one in your heart until you love me as I love you. Lila stared up at him in shock. He has never spoken to me this way. He sounds like an entirely different person. Can amnesia change someone's personality too? Is this really the Aslan I know? Meanwhile, Rosalind was screaming, please stop. My jewelry, dresses, even my shoes. I sold everything and gave you the money. What else do you want? Glock laughed. Do you think that is enough to satisfy me? That is all I can give you. I have nothing left. Aslan has abandoned me. Even if you threaten me with my secret, I cannot give you anything more. Threaten you? Do you think I came here to threaten and blackmail you? Rosalind stared at him. What do you mean? My dear, if we work together, we can achieve things far greater than this handful of jewelry. Rosalind trembled in fear. What? Glock took her hand. Rosalind Peridot, my love. He suddenly kissed the back of her hand. I will make you a duchess. Back in Lila's garden, Aslan was with her outside. Aiden brought a plate of pie to him. Your Grace, I added cinnamon to the apple pie. I do not know whether you will like it. Call me Aslan. I love cinnamon. Thank you, brother-in-law. I will enjoy it. Aiden smiled in satisfaction. Tell me if you want more, brother Aslan. Recalling the moment when Aslan and Lila had been talking, he thought, I will make my sister's heart turn toward me. Lila glanced at Aslan. I still cannot get used to Aslan saying such things. Has his amnesia made him confused? At that moment, he looked back at her with a tender gaze. It must be delicious. You should try some too, my lady. He savored the golden pie with great enjoyment. Seeing him, Lila smiled helplessly. The way he offered her cinnamon apple pie truly proves that he has lost his memories. I hate strong scents, so I never eat anything with cinnamon, even in small amounts. Knowing that, Aslan would always promptly remove cinnamon dishes from my sight. She smiled at him. Thank you. I will enjoy it. Aslan raised the plate higher, making it impossible for her to reach. and he leaned close to her. It seems you do not like this. You enjoyed apple pie a few days ago, but if this is different from that one, does that mean you dislike cinnamon? You dislike strong scents. Your nose is sensitive, is it not? How? How do you know that? Have you remembered? No, I simply know. Looking closely at her expression, he continued. You asked whether I remembered. So I knew this before. Embarrassed, she stammered, why yes. You knew so well that it surprised me. Aslan has a good memory and is considerate toward everyone. Hearing that, he glanced at her with a smug expression. Me? No, is that wrong? Your memory is so good that once you hear something, you never forget it. I remember important information, but I do not remember things I do not care about. Then you must be extremely important to me, my lady, since I remember even something as trivial as your food preferences. I do not clearly remember the names of people unrelated to my work, and sometimes I even struggle to remember faces. Could I be secretly hiding an enormous fortune somewhere? She jolted and denied it. What? Of course not. Then I must truly love you very much. Unfortunately, it seems to be unrequited love. Lila stammered shyly. Aslan suddenly asked frankly, do you truly feel nothing for me? Not even a little over those 3 years. Her cheeks turned bright red. That is, no. He pressed a hand to his forehead in helplessness. I never thought I was such an unattractive man. If I had known, I should have gained romantic experience and learned how to charm women from a young age. Then he gently took her hand. Forgive me for being so clumsy. From now on, I will study diligently. So will you give me one more chance? She said nothing, her heart pounding wildly. Stop it. Stop fluttering around, you foolish heart. Because Aslan remembers nothing, I will consider this a misunderstanding. Speak to me after you regain your memories. She gently pulled her hand away from his. By then, Lord Aslan will have changed his mind. With that, she left with a regretful expression. He could only stand behind her and watch her go. He stared after her, clenching his hands in frustration. The following morning, Sophia called lovingly from the stairs. My daughter, did you sleep well? Wait a moment, breakfast will be ready soon. Did everyone sleep well? Sister, can I ask father to have meat today? Just then, a familiar voice sounded behind her. Did you sleep well, my lady? She turned around instinctively. Aslan entered carrying firewood and asked, the mornings and evenings are still chilly. Were you cold last night? I was fine. That is a relief. I burned extra firewood because I was worried you would be cold. I remember that you are frail, so I always had to take care of you. Those words made her heart race. She went to the table and pulled out a chair to sit down. Do not pay any attention to what he says. If he regains his memories, I will be the only one hurt. Just then, an announcement sounded from outside the door. Newspaper delivery. Lila stood up. I will go get it. Seeing this, Aslan asked, you're going out dressed like that? It is fine. I will only be gone for a moment. He casually reached for a coat on the chair. Wait, my lady. Mother, may I borrow this? But Lila dashed out the door. Aslan caught up with her and gently draped the coat over her shoulders. Put this on before going outside. Lila blushed shyly. There is no need. It is already early summer. You only recently recovered from a cold. You need to be careful. What? How do you know I was sick not long ago? The question made Aslan freeze for a moment. He inadvertently recalled something and answered, I must have heard about it before. Lila widened her eyes in surprise. Heard it? Where? Another call came from outside. Miss Lila, gee, good morning. It seems you have a guest. Lila accepted the newspaper from Han. Good morning, Han. Thank you again today. It is nothing. I'm always happy to come to the Violet House and see you, Miss Lila. The sight made Aslan darken. If you're here to deliver newspapers, simply deliver them. You're not permitted to approach customers with improper intentions. Han was frightened by his sharp words. Igrigajis. Aslan stepped forward with a grim expression and warned him. No matter how beautiful a customer may be, it is quite unpleasant to see her being courted in front of her husband. Han trembled in fear. I cannot express how sorry I am. I did not know you were her husband. Lila blushed in stunned disbelief. What is he saying? Han stammered fearfully. I have been rude. Then he quickly mounted his horse and rode away. Aslan remained standing there with a dark expression. Seeing him glare at Han as though shooting daggers, Lila asked, what are you doing? While working, one must not approach customers for personal reasons or give them flirtatious looks. It is unprofessional behavior. Even so, you frightened him. A beauty such as you, my lady, easily attracts flies and mosquitoes. I must deal with them thoroughly from the start to prevent future trouble. Of course, I understand that when someone sees a beauty such as you, it is not easy to control one's eyes or one's mind. That is why I did not lay a hand on him. Lila stared at him with her mouth open. How can he say such things without even blinking? Is it because of his amnesia? He was not originally like this. During our marriage, Aslan never guarded against men who approached me. On the contrary, I was the jealous one. Aslan is every woman's ideal man. Then she hesitated. You really have changed. What did you say? Her cheeks reddened with embarrassment. Back then, you did not seem like the Aslan I knew. You seem like a different person. How am I different? In what way? It is difficult to explain. The atmosphere grew tense. Aslan pointed to a stone bench. What kind of person was I in the past? Could you tell me in detail? To recover my memories, it would be best to hear about things that happened in the past. You are also the person closest to me. But she hesitated. You were considerate, gentle, and affectionate. You were also friendly to everyone and loved to share. If the people suffered a poor harvest, you always provided them with rice and grain. Every year, you supported the poor in refugee camps and slums. You never missed a single year. It was admirable, yet you never boasted about it to anyone. Watching Lila smile brightly, Aslan thought to himself, she seems to think wealthy businessmen do charitable work out of affection, but they handle it in advance to save on taxes and avoid royal scrutiny. She kept smiling. You would never ignore a pitiful person or animal, because you are so compassionate. He turned his gaze away. Then a thought flashed through his mind. This is unexpected. I am not the type to like animals, and I have never found anyone pitiful. So I used to do such things. Did I want to make a good impression on this woman that badly? How ridiculous. Her eyes believe that I am the kindest and most affectionate person in the world. I am afraid of shattering that faith. If I pretended to be the person she thinks I am, would she like me? Perhaps that was what I thought, but trying for 3 years did not work at all. Then he suddenly spoke, startling her. You were deceived. I only pretended so that you would think that way. What? My values could not have completely changed in only a few years. I simply tried very hard to win your affection. What are you saying? You do not remember, so do not make such assumptions. I know myself best. I am the kind of person who deceives others to obtain what I want. For the past 3 years, I deceived you because I was afraid you would leave me. Even so, I still lost you. Now I want to live honestly. Are you disappointed to hear my true feelings? Lila stood there blankly, breaking out in a sweat. I always thought he was confident and wonderful. But who is this? Who is the person standing before me? Even if you did deceive me, I still think you are a good person. What? Is doing things to make a good impression on the person you like not what a good person does? You acted that way because you cared for and respected the other person. So you admit that I loved you before? I only said that because you keep calling yourself a bad person. To me, whether it was 3 years ago or now, Aslan is still a good person. Nothing has changed. Then she suddenly ran away. He remained seated on the bench, watching her. A woman who believes in me that much. Just being able to love her would be enough to make me happy. Elsewhere, Rosalind's voice rang out. What do you mean? You will make me the Duchess of Thordel? Aslan does not love me. He abandoned me, did he not? So how are you going to make me a Duchess? I know an enormous secret about the Duke. A secret. If I use that secret to threaten him, you could become the Duchess. What secret is it? Do you know the Duchess's true identity? That woman is not really Helena Lariston. Rosalind was startled. What? Her real name is Lila Violet. She is the daughter of low-born commoners. A commoner? Yes. She entered the Lariston household at the age of 10 and lived under the false name Helena. That. Does Aslan know too? He knows everything and married her anyway. That is why it benefits us. Benefits us? Even if the Duke of Thordel does not know, Helena, no, Lila Violet, will never be left in peace. You know how dearly the Duke of Thordel cherishes his wife. Do you think he would stand by and watch that woman get hurt? If I exploit that weakness, I can make you a duchess. She thought to herself, I really could become a duchess. Glock pulled Rosalind close and lightly kissed her forehead. Trust me, my dear, everything they have will become ours. Back at Lila's home, she was in her room arranging her books. Wearing a lovely dress, she stepped outside and gently closed the door behind her. As she came down the stairs, Aslan saw her and asked, Where are you going? I have something to do, so I'm going out for a while. I will return before evening. May I come with you? She immediately objected. No. You have only recently recovered from being sick, so I think it would be better for you to stay home. She thought to herself, if Aslan comes with me, unpleasant rumors might spread. I'm not going anywhere exciting. Today is simply the day I teach the children at the church Pola. You know Pola, I studied it before, but I am not very proficient. How could you say your skills aren't good when you can teach the children? It seems my wife is being too modest. The children are obedient and smart, so they simply keep up well. I know Pola too, so I think I can help you. Of course, I know Aslan speaks Pola like a native, but he has not been outside in a long time, so he must be feeling stifled. Her expression suddenly turned serious. You must be careful not to reveal your identity. I know. He immediately rose to prepare to leave. Lila stood there, quietly worried, suddenly overcome by unease. No matter how plainly he dressed, his noble nature would still show through. Could they really finish this outing without any trouble? Outside, the streets were far livelier and more bustling. Lila and Aslan walked together in simple clothes when an elderly woman greeted her. "Good morning, Lila. Are you going to teach the children?" "Good morning, ma'am. Jody has already arrived, hasn't he?" The old woman smiled. "He came as soon as the sun rose. He always used to avoid studying when I told him to, but it seems you teach very well. But who is the man beside you?" "He's a guest staying at my house. You two make such a lovely couple." Lila blushed brightly. "He's an honored guest, but it is not what you think." She hurriedly whispered into Aslan's ear, "Hurry, let's go." Then she dashed away. Aslan watched her go with a faint smile, finding her utterly adorable. After running for a while, she stopped, panting heavily. "Phew, it is not even summer yet, but it is so hot. I must have gotten hot because I was walking so fast. Let's rest for a moment before we continue." The two sat down on a bench. Aslan took off his hat and began fanning Lila. She asked in surprise, "What are you doing? Do you not feel cooler?" Lila's face flushed as she nodded. Aslan said cheerfully, "I told you I would help you." She silently assessed him. "I felt it earlier too. It is like he has become a completely different person. Right now, Aslan seems like a child." She stared intently at Aslan, and their eyes met. Embarrassed, she quickly looked away. "I do not dislike it, but..." At last, they arrived at the school. When the children saw Lila, they rushed out and hugged her. "Teacher," Lila asked, "have you all been well?" "Yes, I finished all my homework." "Me too." One child turned and saw Aslan, asking curiously, "Huh? Who is that? I have never seen him before." "He is teacher's guest. May he sit in on the lesson?" He stepped forward and introduced himself. "My name is Aslan." The two children looked at each other in silence. Then both smiled brightly. Yes." The class began. Aslan sat below, watching Lila teach with great enthusiasm. He found himself puzzled. Is it only because the children are obedient and smart? I do not understand why she lacks confidence so much. Even though she is normally the Duchess, she belittles herself excessively, as though she has become accustomed to it. As he watched her, most of his memories began to return. "Before our marriage, I often had a dream. A strange young woman appeared in it. But after finding that woman in reality, I quickly realized that it was merely a memory from another life. These two memories are different from a prophetic dream. However, if I assume there was a past life, then all the confusion I have experienced can be explained." He recalled his conversation with Danton. "We held our wedding at the monastery where my mother died, did we not?" "Yes." "What are you saying? The Dowager Duchess is still alive. Then where did I meet that former lady? My mind is still in chaos, but there is one thing I know for certain, whether in my past life or this one. The person I love is not Rosalind Peridot, but Lila Violet." Suddenly, a child tugged at his clothes. "Mister, what is your relationship with teacher?" Aslan froze in silence for a moment. Then he smiled kindly. "If you promise to keep it a secret, I will tell you." He bent down and whispered in the little girl's ear, "We are married." The little girl's eyes widened in surprise, looking utterly adorable. Seeing them talk so animatedly, Lila asked, "What are you two talking about?" Elsewhere, an angry voice rang out. "Damn it, Aslan Thordell. We should have dealt with him thoroughly back then. It was a mistake to entrust this to a useless fool like you. You could not even handle such a simple task. If it were Aslan Thordell, he should have suspected that our rivals were behind it. But why has he not made a move yet? Is he plotting something?" Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The man snapped irritably, "Who is it?" You seem very angry. It appears I can help you." "What do you think? How did you get in here?" "You do not need to know that. You are the mastermind behind the attempt to eliminate Aslan Thordell, are you not?" The man had been struck at his weak point and stammered as he tried to remain calm. What are you talking about? If you send others to do your work, you should tell them to keep their mouths shut." He recalled overhearing the man's soldiers boasting at a tavern. "I was thrilled when I received his offer this time. You would expect no less from a great noble family, right? So what did he offer you?" Glock had heard everything. He wore a sly smile as he thought, so that is how it is. Meanwhile, the man cursed furiously to himself. Damn that idiot. When a branch of the Thordell family and the Council of Elders approached me, I thought my luck had finally arrived. I became too excited when they said they would hand over the Western Railway line if I eliminated Aslan Thordell. I should have thought more carefully about how to get rid of him completely. So what do you intend to do with me now? Send me to the salt mines? Glock laughed in delight. Look, I told you I would help you. Then how will you do it? I have already devised a plan that will guarantee Aslan Thordell's death. If the plan succeeds, that Western Railway line will easily be yours. So, will you cooperate? The two shook hands, sealing their alliance. Elsewhere, Rosalind paced back and forth. What should I do? If I join hands with Glock, can I really become the Duchess? But if that happens, Glock will kill Aslan. Has Aslan truly not discovered Glock's plan? If Aslan discovers the plan, he will send me to my death without mercy. I cannot risk my life for Glock. I will not get involved any further. Back at the school, Lila closed her book and announced, "That is all for today. I will see you all next week." The children looked disappointed. Suddenly, one boy eagerly suggested, "The weather is wonderful today. Let's go outside and play." The other children excitedly agreed. "Yes, let's go play." Lila worried inwardly. What should I do? I am not an official teacher. I do not know whether I am allowed to take the children out on my own. As she gently tried to calm them down, someone opened the door and entered. The priest asked, "What is going on?" "Father, it seems the children want to go out for a walk." "Go out for a walk. The children would love that. Is that all right?" "Of course. They have gone to the sea and into the forest to play by themselves before. With their teacher accompanying them today, I feel even more at ease." The children gazed at her eagerly. Lila finally relented. "All right then, let us go to the beach today." Under the clear, gentle sky, she took the children out to play, and Aslan joined them. The children were delighted. "Teacher, let us play in the water. I want to go swimming. I did not bring a change of clothes today. Maybe next time, but I want to play." "Then let us play hide and seek instead." She smiled happily as she watched the children play. "Teacher, let us build a sandcastle." "That is a wonderful idea." She diligently sat down to build one with them. Then she looked around and wondered, where did Aslan go? When she looked over, she saw him happily playing with the children. Seeing that scene, she silently praised him. He is good at everything. He is even good with children. Aslan will probably be a wonderful father someday, but I will likely never get to see Aslan as a father. During our 3 years of marriage, Aslan and I have never slept together. Though we shared the same room, Aslan never once touched me. Sometimes, he even left the bed and slept on the sofa. He must have hated me very much. The sweltering sunlight began to make her feel tired. Phew, I should probably stay still tomorrow. She began massaging herself. Aslan ran over just then. "I am so thirsty. Do you have any water left?" "Yes, here. Thank you." He seemed slightly tired and drank the whole bottle in one go. The sight felt strangely familiar to her. An image suddenly appeared in her mind. Aslan lying on a bed with his shirt buttons undone, his eyes closed as though intoxicated. Embarrassed, she turned away and tried to compose herself. What was that image just now? Aslan and I have clearly never touched each other. Suddenly, he sat down beside her and tightly took her hand. She stared at him with wide eyes, dazedly thinking, perhaps I'm the only one who feels this way. The only one struggling to breathe, my heart racing and my chest tightening. Lila finally spoke. "What is wrong?" Aslan remained silent, seemingly calculating something in his mind. Suddenly, he leaned close and pulled Lila nearer. A suggestive tension filled the air along with their hurried breaths. Then a child's high-pitched voice rang out. "Teacher!" Both of them turned at once. Lila immediately stood up. "Ah, yes, I am coming." Aslan raised his hand regretfully, but could do nothing. Aslan clenched his fist in reluctance, while Lila ran away with a shy blush. "What should I do? I am actually feeling disappointed at a time like this. This would not do." I do not know why Aslan suddenly acted that way, but if he remembers, he will surely regret it. I do not want to become Aslan's mistake. I need to keep my distance from him. The next day, after what happened yesterday, words that sounded like Akma's whisper kept echoing in her mind. If you love Aslan, why will you not accept that he is trying to get closer to you? I thought so much that I could not sleep, so I used borrowing books from the priest's library as an excuse to escape the house. Of course, I know Aslan is showing me affection now, because he is clear-minded and rational. Wake up, Lila. Aslan should date someone else, not me. Lila kept walking, watching the crowds hurry back and forth. She murmured blankly, "Huh? There are so many people coming to the village today." Suddenly, someone called out, Miss Helena. She approached the woman. Miss Emily. Lila wondered to herself, I'm not that close to her. What could this be about? I have something I want to ask you. Do you have a moment? Lila had heard that Emily was still unmarried and looking for someone to marry. Could that be why she called me over? Emily leaned close and whispered, Lila, what is your relationship with that handsome blonde man? Lila was startled. Meanwhile, Emily eagerly continued, well, the man who was with you a few days ago. You mean Aslan? Aslan, that is his name? Even his name sounds so cool. Lila thought, as expected, Aslan is loved by many people. She clenched her hand without answering, then smiled and changed the subject. But why does the village feel different from usual? Did something happen? Oh, it is because of the festival. A festival? Yes. Starting tomorrow, there will be a 3-day festival in Eries. It is the neighboring city, so the festive atmosphere has spread to our village too. Oh, a festival. Emily spoke again. More importantly, Aslan, but Lila quickly said, I have something to do, so I will be going now. Thank you for telling me. With that, she hurried away, leaving Emily standing there in confusion. Night fell over the town. Inside the little house, Sophia smiled and said, tomorrow, let's take the day off and go see the festival together. There is nothing urgent to do, so it would be better to spend time with the family before we become busier. That is wonderful. A day off work to enjoy the festival. Tomorrow should be fun, right, sister? Yes. It is my first time seeing this festival, so I'm looking forward to it. Huh, it is your first time too? I thought you would be tired of attending festivals at the Imperial Palace. Yes, but I have never attended this kind of festival. Lila thought to herself, I have attended royal festivals before, but compared to a real festival, those were no different from noble social gatherings. Aiden turned to Aslan and asked, then perhaps it is the same for you too, Your Grace? He nodded. Yes, I have never attended this kind of festival either. Then it will be the first time for all 3 of us. Let's try every game at the festival. May I come too? Lila's entire family froze, their heads full of question marks. Sophia replied firmly, of course you should come with us. Aslan sighed and explained, I thought you were all visiting your family, so I assumed I was not meant to come along. Of course you're meant to come. We are living under the same roof. Aslan thought to himself, this is the first time I have ever felt this way. Really? May I truly join you? Of course. Lila encouraged him as well. The more people there are, the more fun it will be. Aslan paused slightly at her words. So this is how warm a family can make someone feel. Afterward, Aslan opened the door and stepped outside. His subordinate immediately greeted him. My lord, Aslan asked about the situation. Nothing has happened at the Imperial Palace, correct? Yes, nothing major has happened for the time being, but what is it? A letter has arrived for you, my lord. However, the sender is Rosalind Peridot. Its contents read, I have something to tell you. It is extremely important. So could you come meet me in secret? I await your reply. The guard anxiously watched Aslan's expression. Aslan angrily crumpled the letter in his hand. How shameless. That woman must have lied to me. She does not know that her lies have been exposed, which is why she brazenly sent me this letter. I will likely return to the Imperial Palace soon. You do not need to return there yourself, my lord. If you give the order, I will, but he coldly cut him off. No, I will handle it myself. I cannot let the woman who dared steal Lila's place go unpunished. She must pay for her audacity. On the day of the festival, Sophia stood before the mirror, applying Lila's makeup. Once she felt everything was perfect, Sophia announced, all done. Open your eyes. You were already beautiful, but now you are even more radiant. I like this style more than any of the ones I have had before. Oh, my daughter is such a sweet talker. Let's go downstairs now. Everyone is waiting. When Lila came downstairs, her father stared at her in amazement. Oh, Lila, you are shining so brightly that I can barely open my eyes. Aiden gave an approving thumbs up as well. Sister, you are so pretty. You look different from usual. You are all praising me too much. Not all. You truly are beautiful today. Do you not think so too, Aslan? Yes, you are very beautiful. The festival was bustling with excitement. Sophia cheerfully linked arms with her husband and suggested, let us start over there. All right. They stopped at a jewelry stall. Sophia picked up a necklace, intending to put on Lila. This is so beautiful. It would suit you perfectly. Lila smiled and went along with her. Really, mother? Then buy one for me. No, it is all right. I would not use it. Lila smiled shyly. I should not place an unnecessary burden on my family. Her eyes fell on a sparkling bracelet at a stall, and she thought to herself, what a beautiful bracelet. But she immediately shook her head and hurried elsewhere to distract herself from it. Aslan happened to notice. Everyone was eagerly watching the clown's performance. Lila looked around, wondering, where did Aslan go? At last, she spotted him at a stall. She ran over and asked, Aslan, what are you doing over there? That. Did you buy it? Lila glanced at the pile of things in his arms. Those are all the things I looked at. She asked in surprise, did you buy all of them? Did you buy everything I had my eye on? He nodded in confirmation, thinking, I ended up buying everything. Have I really never done something like this before? Or is it too heavy for you, my lady? Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation. So this is where you two are. Your father and I have to head home now. We have work tomorrow. That's right. Lila glanced at Aslan regretfully. I want to ask why he bought all those things, but she answered her parents, yes. Then let's go home. You two can stay and have some more fun before you go. There are plenty of exciting things at night, too. Aiden innocently asked, two? Why two? Sis, the Duke makes 3, doesn't he? His parents knowingly dragged him away. We're heading home now. Have fun, Lila. In the end, only the 2 of them remain, Aslan suggested. Then shall we enjoy the festival a little longer? Yes, all right. Under the night sky, couples danced beneath the flickering firelight. Lila was delighted by the romantic sight. Aslan took the initiative. Dance with me. Huh? Anyone can dance. Dance with me. Lila nodded and placed her hand in Aslan's. Yes, just move however you like. This isn't high society, after all. She beamed happily at him. Then she began moving to the music, shyly looking down. He placed a hand around her waist, then suddenly lifted her into the air. She laughed brightly, delighted by the beautiful moment. Her radiant smile moved his heart, and he smiled as well. The two looked at each other in happiness. Meanwhile, Rosalind was growing irritated and impatient. Why won't you answer me, Aslan? Glock opened the door and startled her. Rosalind stepped back warily and asked, W, what is it? He grinned sinisterly. Everything necessary for the plan is ready. The important thing is how much Aslan Thordell remembers now. Well, have you figured anything out? If he had remembered everything, he would have returned to the palace with Lila. Since they still have not returned, he probably has not remembered it all yet. If so, that will be difficult. Our condition is that he must regain all of his memories and love his wife deeply. I suppose I will have to help him recover his memories quickly. Elsewhere, Lila sat on a bench, thinking to herself, my feet hurt a little, and it is uncomfortable, but today really was a perfect day. Suddenly, she noticed that someone had dropped a handkerchief, a white one with red trim, lying on the ground. Lila called out, Excuse me, sir. The man turned around in confusion. Is something wrong? She picked up the handkerchief and said, You dropped this. Oh, I did not even realize when I dropped it. Thank you, miss. You are welcome. Forgive my rudeness, but which family do the young lady like you belong to? I only ask because I would like to properly thank you. Oh, I live in the nearby Yellow District. My family is not prominent enough to be called a noble house. I thought you were a young lady from elsewhere who had come here on holiday. No, then, at that moment, a cold voice interrupted him. What is going on here? Aslan stepped forward and stood in front of Lila. Intimidated by his overwhelming presence, the man backed away. This young lady picked up my handkerchief, so I was merely thanking her. Is that not rather long for a thank you? If you have nothing else to say, you may leave. His gloomy expression frightened the man. The man politely bowed. I will be going then. Aslan continued glaring at him until he disappeared from sight. Lila hesitantly said from behind him, Thank you for helping me, but you did not have to say all that. Do you enjoy picking up handkerchiefs? It was the same before, and it is the same now. Why do you keep picking up other people's handkerchiefs? Aslan was so stubborn when he acted this way. But then Lila recalled Aslan's words. Aslan, have all your memories returned? What did you just say? This time, he was the confused one. Huh, it seems she does not like seeing me jealous. He replied, I did not say anything. Why is he suddenly saying it was nothing? He clearly remembered. You remembered, did you not? You just said it yourself. You said that I picked up your handkerchief before. Do you remember the first time we met? Why is she questioning me so relentlessly? Could it be she is about to tell me that, now that I remember, I should hurry back to the palace? I merely said it on impulse. So that was how we first met. How surprising. You have not remembered? No. Why would I lie to you? That is strange. He remembers that I picked up his handkerchief. Why would he lie? Could he be embarrassed that he has remembered? Maybe his memories of loving Rosalind have returned. Perhaps he is ashamed because he keeps denying it, so he lied. If he remembers, he can simply return to Rosalind. But Aslan is a compassionate man. He does not want to hurt me. Thinking that, she called out, Aslan. I am here, Lila. She thought to herself. It is also possible that Aslan truly has not recovered his memories yet. So, just a little longer. Did you want to tell me something? Startled, she replied, oh no. As I thought, she suspects me. I need to be more careful from now on, so she does not find out. She thought as well. I am sorry, Aslan, but I will pretend not to know a little longer. Having decided that, she turned away. My family must be worried. Let's go back soon. But after taking only a few steps, she staggered. She lost her balance and fell into his arms. He anxiously asked, Lila, where does it hurt? It is only my foot. It hurts a little. I'm fine now. Shall we go? No, I need to examine your foot first. He carefully inspected her foot. Aslan suddenly removed her shoe, revealing a foot covered in wounds, which startled her. Wait. He lifted her reddened, injured foot. There are too many wounds. It needs treatment immediately. I could just apply medicine when I get home. No, if you dismiss it, it could leave scars. Just then, two women passing by curiously whispered, what is happening? That man is kneeling. Is he proposing to her? Or perhaps he is her servant. Lila blushed in embarrassment. Everyone is looking. This is so embarrassing. She said, I understand. Let's hurry home so I can apply medicine. My shoes. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise as Aslan swiftly lifted her into his arms. If you put your shoes back on, your wounds will get worse. I will take you home safely, so just relax. Lila's heart pounded as her cheeks flushed. How am I supposed to relax in a situation like this? The man from earlier had been watching them. So that man really is the young lady's lover. That makes sense. He is so handsome, after all. Suddenly, he noticed a sound. He looked around and called out, who is there? But nobody answered, and the sound grew clearer. I did not bring my sword because I came to the festival. Why now of all times? Footsteps approached, and someone suddenly dragged him away. Who is this man? The carriage sped along a narrow road. Lila quietly thought, this is not the road back to my house. She curiously asked, Aslan, where are we going? To have your foot treated. We can just go straight home. He firmly replied, no, you need proper first aid and treatment. We are here. He stepped down from the carriage and gently took her hand. Then he carried her again. Embarrassed, she said, now that we are here, I can walk. If you keep squirming, I will fall too. He carried her inside and raised a hand to ring the doorbell. She anxiously asked, what place is this? He answered gently, a place where you can be treated. They waited for a moment. Aslan knocked again. After a while, someone inside opened the door and irritably asked, who could it be at this hour? Aslan coldly interrupted. You are Oscar Langston, correct? The man exclaimed in surprise. My lord, Gus Chester told me that his assistant, Oscar Langston, was staying here and that I should come to you if anything urgent arose. You know that I lost my memories, correct? Oscar hastily replied, why yes, I know. I am Oscar Langston. Please come in, my lord. Aslan ordered, call the royal physician here immediately. Yes, my lord. Where are you injured? Not me. My wife injured her foot. I understand. Oscar hurried away to fetch someone. Lila thought silently. He cannot remember the name of an assistant, yet he gives orders so naturally. As expected, he is hiding the fact that his memories have returned. The physician quickly bandaged her foot. He carefully instructed her, avoid getting it wet until the wound has fully healed and apply the ointment every morning. I will take my leave now. Lila said, I am sorry for troubling you over something so minor. He objected, it is no trouble at all, and this is not a minor matter. You are injured. Why do you not value yourself more? When you are hurt, I hurt just as much. What? Lila hesitantly explained, it really is nothing. Do not say that. Take care of yourself, and do not overlook even the smallest injuries. Oscar suddenly spoke up. The treatment is finished, correct? Ah, yes. Thank you for your concern. In any case, it is already late. Why not stay here until morning before leaving? Oh, but my family must be worried. Aslan calmly ordered, prepare a carriage for me. I am leaving tonight. Understood, my lord. Also, has there been no news from the palace? No, my lord. The last message was the one sent by Lord Gus. Aslan coldly ordered, if there is an urgent message, come to Yellow immediately without hesitation. Open the window of the last room on the second floor and leave it there. Do not waste time deciding whether you should report it to me. I will be the one to judge. Oscar respectfully answered, yes, my lord. Aslan turned to Lila and gently said, let us wait for the carriage. Oscar wondered to himself. He is still exactly as he used to be. Did he truly lose his memories? Outside the house, Aiden happily shouted, Mom, Dad, Sis is back. Lila, welcome back. Were you all waiting outside? We were worried something might have happened on your way home. Nothing happened, did it? Not necessarily. You were gone for so long that Mom even sent me to borrow the church's carriage. Lila thought awkwardly. Several things did happen, but nothing serious. I was having so much fun that I lost track of time. Aslan interrupted. Something did happen. Lila injured her foot, so I took her to receive treatment before bringing her back. Sophia cried out in alarm. What? She was injured? Oh, what happened to your foot? It truly is nothing, but... He smiled at her. Elsewhere, a man asked, who are you? Glock replied, you are interested in that woman, are you not? Let me help you. To be honest, I fell for her at first sight, but the man with her seems to value her greatly. I doubt I stand a chance with her, so even if you help me, it will be useless. Is that so? That differs greatly from what I know. Actually, those two are not in love. What? How could that be? That man was in an accident and currently has amnesia, but I think that once he regains his memories, he will return to the person he truly loves. Then that woman is truly pitiful. She does not know that her former husband never loved her. He is only approaching her to recover his lost memories. What did you say? That man is only deliberately approaching her? Wait, were those two once married? That is correct, but they are practically divorced now. What did you say earlier? That he is deliberately approaching her? I truly believe so, because those two were famous for hating each other. But they do not look that way now. That is proof that the man is using her. But are you sure he has amnesia? It is possible that he has already regained his memories. Glock calmly declared, it will be easy to confirm that. He whispered his scheme. This method should work, should it not? All right, good luck. I truly hope you will be happy with that woman. Why are you helping me this much? Today is the first time I have met you. I simply want to help. You need not think too much about it. Reply by letter and let me know whether the plan succeeds or not. Glock quickly left. The man silently clenched the slip of paper in his hand. Then Glock went to meet Rosalind. He happily said, everything is going smoothly. At this rate, the day you become the Duchess is not far off. Rosalind asked, really? I was worried, but that is a relief. Secretly, she was anxious. Once I become the Duchess, will Glock really kill Aslan? Why will Aslan not answer my letters? It seems he has misunderstood me. I cannot leave things like this. Glock excitedly said, let us go look at dresses for your wedding ceremony. Where should we find jewelry that suits you? That is still too soon. Our plan has not been completed yet. I need to find a way to help Aslan without making Glock suspicious. What should I do? Rosalind suddenly said, I was thinking, what if I went to yellow myself to see what is going on? Glock asked in surprise, yourself? Aslan is not replying to me, so it would be better for me to go there and tell him about your plan. My dear, there is something I would like to ask you. What is it? Glock suddenly grabbed her, making her cry out in pain. I do not know what foolish thoughts are running through that head of yours, but it seems you have forgotten something very important. I can expose your secret whenever I wish. Rosalind trembled as she looked at him. Glock ordered, so do not entertain any foolish ideas. Just do the job I gave you properly. Terrified, she answered yes. What should I do now? 3 days later, Lila carefully examined her foot. It has completely healed. You must not move around until your foot is fully healed. If you need anything, call for us. Thanks to that, I was able to lock myself in my room for 3 days. Naturally, the sight of Aslan carrying her returned to her mind. I also feel embarrassed about facing Aslan. Still, I have to go out today. I used to be able to stay in my room for an entire week. Why is it so difficult now? If I go down to the village, everyone will surely ask about Aslan, but I have not gone there in a long time, so I should take a look. She climbed the mountain near her home, looked out at the scenery, and let out a relieved breath. This was my first time returning here since Aslan came to Yellow. He had not been here long, yet I felt closer to him than I ever had at the Imperial Palace. I had thought he was a grown man, but at times he seemed like a considerate child, sometimes even clumsy. I really had fallen completely in love with Aslan. I thought that once I came here, I would be able to forget everything. Then Aslan called to me from behind. Lila, startled, she thought Aslan. He called to her gently once more. Lila, why did it have to be now? All right, it was time for me to let him go. After a moment, Lila said, there was a hill like this near the house where I used to live. So when I found this hill, I was very happy. I see. When I was at the Imperial Palace, the garden was what I liked most. Lord Aslan planted countless kinds of flowers there for me. If that is the case, then we really do share the same tastes. I'm not sure. Aslan is gentle and kind, but he is difficult to get close to. One day, he seemed to like me, but the next day, he would keep his distance. I was exhausted by his ambiguous attitude. Aren't you curious about what you were like before? I will tell you everything I know. Aslan asked in surprise, why are you suddenly bringing this up? I just want you to regain your memories quickly. No, he already remembers. I'm only pretending not to know. He asked sadly. Do you want me to regain my memories quickly and leave this place? I do not want him to leave, but I have to let him go. Yes, you are a busy person, and there are many people waiting for you. If you wish to send me away so badly, then I must comply with my wife's wishes. Lila hurriedly explained, I did not mean to send you away. In my view, Aslan took hold of her arm. He gently declared, this must be the best way my wife can help me. Aslan leaned down slightly and pressed his lips to hers. Holding her tightly, he gave her a long, passionate kiss. I can't breathe. She tried to push him away. What am I supposed to say? My head is such a mess that I do not know what to say. Aslan calmly said, I think that to recover my memories, I should do the things we used to do in the past. If we were husband and wife, then we must have done this too. She blurted out awkwardly that if he had regained his memories, he should know that we had never even kissed. She hastily explained, but I have never done anything like that. You know the truth. We only had a contractual marriage. It seems you are truly certain that my memories have returned. Lila asked in confusion, isn't that the case? I will not deny it, but they have not fully returned yet. I still do not remember anything related to our married life. Even if it was a political marriage, I think it is something we should have done. It would be truly strange if we still had not done so by now. She stared at him in astonishment. Aslan continued sadly. Actually, I came today to speak about this, but it seems I did things in the wrong order. My assistant gave me this. Your maid left it behind. These are our wedding rings. Why are you? He gently announced. I want us to become a real married couple. I like you. Lila. She pressed her lips together. That cannot be true. Someone like Aslan could never like me. Even I hate this side of myself. Aslan deserves someone more wonderful, someone like the heroine. Even if Aslan's feelings are genuine, she said sadly, I am afraid that you will change after you regain your memories. So let us talk after you have remembered everything. I understand. To hear your answer sooner, I will do my best to recover my memories quickly. Aslan liking me. I wish for that too. But whenever I do, the image of Lord Aslan with Rosalind destroys my hopes. Before losing his memory, Aslan had never shown me that side of himself. If you remember everything, your heart will change. No, even after I remember, I will still love you. That is not true. You could not have loved me before. If you loved me, then you should have said that you loved me at least once. He said firmly, it certainly will be true. If what you say is right, then I will lose my memory again and keep losing it until I become the man who loves you again. In another room, Glock asked, have you verified what I told you? Of course. I investigated everyone who might know the real Helena Lariston. Earlier, a subordinate respectfully reported, I investigated a lady who had been close to Helena Lariston during her childhood. She said that the Helena Lariston of today is completely different from the one she knew as a child. Everything is different, her appearance, hair color, and mannerisms. He asked irritably, but it is not uncommon for someone's appearance to change from childhood. Is there no more reliable information? There is, sir. Go on. I questioned servants who once worked at the Lariston estate. When they heard the name Helena Lariston, every one of them fell silent. It took considerable effort, but I managed to hear almost the entire story from one servant. The current Duchess of Thordell is not someone I wish to serve. You will understand why if you hear the rumors that spread throughout Lariston at the time. What kind of rumors? The subordinate reported. There were rumors that Count Lariston often kidnapped young girls. Kidnapped them? Yes. They even said that the kidnapped children were similar to Helena Lariston in age and appearance. The servant added this. The first one was indeed the young lady I wished to serve, but after several times. People who were unworthy gradually took the young lady's place. I see. So the Duchess really is a fake noblewoman. Back in the present, he said happily, at last, we have something we can use against Aslan. Shall I add that person to the list of witnesses? With my witness's testimony added to it, he will have no way out. But how did you learn all this information? Come to think of it, I have never heard anything about you. Why does that matter? What matters is that all the information I give you comes with no conditions. You need not worry. I will not betray you. So you must act according to what I tell you as well. Understood. Good. Now all that remains is helping Aslan recover his memories. The moment I am certain that Aslan's memories have returned, we will proceed with the next stage of the plan. Let us help one another until then. The two happily shook hands. Meanwhile, Lila quietly thought, since our conversation on the hill, Aslan has often asked me about his past self to help recover his lost memories. Lila, did I used to like this? Aslan asked curiously. I'm not sure whether you liked it, but whenever you had free time, you would solve it sometimes. Did you solve them with me too? Yes, though not often. If you came home from work early, we would play together. I was not particularly interested in crossword puzzles before, but after playing with you, I began solving them by myself too. Is that so? Yes, it is quite fun. When I solve a difficult clue, I feel a sense of accomplishment. Once I sent my solution to a newspaper office, and surprisingly, I won a prize and received a gift. Though I seem to be telling more stories about myself than about Aslan, it is still nice to have a chance to look back on myself. Aslan praised her. You received a prize? You are impressive. It seems you're fluent in Pola as well. Did I know that before? Yes. We often spoke to each other in Pola. Come to think of it, there was another reason he knew I spoke Pola. I took on book translation jobs to earn money. Wait, you worked to earn money? Lila answered in alarm. Yes. Aslan questioned her. Did I not give you enough money in the past? Or was it still not enough? It was not like that. Did you need it for a personal investment? She said awkwardly. Well, I could not buy you a gift with your own money. Aslan looked at her intently. I did not know my wife worked for that reason. If a publishing house paid to hire you as a translator, then your ability must be exceptional. That is remarkable. It was only good luck. Besides, they only gave me work because I agreed to accept less money than other translators. Do not belittle yourself like that. You say it was luck, but if you had not taken the initiative to seek work, you would not have had any opportunity at all. Poor quality translations can cause major losses in sales. If the publishing house keeps coming to you, then your translations must certainly be excellent. Really, she was secretly delighted. Perhaps I was not completely incapable in the past. Lila smiled. This is the first time I have heard anyone say that. I am so happy. Just talking with Aslan like this made me realize how much better I had been feeling. Suddenly, she asked in surprise, what is wrong? I am angry with myself for never having said such things to you before. Please do not say that. You need not defend me. I deserve to be scolded. He has been blaming himself too much lately. She continued, oh, there's something else as well. The next day, Sophia called out happily, Lila, Mrs. Garnet is looking for you. She is looking for me? Yes. She said she has a message for you. I know Mother and Mrs. Garnet are close, but she has never spoken to me before. Lila quickly went downstairs, and Mrs. Garnet called out, Miss Lila, Mother said you came to see me. Yes, I came to give you this. It is an invitation sent by Viscount Lancefield. An invitation? Yes. It seems he has invited you to his home. In any case, you should open it and see. But who is that? Is it really for me? Of course. A beautiful young woman with long brown hair who lives in yellow. Who else in our village could that be but Miss Lila? There are many people in the village with brown hair. Sophia suddenly spoke up. That is true. It really is addressed to Lila. But why would someone of such high status seek out Lila? Why would he seek her out when they have never met? Mrs. Garnet explained. He said he wishes to thank Miss Lila. Lila asked suspiciously, Thank me. Yes, I heard you helped him when he was in difficulty at the festival, but I did not do anything worthy of thanks. You picked up a handkerchief for someone, a young man, right? A handsome young man with blue eyes and brown hair. Aslan froze. Could it be? He murmured coldly. That man. I do not know the details, but it was probably that young man. Oh my, then that must be it. The Viscount must have taken an interest in you from that moment. Everyone froze at the strange sound. Nearby, Aslan had crushed his pen. He interjected coldly, my apologies. It seems I could not control my strength. Please continue. Sophia silently looked at him before asking. Still, is it not a bit excessive to invite her all the way to his home just to thank her? That is only an excuse. If he truly wanted to thank her, he could simply have sent money through a servant. Perhaps he has fallen for Miss Lila. Sophia cried out in alarm. That is absurd. Why is it absurd? Of course Lila is beautiful and well-liked, but inviting her to his home after meeting only once is not proper. Mrs. Garnet said, I do not know. If you are worried, you may go with her. Aslan thought silently. It will not be easy to overcome the barrier of status. A relationship between a noble and a commoner would never be accepted as serious. It would only be a momentary whim, inviting the disapproval of older people, even if commoners do not know it. How could a nobleman not know such an obvious fact? Was forcing her not enough? Does he dare look down on my wife as well? He muttered angrily. I should not have let him go so easily then. Sophia asked worriedly, Lila, you will not go, will you? She carefully examined the letter before hesitantly saying, I will not go. If he has taken an interest in me and wishes for that, it is more honor than I deserve. Hearing that, Aslan smiled. Mrs. Garnet advised, Still, you should go if possible. Viscount Lancefield is not a bad person, but the villagers will not be pleased if they learn that you pretended to be close to him. After all, most people in our village earn their living through work provided by the Viscount. If I refuse his invitation, my entire family might suffer because of it. Sophia gently interrupted. You do not have to go because of that, Lila. Do not worry about anything. Just do what you want. She smiled happily. If Viscount Lansfield is as good a person as Mrs. Garnet says, he would not retaliate just because I refused him. But the problem lies with the villagers. If I refuse outright, Mrs. Garnet will immediately spread rumors throughout the village that the Violet family decisively rejected Viscount Lansfield's goodwill. What if the Viscount simply invited me to thank me for what happened at the festival? After considering it, she decided, I will go. Really? What? Yes. If I keep refusing, it would not be very polite. Nothing will happen, Mother, so please do not worry. But Aslan suddenly interrupted. I will go with you as well. You will feel safer if I accompany you, will you not? 2 days later, Lila sat in the carriage, quietly thinking. In the end, Aslan had accompanied her to Viscount Lansfield's house. I heard the Viscount's house is not far from the Violet family home, Aslan said. Is that so? I do not socialize much, so I did not know anything about it. That means he is a fairly unremarkable nobleman. Lila gave a faint, bright smile. A moment later, someone called out, Ah, we have arrived. The Viscount greeted them. You have arrived. Thank you for accepting my invitation. I should be the one happy that you came. Aslan greeted him coldly. It is a pleasure to see you again. I am Aslan Thordell. Yes, it is a pleasure. I have prepared lunch. Please come inside. This is the dining room. My family is inside as well. You do not mind, do you? I am Aslan Thordell. Lila gently added, I am Lila Violet. Please call me Mrs. Lansfield. I am Caroline Habit, a relative of Viscount Lansfield. And I am the Viscount's younger sister, Diana. Lila thought quietly. I did not know his family would be here as well. Moreover, for some reason, the way those two were looking at me was rather strange. Everyone began their meal. They ate and conversed pleasantly, while Lila calmly enjoyed her food. After the meal ended, the Viscount asked, Did everyone enjoy the meal? It would be a shame to send our guests home just like this. So, I would like to have a more in-depth conversation between men with Mr. Thordell. Let us speak in the smoking room. Aslan declined coldly. I am sorry, but I do not smoke. I dislike the smell of tobacco. The Viscount asked, Then shall we play billiards? He asked Lila, May I go and come back? She replied hesitantly, Of course. I enjoy billiards when I have free time. So do I. Then please come this way. The two men went toward an empty corridor. The Viscount turned to look at Aslan. Aslan asked coldly, Why did you call me out here alone? He exclaimed in surprise. Huh? It seems you wanted to separate me from everyone else. Oh dear, have I been found out? Actually, there's something I wanted to ask you, Certez said. What is it? You love Miss Lila very much, don't you? I could sense it while we were dining. Throughout the meal, you kept looking in Miss Lila's direction. I didn't realize I was looking at her like that. In any case, you were clearly very concerned about her. To be honest, I had taken an interest in Miss Lila myself. But after seeing the look in your eyes, I decided to give up. You sincerely love Miss Lila, don't you? Aslan lightly bit his lip before declaring firmly, Yes. To me, she is as precious as my life. You truly are honest. All right, let's go shoot some targets now. He pondered silently. If that man's words were true, then this man had not loved Miss Lila before losing his memories. Then perhaps he really did have amnesia now. No, it was still too soon to be certain. My sister and Miss Caroline should be carrying out their task properly by now. At that moment, the Dowager Duchess said, I'm tired, so I'll return to my room. You young people should continue talking among yourselves. Caroline quietly glanced at Lila. She swallowed nervously. Ahem. We were curious to see who had helped my brother, but this is rather disappointing, isn't it? Diana answered calmly, That's right. Lila was secretly startled. This was Polomar. Are they trying to mock me? Their Polomar is so clumsy. Diana spoke contemptuously. Since she wasn't raised in Polomar, she won't understand what we're saying, right? Lila considered it inwardly. Frankly, their level was no better than the children she taught at the monastery. There was no need to respond to such childish provocation. She did not know why they had suddenly become hostile toward her, but she was used to such treatment anyway. Suddenly, Diana arrogantly cut in. Pascal once said this, A person's worth is determined at birth. Caroline cried out excitedly, Wow, Diana really is intelligent. You've even read Pascal's books. I'll remember what you just said and use it later. That's right. Caroline has had a strong will since birth, so she'll soon become just like me. But that woman's parents supposedly work in a small garden. Someone born into such a lowly family could never be like us. How pitiful. Lila set down her teacup, thinking irritably. I do not care if they ridicule me, but I cannot tolerate them insulting my family. Diana asked arrogantly, Miss Lila, how do you feel after hearing our conversation just now? Caroline sneered. Oh, look at that. She does not even understand her own name. But she has not answered, so shouldn't we ask her again? Miss Lila, didn't you hear us? Why aren't you responding? Lila abruptly interrupted. I'm sorry. There are many things I wanted to say, but I was considering how to phrase them, so my answer came a little late. It is rather impolite to point out another person's mistake, but there's one thing you said that was completely wrong. The author of the book Miss Diana read was not Pascal, but Nietzsche. Diana stammered in embarrassment. Moreover, to understand Nietzsche's meaning, one must consider the entire context. But I will not go into detail about that. Diana shouted furiously, Have you been ignoring me this entire time? Meanwhile, in the drawing room, the Viscount praised him. Certes said, You seem remarkably knowledgeable about international affairs. Do you work in business? Aslan answered calmly, something along those lines. I see. I also run a small biscuit factory. He thought silently. He has kept me here longer than I expected. I think we should return to the dining room. Ah, yes. We should not stay away too long. As they chatted, the two men returned to the dining room. Aslan was startled by the commotion inside. Caroline was trying to calm Diana down. His expression darkened, his displeasure obvious. Aslan quickly approached Lila. He asked anxiously, My lady, you have a fever. Are you all right? Lila was secretly astonished. How did Aslan know that phrase? It was a private signal between us. Whenever I was ignored at social gatherings, Aslan always used those words to help me out. Was it merely a coincidence? Or had he known all along? I want to ask him immediately, but there are too many people watching. She said calmly, I'm fine, but if we continue talking, I may grow tired. Then let us go home. Thank you for inviting us today. Ah, yes. I have already prepared a carriage. Thank you for your consideration. He hastily asked, Did the plan succeed? I could not hear anything from that room. Diana recounted shamefully. Earlier, I suddenly lost my temper and became angry, but yes, I did exactly as you instructed. He asked Miss Lila whether she had a fever. The Viscount thought silently, just as that man said. Previously, the cunning Glock had instructed him, whenever that woman gets into trouble at a social gathering, that man will come over and say this, My lady, you have a fever. Are you all right? He pondered silently. If I tell him now that Aslan has regained his memories. Wait, he clearly said Aslan did not love his wife. That woman is as precious as my life to me. That was completely different from what I had heard. That expression was unmistakably the face of a man deeply in love. No one could possibly think it was an act. Could he have been mistaken? If not, then I was the one he used. Never mind. It is over anyway. Those two truly love each other. I cannot interfere. After a moment, Diana asked worriedly, My lord, what is wrong? Has something happened? No. Thank you for helping me today. You may go home first. The Viscount sighed inwardly. On the contrary, thanks to him, I was able to give up so quickly. First, I should let him know the result. That night, Glock exclaimed excitedly. Finally, Rosalind looked at him fearfully. Glock continued happily. At last, our plan has succeeded. She thought anxiously. I still cannot tell Aslan about Glock's plan. Why are you just standing there? Rosalind cried out in surprise. Huh? Igriegagis. Go write a letter to Aslan. The carriage slowly traveled along the forest road. Lila sat silently inside, gazing out the window and wondering, did I misunderstand? My lady, you have a fever. Are you all right? But I never mentioned that secret signal. He cannot deny it any longer. At last, she decided to speak. Aslan, there is something I want to ask you. What is it? Please feel free to tell me. No matter what it is, I will sincerely answer my wife's questions. You remembered, didn't you? The question startled Aslan. When did you regain your memories? Or have you been deceiving me from the very beginning? Unable to say anything, he could only call out, Lila, why did you pretend until now? Did you enjoy making a fool of me? Did you find it amusing that I knew nothing and even offered to help you recover your memories? Aslan hurriedly denied it. No, Lila, it was not like that. I never intended to deceive you. It is true that I lost my memories, but as I spent time with you, I gradually remembered. I simply did not have the chance to tell you. You did not have a chance. You could have told me at any time. If you had admitted that you remembered while I was talking about the past, perhaps I would not feel so foolish now. I want to explain that it was not like that, yet I cannot say anything. Aslan clenched his hands as he thought, where should I begin? I have lived a life in which I had to hide so many things, because revealing my true feelings meant exposing my weaknesses to others. If those weaknesses were ever discovered, they could lead to a great conflict. Though I understand politics, economics, history, philosophy, and art, I do not know how to speak openly and sincerely with another person. That was why I could not fulfill Lila's request for a straightforward answer. He reached out to touch her, but she coldly reminded him, "Do not say anything until we get home." Aslan froze upon hearing that. She added, "Broken trust is like shattered pottery. Even if it is glued back together, cracks remain. It could fall apart again at any moment." He could only watch her in silence. At last, they arrived home. Aslan stepped down from the carriage first. He gently held out his hand to help her down, but she completely ignored it and walked straight ahead. He stood still for a moment, looking down at his hands. Lila entered the house and greeted them. "I'm home," Sophia asked cheerfully. "Did your conversation with Viscount Lancefield go well?" Rather than answering, she lowered her head tiredly and excused herself. "I'm sorry, Mother and Father. I would like to rest for a while." After saying that, she went upstairs. Her father watched her worriedly. Did something happen? Sophia also felt uneasy. It seems so. I hope everything will be all right. Upstairs, she opened her bedroom door and heavily collapsed onto the bed. "I'm so tired. I do not want to think about anything else." Down in the dining room, Sophia asked Aslan, "Did Viscount Lancefield mistreat Lila?" "Nothing like that happened." "Then why is Lila?" A sudden sound came from outside. He pushed back his chair and stood. "I'll go take a look." Aslan opened the door and went outside. He looked around, then said to himself, "Perhaps I heard wrong." Suddenly, he noticed something beside him and picked it up to inspect it. A letter. Sophia came outside as well and asked uneasily, "Did someone come?" Aslan replied, "No one." "To be sure, I'll look around." Once he reached a place where he was alone, he carefully opened the letter and read it. The contents startled him. It read, "I know the true identity of Helena Lariston." Aslan gritted his teeth. Who sent this? Was it her? He crumpled the letter in his hand as Rosalind's image came to mind. "I need to return to the Imperial Palace immediately." Seeing him pack his things, Sophia cautiously asked, "What is happening?" "I have to return to the Imperial Palace immediately. Please do not tell Lila that I left in such a hurry. I do not want her to worry." His parents-in-law looked at him uneasily as Aslan left decisively. He thought firmly, "You dare threaten me? Then I will teach you a lesson." In the garden, Lila crouched down to look at the flowers. She sighed. Earlier, when she came downstairs, Sophia had informed her the Duke had urgent business, so he left early this morning. Lila felt somewhat regretful. "Yesterday, I meant to apologize to him for speaking so harshly. I could have let it go." Sophia came out and called, "What is wrong, Lila?" Hearing her, Lila turned around. "Mother, did the Duke do something wrong to you?" "No, nothing like that." "Then did the two of you quarrel?" After a brief silence, she could only smile awkwardly. "It happened because I was too narrow-minded. I thought that perhaps Aslan was mocking and disregarding the things I had agonized over and had needed great courage to begin. I do not fully understand the circumstances, but do you truly think the Duke is the kind of person who would mock and disregard you?" "No, for what I see, you and the Duke are very alike." "Alike? Aslan and I are completely different. It is even presumptuous to compare myself with him." Sophia explained gently, "You both care far too much about the other person, and because of that, you fail to notice yourselves. From what I have seen, the Duke may treat others insincerely, but when it comes to you, he is always sincere. Think about it. Thanks to whom are we able to live so happily now? That is because of the grace Aslan bestowed upon us, not because he cares for me. If he helped us merely because he pitied us, he would have stopped after giving us this house. But he has continued helping us so that we can build a stable life here. He gave us a garden to work in, and he regularly sends letters asking whether we lack anything. If he did not care for you, would he have helped strangers like us this much?" She took Lila's hand and led her away. "Still, if you do not believe me, that is all right. Try reading the letters the Duke sent us. Perhaps you will change your mind. Here they are. Every one of these letters was sent by the Duke. Go ahead and read them." Lila took one and opened it. "After dining with Lila, I realized that she dislikes strongly scented food. Today, I took a walk with her and admired the flowers in the garden. Next year, I will decorate the garden with the flowers Lila likes. Recently, Lila has taken up embroidery. She will not let me see her work, which makes me a little sad. I wonder whether she has shown it to mother and father. After reading all the letters, she was somewhat surprised. I knew he frequently sent letters, but I thought they were only polite inquiries. So that was it. When Sophia saw that Lila had finished reading, she asked, "Can you see now how much he cares for and thinks of you? Read as many as you like. Oh, but do not tell the Duke that I let you read them." Her words and actions eased Lila's heart. When she was alone in her room, she said to herself, "I thought I knew so much about Aslan, but there is far more that I do not know. Why'd Aslan hide all of this from me? If only he had told me honestly." She was startled as she recalled Sophia's earlier remark. "I think you and the Duke are very alike." At last, she understood. It was not that he would not say it, he could not. Unable to express one's heart sincerely, one ends up misunderstanding the other person's feelings. And from there, hesitation and avoidance arise instead of facing each other. She smiled with great relief, her mood clearly much improved. They say that married couples become alike, but how alike can they really become? In any case, perhaps from now on, I can speak honestly with Aslan. Back at the palace, Rosalind paced back and forth anxiously. The door behind her suddenly opened, startling her. Aslan entered and called coldly, "Rosalind Peridot." Rosalind turned around and waved happily. "Oh, my Duke, you came without informing me beforehand." He cut her off directly. "You wrote the letter sent to Yellow, did you not?" "That is right. It seems it reached you. What exactly are you plotting?" She replied calmly. "Just as I wrote in the letter, I know the truth about your wife Helena Lariston's identity. What if this secret becomes known throughout the world? Impersonating a noble is a grave offense, so she will not escape punishment. Where did you get that information? How do you know that I have regained my memories? If my memories were incomplete, perhaps I would not understand. But you could not possibly know anything on your own. Glock Lariston told you, did he not?" Rosalind's face instantly turned pale. She did not answer. Seeing Rosalind's reaction, Aslan became even more certain. As expected, he had prepared this in advance. She suddenly made an offer. "If you accept my demand, this information will not be revealed to anyone." "Very well. Tell me what you want." "Marry me. If you do, I will keep this secret until the day I die." A look of contempt appeared on Aslan's face. Only after Rosalind finished speaking did she belatedly realize that this kind of threat would not work on Aslan at all. What if I tell him Glock threatened me? But contrary to her expectations, Aslan accepted it easily and asked, "Is that all? If I make you the Duchess of Thordel, will you promise not to tell anyone that secret?" Her eyes widened in surprise. Rosalind immediately nodded. "I swear." He made his decision. "Then I will do as you wish. I will decide the wedding date. I will remain at the Imperial Palace for the time being. If you have anything to say, come to my office." Aslan turned and left as soon as he finished speaking. Once Rosalind was alone in the room, she began trembling uncontrollably. She collapsed to her knees in regret. It was over. She had made a mistake. Even if she said Glock had threatened her, there was no saving herself now. Why would Aslan agree to marriage so easily? What was going to happen to her? Outside the palace, Aslan walked while considering the matter. Glock Lariston could not be doing all this merely to make Rosalind a duchess. My guess is that after the wedding, he plans to kill me and seize my property. What an absurdly foolish plan. I will pretend to comply until I find an opportunity to deal with both of them. Elsewhere, Glock sat at his desk and asked probing questions. "Aslan came to see you?" Rosalind cautiously replied, "Yes." "And how did it go?" "I told him that if he did not want the secret exposed, he had to marry me, and he agreed." Glock laughed heartily. "Just as I thought. Aslan Thordel's weakness truly is that woman. He said he would prepare the wedding, didn't he?" "I think so. He said he would choose the wedding date." Things are going even more smoothly than I expected. The day our plan succeeds is not far away. All of Aslan Thordel's wealth and prestige will become ours. Glock suddenly glanced at Rosalind. "Aren't you looking forward to it? You have finally attained the position of Duchess that you have long desired." She pulled away from Glock's embrace. "What are you so worried about? So far, nothing has gone against my plan. Now, we only need to finish the final step properly." Rosalind muttered to herself. If Glock faced Aslan directly, he would never be able to say such things. His eyes looked as if he wanted to slit my throat at once. I should have let go long ago. No, I should never have joined forces with Glock in the first place. Is it too late to change anything now? Back at Lila's home in the countryside, she sat at the table writing something. When she finished, she neatly folded the paper and placed it in an envelope. She held it to her chest expectantly. "When Aslan returns, I will speak honestly with him." Mr. Violet asked, "Where are you going, Lila?" She cheerfully answered, I'm going to mail a letter to Aslan, before rushing out the door. Watching her leave, he could not help but wonder. She has been in poor spirits lately. Why has she suddenly become cheerful again? Sophia smiled. Who knows? Perhaps the misunderstandings have been cleared up. A few days later, as Lila stood waiting, Han arrived on horseback. It has been a long time, Lady Lila. Yes, it has been a long time. Han handed her some things and said, Here is today's newspaper and a letter for you, Lady Lila. Thank you. Aslan's reply had finally arrived. Han did not leave right away and looked around. But he is not here today. Aslan has urgent business, so he will be away for a few days. I see. Then I will see you tomorrow. Yes, please travel safely. She hurried back into the house. Lila handed the newspaper to her father. Father, here is today's paper. Ah, thank you. She eagerly opened the letter. What did Aslan write? Had he already come to Yellow? Oh, the letter read, Forgive me, my lady. Something urgent has come up, so I will not be able to return to Yellow for the time being. Seeing her freeze, Sophia asked, What is it, dear? Did something happen to Aslan? He said he has urgent business, so he cannot come for the time being. Is that so? But he is not the kind of person who would refuse to see you. Could something have happened at the Imperial Palace? Perhaps. Normally, I would wait calmly for Aslan, but why do I feel so uneasy today? She pressed her lips together in thought, then made up her mind. I will go to the Imperial Palace myself and see. At Aslan's palace, a knight handed him a letter. Aslan opened it and read it carefully. Lila may still be angry with me. That is only natural. I lied to her until the very end. Moreover, I showed her so many of my flaws while we were together. Of course, she would be disappointed. The knight's voice suddenly broke in. Is something wrong, my lord? Aslan looked up. I'm tired and lost focus. Could you repeat that? Yes, my lord. There are rumors that Glock Lariston has approached Axton, the president of Metchet Company, as well as members of the Thordell family's branch line. He frequently visited Amber House, but it appears he moved in there not long ago. Aslan recalled Glock's face. Judging by the way he has approached people who resent my existence, Glock Lariston truly intends to kill me. I had anticipated that much. One of those two factions is likely behind my carriage accident. Have you still found no conclusive evidence? My apologies, my lord. Aslan warned him. Be careful around Axton and Glock Lariston. Yes, my lord. But for those two to join hands and cause the accident. Aslan said, Axton is doing everything in his power to make Metchet the leading company in the industry. He considers anyone who does not benefit his business to be worthless. If a man like him is willing to join forces with an unremarkable noble like Glock Lariston, then there must be something that made Axton unable to refuse Glock's offer. Aslan ordered, find out what it is. Understood, my lord. Ah, but what is it? I may be overstepping, but please do not worry too much about my lady. Gus is still in Yellow, protecting her, and there has been no unusual news, so my lady remains safe in Yellow. The door opened slightly, and Danton reported from outside. My lord, you have a visitor. Aslan was surprised. A visitor? Who would come to see me at this hour? Lila suddenly appeared and greeted him brightly. It is me, Aslan. Am I interrupting your work? He had truly not expected her to appear at this time. Aslan braced a hand on the desk and rose abruptly. Not at all, Lila. How could you? No, what brings you here? Has she come to tell me she has given up all feelings for me? Could you spare me some time? Of course. I can spare you as much time as you wish. A little later, they were both in a carriage on their way out. Sitting opposite Aslan, Lila thought, I managed to create a chance to be alone with him. But now that I'm actually facing Aslan, I cannot say anything. He has not reacted at all, even though it has been so long since we last met. He had been absent-mindedly staring out the window, so she called to him. Aslan, did you call me? Are you not curious why I came all this way to speak with you? He stiffened and could not answer. At that moment, the carriage came to a stop. The coachman announced from outside, We have arrived. Aslan remained silent. Then he smiled, trying to change the subject. I am curious too, but we have arrived. I told you in my letter that I had something to take care of. May I hear what you wanted to say after I have dealt with it? He did say that in his letter. It would not hurt to wait until he was more at ease. She gladly agreed. All right. Aslan helped Lila out of the carriage. From a corner, Glock silently watched the two of them. A sly smile spread across his face. Elsewhere, Rosalind paced around her room, wondering, will everything be all right? This is getting more and more serious. A little earlier, Glock burst through the door. Rosalind asked, What is it? Did something happen? Helena Lariston. That woman has come to the Imperial Palace. I heard she went straight to the Duke's office. Helena went to the Duke's office. Did Aslan summon her so she could hear what I said? No, Aslan would not do that. When he first brought me into the mansion, he did not tell Helena anything either. Besides, telling Helena about the threat would not solve anything. Glock decided, I do not know what is going on, but if she has come here, it is troublesome. I cannot let Aslan Thordel cancel the wedding because of her. I will try approaching her. Rosalind asked in shock, what? You are not planning to harm her, are you? If you do, Aslan will not let you get away with it. Do I look like someone who would do something so foolish? I know what I'm doing. Just stay here and wait obediently. She could only remain silent as she watched Glock leave. That is what he says, but Glock will not deal with this quietly. He is certainly going to do something to Helena. Jewelry gleamed inside the elegant display cases. Aslan smiled and asked, how did you find the shop? It does not seem like the sort of place noble ladies often visit. Jenna showed it to me before. She said I could find lovely things here. It feels as though we are searching for treasure. If there's anything you like, just tell me. All right, I understand. Lila looked around the shop. Then she suddenly stopped. How pretty. If it is reasonably priced, I will buy it. She looked at the exorbitant price tag and froze. The money I brought is nowhere near enough. Aslan saw her and walked over. Are you not buying it? She forced a smile and evaded the question. Oh yes, I do not like music boxes very much. If I bought one, it would only gather dust. The more Lila spoke, the more embarrassed she became. Then I will give this music box to my lady. What? You do not have to do that. Please accept it. Blushing, she accepted it. All right. After he turned away, she smiled happily to herself. In the past, I would have merely thought he was a flirt, but after reading Aslan's letter, I can feel his true sincerity. A while later, they opened the door and stepped outside together. I told them to send the music box to Yellow. Thank you, Aslan. Oh, it is raining. If we walk to the carriage, our clothes will be soaked. I will get an umbrella. She could not hide her surprise. What? Wait, it is not my clothes I am worried about. I am worried that Aslan will get wet. As the raindrops began falling, she anxiously thought, the rain is getting heavier. Will Aslan be all right? Suddenly, someone appeared. It was Glock. It has been a long time, Helena. She was startled. That voice. No, should I call you Lila Violet instead? Glock Lariston? Why are you here? Who knows? Perhaps I came to take revenge on the little sister who struck me on the head and ran away. Trembling, she stepped backward. Someone, please help me. Glock seized Lila's hand, his eyes sly. No one here can help you. Look around. There is no one, is there? She frantically looked around for help, but only the sound of rain answered her. Tears welled up in her eyes. Aslan, you do not need to be so afraid. If you simply do as I say, both you and Aslan Thordel will be safe. Lila went pale. What do I have to do? Leave Aslan Thordel. Go somewhere far away, where he will never be able to find you. I finally understand Aslan's feelings, and I was so close to having the chance to tell him. Glock glanced aside and said, impersonating a noble woman, forging an identity, and obtaining royal approval for marriage. Would that also count as insulting the royal family? She flinched. How does he know that? If you do not leave Aslan, the two of you will stand before a judge together. Aslan will lose all the power, wealth, and reputation he has built over the years. All because of a worthless commoner like you. She was horrified by his words. I understand. I will leave Aslan. Sometime after Glock departed, Aslan returned. My lady, forgive me for making you wait. My lady? What is wrong? She lowered her head and clenched her teeth, making him uneasy. What? But Lila forced herself to endure it. I have to leave, Aslan asked worriedly. What are you talking about? Did something happen in Yellow? I'm sorry, Aslan, he shouted. My lady. Lila looked up, but her tears would not stop flowing. Let us return home first, then talk. You are not going anywhere until I understand what happened. My lady. The carriage slowly began moving. Inside the carriage, Lila smiled faintly, but beneath that smile, her eyes trembled. Aslan pressed her. What do you mean you have to leave? Did something happen while I was away? Something really must have happened, but how could she have found out in so little time? Or was this another scheme by Glock Lariston and Rosalind Peridot? If those two threatened Lila. Perhaps I have been overworking myself lately. I cannot afford to be weak like this when I have not resolved anything yet. Before long, the carriage arrived at the mansion. Aslan escorted her inside so she could rest. By now, my lady's room should be ready. She answered sadly yes. Danton led her upstairs. This way, my lady. Suddenly, Aslan was overcome by exhaustion. He could no longer remain standing. Hearing a strange sound behind her, Lila turned around. He collapsed onto the floor before her eyes, and her face turned pale. Aslan! Danton was just as alarmed. My lord, quickly call a doctor. There is nothing seriously wrong. His body is recovering from exhaustion and lack of sleep. Lila's voice trembled. Then my lady need not worry too much. He is only sleeping. Understand. Thank you, doctor. Exhaustion and lack of sleep. Just how busy has he been? The master has indeed been working too hard lately. Lila turned in alarm. What? Recently, he has slept less than 2 hours each day. He suddenly returned to the imperial palace that day. He even skipped meals and buried himself in work, so we could not help but worry. Her face grew paler. Aslan had to deal with things like that. I cannot disclose the details of his work, but I can tell you one thing. Everything he is doing is to protect my lady. To protect me? Perhaps Aslan was being threatened too, just as Glock had threatened me today. In the end, Aslan is always doing everything for me. Aslan exhausted himself to protect me. Yet after hearing just one thing from Glock, I wanted to leave Aslan. Lila spoke encouragingly to him. There are so many things I want to hear from you, and so many things I want to tell you. So please wake up soon. Aslan. She quietly sat beside the bed, holding his hand to warm it. Suddenly, Aslan's hand moved. She sprang up in delight. Aslan, are you awake? He let out a quiet groan. Lila, you are truly awake. What a relief. I made you worry. Forgive me. Aslan, you have nothing to apologize for. On the contrary, I have much more to apologize for. I made you worry. No, perhaps you have not fully recovered yet. I will call the doctor. No need. Didn't you have something you wanted to say to me? But something made him pause. Let's talk about everything we've kept buried. Lila was surprised by the suggestion, but then she smiled brightly and agreed. Yes, all right. At the same time, Rosalind's panicked voice rang out. What? Aslan fainted. Glock's expression darkened. Yes, I don't know when it happened. It would have been nice if that woman had obediently left while Aslan Thordell was unconscious, but it did not seem likely. If anything, they might only grow closer. Rosalind's face turned dark. I'm not doing this anymore. He came back. What? Rosalind cried out. From now on, I won't do anything else you tell me to do as part of this plan. I don't want to become the Duchess anymore. Being dragged into things like this is terrifying. I just want to go somewhere no one knows me and live a peaceful life. What nonsense are you talking about? He mercilessly shoved Rosalind to the floor. My head is already about to explode, and you're going to bother me too? Stop talking nonsense, and just do as I tell you, like you always have. With that, he turned away. Rosalind bit her lip in fury. Then she fixed her gaze on the vase atop the table. She stretched out and grabbed it. Then she silently approached Glock. As her footsteps drew closer, he hurriedly turned around. But she took care of Glock in an instant, knocking him unconscious onto the floor. Rosalind stood frozen, horrified, clutching the vase. Back with Aslan, Lila asked, do you remember? I once said that when a ceramic vase breaks, it cannot be restored to how it was before. Even if you glue it back together, cracks remain. I remember, he replied. Lila continued, I was wrong. People are not pottery, and neither are their feelings or trust. It is all right if cracks remain after something broken is put back together. On the contrary, those cracks can remind us not to make the same mistakes again. What our relationship will be like in the future depends on how we act now. He murmured, our future. Lila smiled brightly and went on. That is why I want to speak with you. We need to talk so that we can trust, rely on, and remain close to each other for a long time. And besides, what I truly wanted to say is, I truly love you, but I never said it and only tried to avoid it. I was certain I would be rejected, and I was afraid of the pain that would follow. There were so many days when I could only agonize alone, overwhelmed by countless thoughts and fears. In the end, I ran away because I felt I could not endure it any longer. I am sorry for leaving without a word. I am sorry for thinking only of my own feelings and saying such hurtful things to you. Aslan looked slightly embarrassed. It was all my fault. I did not say that because I wanted an apology. I said it because I thought that if I showed you my honest feelings, perhaps you could do the same. Lila tightly held his hand. As I said before, it is true that I lost my memory. At first, I truly knew nothing, so I was in complete confusion. With the help of my attendants, I recovered the memories I had from before I turned 20. But that was all. To fill in the 5 missing years, I turned to the woman I had married you. But when I finally met you, I only wanted to remain by your side. At the time, I thought it was a reasonable and necessary decision for recovering my memories. But in truth, that was merely a convenient excuse. Even though I did not remember who you were, I unconsciously held on to you because I felt I could not let you go. Being with you gradually brought everything back to me. That is also why I could not tell you. I was afraid that if I told you my memories had returned, you would leave me. May I ask you something? Everything you said and did recently. You were not deliberately doing it just to see my reaction, were you? No, I had always wanted to do those things. I hid it because I feared disappointing you. But after losing my memory and being with you, I could not control those strangely intense feelings. Then the ring you gave me. His cheeks flushed. I wanted us to become a real married couple because I love you. Hearing that, Lila's heart fluttered. The two sat in silence, their faces flushed red. Come to think of it, should I tell him that Glock came to see me? I did not want Aslan to worry about me, but if I hide it, the outcome will be no different from before. This conversation is for both of us. At last, she gathered her courage and spoke. Aslan, there is something I want to tell you. Go ahead. Glock Lariston came to see me today. What? Did that man threaten you? Lila nodded. Yes, he told me to leave you. If I did not, he would expose the fact that I impersonated a noble woman and deceived the imperial family. Aslan burned with silent rage. Was it not enough that Glock had targeted him? He had to target Lila as well? She asked in surprise. Pardon? He immediately reassured her. It is nothing. You need not worry about that. What? But if Glock truly intends to make an issue of it, he will not let it go easily. That is why I have already. Before he could finish, Danton shouted from outside. My lord. Aslan opened the door and asked, what is it? A guest has suddenly arrived. I believe you need to see her, my lord. The guest was Rosalind. She was shouting, let me go. I have to see Aslan right away. The exhausted maid struggled to restrain her. You cannot do this. Aslan recognized the voice. It was Rosalind Peridot. Rosalind cried out desperately, Aslan, but all she received from him was a contemptuous look. Aslan immediately ordered, escort her outside. If she continues causing a disturbance, summon the guards. Yes, my lord. Wait, Aslan, please listen to me. Curious, Lila stepped outside to see what was happening. She was shocked by Rosalind's appearance. Rosalind, Aslan said harshly. Danton called the guards. Rosalind fell to her knees, crying, please forgive me, your grace. Glock Lariston, Lila waited anxiously for her to continue. Rosalind confessed. Glock Lariston threatened me. I have just escaped from him, but I do not know when he will find me again. He threatened to expose my secret in order to force Aslan to marry me. He gave that information to Metchet, Aslan's rival. Then he planned to ruin Aslan's reputation by taking both Aslan and me to court. During that time, I was to become pregnant with Aslan's child. Afterward, the branch families of House Thordell would use Aslan's alleged crime as grounds to remove him as head of the family. Finally, he intended to kill Aslan and disguise it as an accident. The mere thought made Lila shudder. Rosalind continued her confession. Glock intended to use my position as Duchess to seize all of Duke Aslan's assets and the wealth of House Thordell. There were times when his words swayed me, but I eventually realized I was wrong. So I tried several times to give up, but Glock threatened to expose my secret if I betrayed him. I was so terrified of Glock Lariston that I lost my way. Please forgive me. Aslan's eyes were icy. Now that it has come to this, you come here asking for forgiveness because you want to save your own life. Rosalind looked up but did not answer. You cannot use being threatened as an excuse. Lila stepped forward to persuade him. Glock Lariston is skilled at manipulating people by exploiting their weaknesses. I know that very well because I suffered greatly at his hands. If Glock found Rosalind's weakness, it could not have been easy for her to escape. Aslan called out in surprise, My lady. Lila defended Rosalind. If she was truly threatened and had no other way out, I do not think she should receive the same punishment as Glock Lariston. He fell silent at her firm words. Lila continued, But of course, she cannot be forgiven for agreeing to a plan that would harm you, Aslan. Aslan gritted his teeth. My lady is right. I would like to speak with Miss Rosalind for a moment. Please go inside and rest. This may take some time. Lila did as Aslan asked and returned to her room to rest. Once she had left, he said coldly, You are fortunate, Rosalind Peridot. Ordinarily, you should have died alongside Glock Lariston. But I cannot do that to someone who was threatened by him and came here of her own accord to beg forgiveness. If you cooperate with me from now on, I will spare your life. Thank you 1,000 times, your grace. You need not thank me. The one who saved you was not me, but my wife. Rosalind felt relieved and grateful for Lila's help. A few minutes later, Lila was waiting for Aslan to return when she heard footsteps and started. She rose to her feet. Aslan, are you finished speaking with her? Aslan smiled. Yes, from now on, Miss Rosalind will cooperate with us. She blinked in confusion. Cooperate? You need her help. He replied, Not immediately, but the information Miss Rosalind provided will certainly be useful. Does that mean Glock Lariston is going to do something else? Do not worry too much. Lila, I have arranged everything so that nothing can happen to you. Lila was deeply touched that someone loved her so much. Then tell me, what is going to happen to me? A few days later, Glock muttered furiously. Rosalind Peridot, how dare you betray me? If it were not for Rosalind, the plan I prepared would not have gone awry. How can I bring her back to my side? Since Amber House was surrounded by guards after that day, I cannot break in. As long as I bring down Aslan Thordell, everything will be fine. All I need is for Axton and the lesser branches of House Thordell to stand with me. Suddenly, he heard lively chatter nearby. Hey, did you hear the news? House Metchet is about to sue House Thordell. Sue them? Over what? Apparently, it has something to do with the Duchess of Thordell. Glock was startled. Had it been exposed already? Everyone is the same. Without my help, all they do is ruin everything. A few days later, at the trial, Lila struggled to regain her composure. Aslan held her hand encouragingly. It will be all right. Lila softly called, Aslan. He encouraged her, trust me. Thank you, Aslan. The time had come, and the trial officially began. The judge stepped forward and announced, Silence, everyone. The trial will now begin. A few days before the trial, Glock had barged through a door and shouted without ceremony, Axton Herbeck, who allowed this man in without my permission? A servant moved to stop him, but Glock shoved him aside before he could do anything. Get out. I heard something very strange. You sued Aslan Thordell and his wife. Axton cautiously glanced around to see whether anyone was listening, then ordered his servant, Go outside. Stand watch and do not let anyone enter. Yes, sir. Once the servant left, Glock pressed him further. You clearly promised not to file a lawsuit if Aslan Thordell remarried. You speak quite freely. That man intends to accuse me of being responsible for the carriage accident. Should I not act first, then? A few days ago, an unfamiliar woman came and told me as much. She said Aslan Thordell intended to accuse me and had named me as the culprit behind the carriage accident. I do not know how she found out, but if that information comes to light, I am finished. Wait, not many people know that I masterminded that accident. You told Aslan Thordell, did you not? You intend to sacrifice me so that you can reap all the benefits alone. Nonsense. I didn't intend to sacrifice you. It would have been much easier for you to proceed if I filed the suit myself. But now it is useless. You chose the wrong time and caused trouble for me as well. If Aslan's weakness is exposed first, there is no reason left to force him to marry Rosalind. That marriage should have taken priority over everything else. With that, Glock kicked the table hard and glared threateningly. Take care of yourself. I will never testify for you. Do you think that is enough to threaten me? I have found another witness. I do not need your help. Glock spun around and slammed the door behind him. His eyes glinted coldly. At the ducal residence, Lila was tidying the bed. I have been away from the Imperial Palace for so long, yet this room is still exactly the same. It is as though it has been kept ready for me to return at any time. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Yes, come in. Lila was delighted to see that it was Aslan. Aslan, is something the matter so early in the morning? I merely wanted to see whether you slept well. News has arrived about your family in Yellow. They are all well, so do not worry. Your family asked me to take good care of you while you are here, so I came to visit you. Lila smiled, touched that everyone cared for her, especially him. And this is a letter for you. This? Confused, she asked him to open the letter. What you mentioned that day has happened sooner than I expected. The other day, Lila had eagerly asked what her future would be like. Then tell me what is going to happen to me. Thinking of it now, Aslan felt choked up because her unpleasant ordeal had arrived so quickly. Aslan forced himself to say it. You may have to stand trial for impersonating a noblewoman. Although Rosalind betrayed Glock Lariston. Yes, but aside from her, there are many others who know my weakness. However, you do not need to worry. I resolved the problems related to that before our marriage. You will never be punished. Back in the present, at the trial, although he had told her nothing would happen, she still felt uneasy. Still, perhaps no one was more uneasy than that man. Axton sat there nodding off, drenched in sweat as though he were facing a death sentence. The judge began the proceedings. I hope everyone will take this trial seriously so that the court may reach a fair verdict. Prosecutor, please present the indictment. The prosecutor rose and presented the charges. On the 27th of last month, the defendant, Axton Herbeck, accused the Duchess of Thordell of impersonation and deception. Accordingly, he has been charged with deceiving His Majesty the Emperor and damaging the Duchess's honor. Axton began pleading his innocence. No, that is not true. I merely reported to His Majesty a truth I happened to discover and could not conceal. The Duchess of Thordell is truly concealing a crime. The defendant has stated that the Duchess of Thordell is concealing a crime. Can the defendant specify what that crime is? Yes, he swallowed. The Duchess of Thordell seated over there is not Helena Lariston. The real Helena Lariston died long ago. According to the defendant, the real Helena Lariston died long ago. Then who is the Duchess of Thordell seated over there? Axton shouted. She is merely a commoner Count Lariston brought home. She impersonated Helena Lariston for a long time and deceived everyone. She even lied before and insulted the gods during a sacred wedding ceremony. At these slanderous words, every unfriendly, judgmental gaze turned toward Lila. She struggled to remain calm. It was inevitable that the truth, that I am not Helena, would be revealed. Trust Aslan. Then Axton said something that startled Lila. I have a witness. The judge called out, bring in the witness. Witness, please step forward. The witness Axton had mentioned stood up. Lila's face drained of color in panic. That person was. A pillow flew through the air and struck Lila hard on the head, making her dizzy as she collapsed to the floor. The three of them giggled, looking at her with teasing eyes and delighting in the fear of someone weaker than themselves. At the time, Lila could only bite her lip and endure as humiliation seeped into every breath she took. Even now, thinking back on it made her heart tighten. The memory she had thought had faded long ago now came rushing back, vivid enough to ache. I thought I would never see them again. The judge began the examination. Witness, if you are ready, we shall begin. Do you swear to speak truthfully according to your conscience and accept legal responsibility should you lie? Yes, I swear. Witness, you may proceed. Ever since the birth of Lady Helena, the real Lady Helena, I worked for the Count Lariston household. But tragically, Lady Helena passed away when she was very young, and the entire household was plunged into grief. The person most deeply affected was the Countess. At some point, she began to believe that the deceased Lady Helena was still alive. The Count did everything he could to treat the Countess, but no matter what methods he tried, her illness of the heart never improved. Then one day, the Count brought home a young girl who looked quite similar to Lady Helena. Perhaps he could not bear to see the Countess continue grieving over the loss of her daughter, and the poor Countess believed that girl was truly her own daughter. The judge immediately interrupted. Wait, witness, you said Count Lariston brought home a young girl. What exactly does that mean? Did Count Lariston lawfully bring the child home with the consent of her parents? The witness was visibly flustered. That is, I believe so. I heard that he gave money to the child's parents. Are you saying Count Lariston engaged in human trafficking? And no, absolutely not. It was like hiring an actress for a play. Since the Countess was desperate, he paid the girl and asked her to come home and play the role of a daughter. Jay just asked that woman over there. Though it was an act, the Count loved her as if she were his true daughter for the Countess's sake. Yet she dared forget that she was only pretending to be Lady Helena, seduce another man, and betray Count Lariston. From that point on, every malicious remark in the courtroom was directed at her. If that is true, then the defendant did nothing wrong, did she? It seems the Duchess is the one who deceived His Majesty the Emperor. Aslan sensed Lila's panic. He took her hand, silently giving her strength and reminding her that he would remain by her side no matter what. Lila blankly looked up at him. Aslan smiled and nodded, signaling for her to trust herself and him. The judge continued issuing orders. The witness may leave. He sat deep in thought, connecting the testimony and drawing the most accurate conclusion he could. Suddenly, Aslan rose to his feet. Your Honor, may I have an opportunity to present an argument in defense of my wife's honor? The court grants you permission to speak. Plaintiff, proceed. As a representative of House Thordell and someone close to my wife, I completely reject the witness's earlier testimony. Before this sacred court, I swear that the woman seated beside me is indeed Helena Lariston, daughter of the late Count Lariston and the Duchess of Thordell, my wife. Axton reacted fiercely. Lies. Duke Thordell is lying. I hereby submit evidence that will prove my testimony. This document was prepared by Count Lariston before his death, so that Countess Lariston could formally accept my wife into his family. Based on the date it was drafted, the Count formally recognized my wife as a daughter of House Lariston before our marriage. That document is clearly forged. That woman forged it so she could marry Duke Thordell. If Count Lariston truly regarded her as his daughter, why did he not adopt her long ago? The judge struck his gavel. Enough. Defendant, refrain from making speculative statements concerning the plaintiff. Plaintiff, please continue. Aslan calmly continued. As the defendant has said, the Count and Countess intended to adopt my wife before she came of age. However, before the adoption procedure could be completed, the Countess tragically passed away and the adoption was delayed. As time passed and my wife became an adult, Count Lariston completed the adoption that had previously been impossible to finalize. During that period, I met her and became engaged to her. Although Count Lariston was initially displeased that we had become engaged without following the proper order, he eventually approved of the marriage. While preparing for the wedding, he feared that my wife's status might affect her future married life. So even though it was late, he hurriedly completed the adoption procedures. A few days earlier, Aslan had told her about Count Lariston adopting her. Aslan was determined to defend Lila to the very end. Although my wife is not their biological daughter, are you deliberately distorting parents' concern for their child? Before their marriage, Aslan had persuaded the Count to adopt her, but he had kept it secret because he feared that someone with a real family like her would be shocked. Public opinion began to turn more favorably toward her. Oh, so that is what happened. The Duchess of Thordell is truly pitiful. She lost her adoptive parents and was still slandered. Wait a moment. Isn't the name strange? Your Honor, if Count Lariston formally adopted her, why did she use the same name as his deceased biological daughter? Why not use her real name? This proves it was fabricated. Aslan replied confidently. Your Honor, there was a reason for that. My wife was given the same name as the Count and Countess's deceased daughter so she could inherit Countess Lariston's property. While preparing the adoption, the late Countess worried that my wife's origins would be exposed among the nobility, so that my wife would not suffer disadvantages in noble society if her commoner origins became known. The Count and Countess agreed to let her use their biological daughter's name. To support all this testimony, I submit Count Lariston's handwritten adoption document and the Countess's will. According to this will, Countess Lariston left all of her assets to my wife. If the late Countess did not regard my wife as her daughter, how could she have written such a will? The judge examined the evidence and acknowledged it. All the documents have been notarized, and both the signatures and wording are indeed those of the Count and Countess. Further detailed verification may be necessary, but for now, the court recognizes the evidentiary value of the materials presented by the plaintiff. Aslan looked at him and asked, the defendant operates a railway company, correct? What does that have to do with today's trial? It was like watching a tiresome comedy. Medcheck Company, which the defendant operates, competed with the plaintiff's company in the bid for the Western Railway line. Therefore, I accuse the defendant of conspiring to harm my wife and me for his own profit. The man tried to evade the accusation. Your Honor, he is slandering me over a matter unrelated to this case. The judge agreed. The court accepts the objection. Plaintiff, please refrain from statements that harm the defendant's reputation. Aslan's voice became stern. Understand, Your Honor. Then I shall now explain why I reached that conclusion regarding the defendant's conduct. I, Aslan Thordell, stand here to bring additional criminal charges against Axton Herbeck. Lila was stunned by his decisiveness, while Axton struggled desperately. Those words no longer held any weight. What nonsense are you talking about? Everyone is surely aware that I was involved in a carriage accident not long ago. During the investigation following the accident, I discovered evidence that Axton Herbeck, president of Medcheck Company, was the mastermind behind it. After identifying the defendant as the one behind the accident, I continued gathering evidence of his involvement. In addition to this evidence, I have witnesses willing to confirm it. The court may question them. Axton cried out in shock. And no, he stammered to himself, I am finished. At the very least, I need to cut him loose. I acknowledge Duke Thordell's statement. Aslan smiled in satisfaction. Axton confessed in terror. But I did not do it alone. The lesser branches of House Thordell and the elders were the real culprits. I was threatened into following their orders. At any rate, it is time to reach a conclusion. The court shall now render its final judgment. First, regarding the defendant's accusations. The court finds that defendant Axton Herbeck slandered and severely damaged the honor of the Duke and Duchess of Thordell. In addition, the defendant's attempted murder is an exceptionally grave crime. The defendant has shown no remorse, instead maliciously slandering the plaintiffs to conceal his crimes. This slander also constitutes an insult to the imperial family. The court hereby sentences the defendant to 215 years of imprisonment, including hard labor. The next day, the newspapers reported, latest news, the hottest reports and rumors surrounding Duke Thordell, accused of identity fraud and even hiring someone to commit murder. Medcheck Company President Axton Herbeck slanders the Duchess of Thordell. Herbeck's attempted murder exposed during trial. Yesterday's trial became the talk of the town. So the Duchess of Thordell was really a commoner in the end? Well, if she truly came from a common background, that position does seem a little excessive. What are you talking about? Her status as the Count's daughter was recognized in court, so bloodline is not the issue. The nobility places importance on bloodlines, even in trivial matters. So it is understandable that the Count and Countess did not disclose the Duchess's origins. Those people were so greedy, pulling such tricks just to make more money. At the mansion, Lila read the newspaper and felt a wave of relief. What a relief. What if public opinion turned against me because I had been pretending to have a different identity? Then there will be people who disliked me, wouldn't there? Aslan said, in time, everyone will focus on Axton Herbeck's crimes instead. More importantly, we can finally call you by your proper name. Lila Violet. After so much hardship, she could finally be called by her real name. A few days after the trial ended, Medcheck Company fell into chaos without its president. After winning the bid for the Western Railway line, Thordell Company acquired Medcheck Company and expanded its operations. Lila wrote a letter to her family. Thanks to Aslan, everything is going very well. I will return to Yellow soon. After finishing, she carefully folded it and placed it in an envelope. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Yes, come in. Aslan entered. Lila, Aslan, what is it? I came to see you. Oh, have you decided about revealing your real name? I do not object, but is it really all right? There was such a huge commotion just recently. I am afraid your reputation will suffer if you become involved in this again. So that is what you were worried about. But I think now is the right time, while people are paying attention. Everyone already knows that you lived under the name Helena because of the Count and Countess. From now on, you can live under your own real name. Will people believe it? They will. And even if they do not, I will make them believe it. Thank you. I will do as you say, Aslan. Aslan always put her first. She was deeply grateful to him. Then he suddenly asked, what would you think if I brought your family to the Imperial Palace tomorrow morning? Yes, if Amber House is renovated a little, the three of them will be able to live there very comfortably. Oh my, that would be far too kind of you. Thank you, and I am sorry as well. You're always going through so much because of me. Aslan gazed at her beautiful smile. Then he took her arm and pulled her into his embrace. Do not say that. If you feel sorry, then compensate me. Compensate you? How would you like me to compensate you? You can take your time thinking about that, my lady. We have plenty of time now, do we not? If possible, I want you to devote all your time to me. Stay by my side, be happy forever, and spend the rest of our lives together. At Lila's home in Yellow, her entire family waited eagerly for her return. A little later, Aiden cried out excitedly, "They are here!" In the distance, a carriage slowly approached. The coachman reined in the horses before them. Lila happily opened the door. Father, mother, Aiden, you have been through so much, Lila. It was nothing. It was Aslan who had the hardest time, not me. Thank you so much, my lord. How can we ever repay such kindness? Please do not say that. Mother, I only did what I should have done. After speaking, he cast an awkward glance toward Lila, making her laugh. Then she asked, can everyone come to the Imperial Palace with us? Aiden eagerly volunteered. I completely agree. I want to live in the capital. The magnificent city is waiting for me. Sophia beside him also voiced her agreement. Since Lila will be living at the Imperial Palace from now on, we should go along too, should we not? We will be happy living together without any worries. The bright future Sophia described left Lila somewhat dazed. Only then did Aslan gently remind them. Then let us say goodbye to everyone before we leave Yellow. Say goodbye. Yes, my lady must have received much affection during her time in Yellow. Let us stay a few days and bid everyone farewell. She fell silent for a moment and looked out over the surrounding scenery. I have met so many good people, but now I really have to leave them. Once I am gone, I will probably miss them very much. The next day, a voice rang out in the classroom. Thank you so much for everything, Father. I was so happy that you lent me books and gave me the opportunity to meet the children. The priest replied, I am the fortunate one for having met you, Lila. But once you leave, Lila, the children will miss you terribly. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of children rushed into the room. Teacher, please do not go. Please stay. She smiled as she comforted them. Oh, it is not a permanent goodbye. I will come back from time to time, so we will see each other again. Teacher, what is going on, Jordan? Are you marrying Teacher Aslan? Her face flushed at the unexpected question. What? Jordan, why would you think that? Oh no, Teacher Aslan said it was a secret, but Teacher Lila should know, right? Teacher Aslan said he would marry Teacher Lila. Aslan said that. Another little boy threw himself into her arms, crying, Teacher, do not get married. You have to marry me. Teacher, stay here with me and marry me instead. Do not cry, Zik. Meanwhile, Aslan was focused on his work when he suddenly asked, Is the process of changing my wife's name proceeding smoothly? Oscar promptly reported, Yes. It should be approved within a few days. Then it would be better to return after the name change is complete. Keep an eye on the press and prevent any strange rumors from spreading. Warn them that I will take every possible measure if they publish any nonsense. Yes, I understand. Finish arranging everything before we return to the Imperial Palace. And what about Glock Lariston? I have arranged for people to watch him continuously. According to the report, he is meeting that person today. From Glock's perspective, that offer is impossible to refuse, so we will certainly catch him. Good. We cannot let him escape like a rat after causing my wife so much suffering. That evening, a man in a black cloak was making his way through an alley, while two people silently followed behind him. Glock seemed to notice their presence. Immediately afterward, he suddenly quickened his pace. Glock cursed under his breath. Those bastards cling like leeches. He hid behind a corner. He cannot have gone far. Search the area carefully. Glock smirked. What fools. Glock pulled out a letter and read it. That is all I can do. Remember to keep your promise. Meet me at the appointed place and time. Rosalind Peridot. I was right not to abandon her. In the end, she was still useful. I did not even need to threaten her for that fool to hand over her entire fortune. Did you think I had given up? You may have escaped this time, but there will not be a next time. A few days later, Glock walked down a deserted road. Arriving in an alley, he quietly announced, Rosalind, I'm here. Rosalind, come out. A feeling of unease rose within Glock as he sensed someone behind him. He spun around furiously. Hey, if you were there, say something. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Glock was startled to see the familiar faces of the two men who had followed him that night. What? What is this? You bastards! Has Rosalind been captured? Why are you suddenly threatening an innocent passerby? Do you know who I am? You are Glock Lariston. What? How do you know that? It seems you still do not understand your situation. What did you say? What have you done to her? Honestly, dying without knowing anything would be a fitting end for you. The sound of a blade cutting through the air rang out, followed by Glock's agonized screams. Once you're finished cleaning up, report to me. Everyone else, move out immediately. The entire group answered in unison, Yes, sir. The scene returned to Aslan's office, where he listened attentively to his subordinate's report. Then, with a satisfied smile, Aslan rose to his feet. Everyone has worked hard. He put on his coat and left. I have known Glock Lariston's whereabouts for a long time. I was simply waiting for the right chance to deal with both Axton Herbeck and everyone who harbors ill intentions toward me. Everything has gone according to plan, but setting those thoughts aside, he pictured Lila waiting in front of the house. Lila, I am sorry. He gently kissed the back of her hand. More than waiting for the proper opportunity, every time I saw Glock, I could only think of the suffering she endured. I was late because I needed to prepare carefully. Sophia, standing beside them, cheerfully said, Why apologize? We could have gone to the Imperial Palace on our own. We should be thanking you for being so thoughtful. Shall we go then? They all laughed together, filling the air with the warmth of a happy family. After a rather long journey, they finally arrived. Inside Amber House, Lila nervously said, "Aiden and my parents are unfamiliar with this place. Perhaps I should help them unpack? I have already assigned servants, so there is no need to worry about that. Instead, there is something I wish to tell you. Please give me a little time." "Of course. Glock Lariston is dead?" Aslan confirmed. "Yes." "Aslan, was it your doing? I do not mean to blame you. I am only worried that you may get into trouble. So please tell me. You are all right now, are you not?" "Yes, that is true." "Then that is enough. My lady, do you not fear me or find me repulsive?" "Not at all. Although he was family, to me, it feels as though a terrible connection has finally been severed. You do not need to feel guilty. Whatever you do, I will support you. I always will." "Ah, does Miss Rosalind know?" "No, she does not know yet. Still, I think we should tell her. She was one of the people he harmed." "You are right, my lady." "Very well. Thanks to Rosalind, I was able to deal with Glock." Lila was then led to Rosalind's room. "Are you truly leaving, Rosalind? Glock is dead now. No one will threaten you any longer, so you may stay here if you wish." Rosalind only avoided her gaze and bowed her head. "No, how could I do that to you, my lady? Leaving is the only way I can show my sincere gratitude. Thanks to you, my lady, I was fortunate enough to escape death. But if I'm not careful, I could be dealt with just like Glock at any time. I must hide somewhere remote and live as though I were dead. Besides, I have no family, no friends, and no reason to remain here." "Then will you return to the Peridot estate?" "No, that place holds even more painful memories than happy ones." "I see. Then where will you go?" "It will be difficult to adjust to an unfamiliar place, but anywhere is fine as long as it is not here or my hometown." Lila could not help feeling sorry for her. After thinking for a while, she spoke with determination. "Rosalind, if you ever need help, please tell me anytime." Her sincerity seemed to touch Rosalind's heart, and tears began pouring down her cheeks. "You have suffered greatly. A lot has happened, but as someone who also went through terrible times because of Glock, there is something I want to tell you." Rosalind choked back tears. "Thank you, and I am sorry, my lady. I will spend the rest of my life making amends to you. I am sorry. I am so sorry." Lila's heart ached as she reached out to support her trembling body. "I hated her so much before, but now I only feel such pity for her. At last, everything has been settled." After Rosalind left, the days became strangely peaceful. Lila had grown accustomed to Aslan sitting beside her while he handled his own work. After reading through the letter in her hand, she quietly pondered, how should I respond to this letter? Lila turned to ask, "Aslan, if you have a moment." But he did not respond, so she called him again. "Aslan." Only then did he come back to himself. "Forgive me, I was lost in thought for a moment. You look pale. Has something happened?" "It is nothing. It is a company matter." I was unsure how to reply, so I may have looked rather serious. She silently fell into thought. What sort of letter could make Aslan react like that? Night fell. In another room, Ray silently looked out at the scenery beyond the window, repeatedly turning a pocket watch over in her hand. She kept murmuring, "Aslan, you always. You must." Meanwhile, Lila sat motionless on her bed. After a series of knocks, she calmly said, "Come in." Jenna could not conceal the delight on her face. "My lady, it has been so long." "Jenna, it has been a long time. Did you go somewhere? I have not seen you working in the house." "I returned to my hometown for a while. Not long after you left, my lady, I resigned as well. But a few days ago, I heard that you had returned. As soon as I heard, I sent a letter to the ducal office asking to serve you again. Fortunately, I was hired back. So Aslan even took Jenna's situation into consideration. Thank you for coming back, Jenna. Having you here puts me at ease. Please do not say that, my lady. From now on, I will do my very best to make up for the time I could not serve you. If you need anything at all, please tell me anytime." "Ah, that is perfect. I was just about to go out. Please help me get ready, but keep it simple." "Of course, my lady. Since you have entrusted it to me, I will turn you into the most dazzling lady in the Imperial Palace." "All right, that sounds interesting, Jenna." A little later, Lila had changed into a magnificent gown. Jenna selected jewelry that further enhanced her beauty. "All done, my lady. What do you think?" Lila gasped. "Oh my." She stared blankly at her reflection in the mirror. "Jenna, when did you learn to do this?" "I will take that as a compliment, my lady. It is beautiful, but is it not a little too extravagant? I only plan to go out with my family today. At the same time, in the courtyard, Aiden anxiously asked, shouldn't she be here by now? You brat, wait a little longer. It is not even close to the appointed time yet, but father and mother came out to wait even earlier than I did. Not long afterward, the sound of a carriage approached, and Lila stepped down from it. Oh my, why are you all standing outside? You could have waited comfortably indoors. Mr. Violet asked in bewilderment, is that my daughter? Aiden also asked, who is that? Confused, Lila asked back, huh? Why would you ask that? That voice really is my sister's. I almost did not recognize you. Only Sophia lavished her with wholehearted praise. Oh my goodness. Seeing you like this makes me realize you truly have become the Duchess of Thordell. You are so beautiful that even your father is stunned. Lila, you look like a queen from a fairy tale. Oh, do not flatter me so much. It really is too extravagant. I should have told Jenna to take off some of the jewelry. My daughter, seeing how beautiful and elegant you are, I cannot help wondering whether you suffered all these years because you chose the wrong parents. Moved, Lila said, Mother, please do not say that. I have come this far because you and father raised me with all your love. Whenever things became difficult, mother, father, and Aiden were always by my side. That was why I could think of my family and find the strength to endure everything. Her father and younger brother's eyes welled with tears. Lila, cease. Oh, you've grown so much. I'm sorry, my dear. Mother did not understand your heart. If you want to apologize, then let us have as much fun as we can today. There are so many places in the Imperial Palace I want to take all of you. The mother and daughter continued chatting. The family of four ate together at an elegant restaurant. Then they strolled through countless shops and went shopping. Their outing was delightful and went wonderfully. Sitting on the sofa, Lila recalled the precious moments she had shared with her family. I want them to experience the very best. It is fortunate that I have saved a fair amount of money. Sophia came over, expressing her happiness. Thanks to you, I was able to visit places like this. It is nothing, Mother. How can we possibly accept all this? Please do not say that. These are all things I wanted to do. Mother, I will take our family to even better places in the future. Before she could finish, a voice rang out. Look at that. It is so ridiculous I can barely stand it. Lila nervously searched for the source. In that direction, a noble woman sneered. These days, so many people suddenly become rich and start acting like real nobles. How laughable. Exactly, my lady. How can people be so vulgar? What else can one expect from those backgrounds? All they know is how to buy off servants with money. Oh, what if they hear you? This is the perfect chance to flaunt our wealth before people who are beneath us. Sophia promptly suggested, let us go outside for a moment. I would like some fresh air. Their outing eventually ended, and Lila's family rode home together in the carriage. The capital truly is something. Father came here once before, but I had no idea it was this vast. We could not see it all even in a month, could we? Is there anywhere you have not been, sis? Huh, I suppose there is. I do not go out very often. Perhaps Mother was hurt by what those women said. Sophia quickly noticed the look on her daughter's face. Lila, are you all right? What is wrong? Did something happen to sis? Being with you is of course wonderful, but I worry that the more you go around with us, the more the nobility will look down on you. You have already suffered so much. I do not want to become a burden that makes you suffer even more. No, Mother. I would rather we return home than have you looked down upon by the nobles in the Imperial Palace. No, sis, Mother, if someone says something like that, bring them before me. I will pound them into rice cakes. I will let them taste the fists of a commoner. Besides, you are now the noble Duchess of Thordell. Who would dare look down on you? Though this old man may not be as spry as he once was, I can still handle 3 petty nobles at once. Sophia laughed and teased him. What are you talking about, you frail gentleman? Is that so? Before I met you, I was quite famous, you know. Aiden is right. No matter where you came from, you are a noble now. If anyone looks down on you, it only means they are ignorant, so you need not care. But if anyone looks down on our family, I will not hesitate to respond appropriately. That is the Duchess of Thordell for you. You are so strong. That is right. I am no longer the weak Helena Lariston. If I am to live as Lila Thordell, I must live up to that name. To do that, I need to establish an even firmer position, at the very least so that my parents no longer have to worry. From now on, I will live as a true duchess. A few days later, my lady, is something wrong? Lila gripped the book in her hands tightly. Danton, if you have time, could you help me with something? Would you like to learn about the work? Yes. Perhaps it is time for me to fulfill the duties of the Duchess of Thordell. Of course, I know I am not very capable. Perhaps that is why Aslan has not assigned me any work even now. How could that be? You are not capable? Absolutely not. She stared at him blankly. He explained, it is true that my lord does not wish to delegate work to you, but that is only because he worries that work would harm your health. Because of my health? Yes. Even now, he still says that you must not overexert yourself. It seems there are still misunderstandings left unresolved. What else has he not told me? But that is no longer a concern. I have grown much healthier over time. Then can you teach me about the work now, Danton? Teaching you should be all right, I suppose. I understand. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you one thing at a time. Thank you very much, Danton. The very next day, Lila began learning how to manage the Thordell ducal office from Danton. Danton, what should be done in this situation? If we do it this way, we cannot make up the budget shortfall, can we? Should we review the entire budget plan? There's no need to go that far. In this case, after checking last year's records, the two discussed matters enthusiastically, never noticing Aslan silently watching them. From his perspective, Danton and Lila appear to be having a wonderful time together. That thought darkened Aslan's expression. Meanwhile, Lila innocently continued her exchange with Danton. I see. So this is how it is done in this field. That is right, my lady. Your understanding is truly exceptional. That is embarrassing. It is not empty flattery, my lady. You really are very skilled. You may be entrusted with work soon. Yet to Aslan, the image of them seriously discussing work looked exceedingly intimate, like a couple. Aslan immediately became wary. Does he really need to be so gentle just to teach her about work? Would it not be enough to say only what is necessary? In his imagination, their conversation should have been formal and brief. After finishing this, my lady, please bring the documents over for review. All right, I understand. His gloomy aura caught Lila's attention. Aslan, what are you doing over there? He immediately smiled and answered vaguely, it is nothing. Meanwhile, Aslan continued correcting his own thoughts. That is right. Lila is my partner, and Danton is a loyal attendant. Why would I doubt the two people I trust most? At that moment, Danton spoke. Then I shall take my leave. All right, you have worked hard. Before he could finish thanking him, Aslan noticed something unsettling. Danton is rather handsome, unmarried, capable, and single. With that thought, his entire demeanor quickly returned to its former gloom. This worried Lila somewhat. What is wrong, Aslan? You do not look well. Aslan gloomily replied, No, it is nothing, my lady. Danton understood the issue at once and hurriedly tried to escape. I sincerely apologize, my lady. I have urgent business and must leave immediately. Oh I am sorry. You were busy, yet I took up so much of your time. Not at all. It is only that if I do not if I do not attend to my work, I may be in danger. My lord, you misunderstand. A few days later, Aslan opened the door to the study. He very naturally walked over to a chair beside Lila. Aslan sat down and explained with a smile, I'm sorry, Lila. I'm only resting here for a moment. It's all right. Having learned from last time, Danton observed the atmosphere between them. After a while, he reluctantly returned to the topic at hand. Now then, these are all examples of cases in which employees seriously violated company regulations. The next page explains how disciplinary action is carried out in such cases. However, Danton could not help pausing under Aslan's intense stare. Confused, Lila asked, Danton, what's wrong? He immediately rose to his feet. Excuse me, my lady. I need to speak with my lord for a moment. Does it bother you that much? Aslan continued pretending not to know what he meant. What are you talking about? Please stop pretending. You were never like this when I taught my lady about business. It's merely a coincidence. As the owner of the company, I was simply curious whether the lesson was going smoothly. Please don't say that. But Danton, are you planning to get married? The question left Danton bewildered. Pardon, I ask because you have seemed rather neglectful of your work lately. If you are willing, I will do my best to introduce you to a suitable match. Is there anything in particular you desire? Oh no, he was the one who once said he would never concern himself with marriage or romance for the rest of his life. Although my lord has become more emotionally stable recently, he is still far too sensitive about anything involving my lady. My lord, I understand what you are worried about, but I swear that I have never held any feelings toward my lady beyond wanting to assist her, just as you do. As before, now, and in the future, I will remain your loyal servant. The excessively sincere oath made Aslan's eyes redden. All right, that is enough. I misunderstood you. No, my lord, it was my fault for allowing you to misunderstand. All right, let's think positively. This is the first time my lord has ever loved someone so deeply. On a bright, clear day, everyone was working beneath the temple. Above them, someone stood silently by a window. Her coughing would not stop. Seeing this, the abbess asked anxiously, "Sister, you have been coughing for days without getting better. Are you truly all right?" "I'm Fina. It is nothing serious." She refused to call for a nurse. "Then may I call your son?" "There is no need. Do not tell him anything." The abbess hesitantly called out, "Mrs. Gray." Gray gazed into the distance, deep in thought. Caressing her watch, she began to speak slowly. "Lately, I have been having the same dream. There is a young woman who takes care of me." "A young woman? Is she not one of the nuns living at this monastery?" "I do not know. I have never seen her here, but I feel as though I have known her for a long time. Perhaps she once had some connection to me. She may be someone living nearby. I will try to find her." "Do you remember any distinguishing features?" "I only remember roughly. I think she has brown hair, very pale skin, and for some reason, her eyes look terribly sad." Lila's voice rang out. "All right, that will be all for today. Of course, you worked hard today." She happily opened the door and stepped outside. Suddenly, Aslan's voice called out, "The lesson is over, isn't it?" "Yes. Have you been waiting for me?" "There is somewhere I would like to go with you. If you have no other plans, could you spare me some time now? Could this be an invitation for a date?" "All right, but where are you planning to go?" "I intend to visit the shopping center." Lila asked with concern. "Really? I'm fine with it, but will you be all right?" She thought, "I heard that aristocrats dislike crowded places such as shopping centers. Recently, I have been planning a shopping center business, so I intend to conduct a preliminary survey. A shopping center with a hotel near the railway station, where many people come and go, seems like it would be good for attracting steady customers. This is not an area I know well, so I would truly appreciate borrowing my lady's perspective." "I see. Then I will quickly get ready so we can leave." Lila happily turned and left. Watching her retreating figure, Aslan thought, "I need to remember carefully what my lady likes. She would be happy if she received a shopping center full of things she likes, would she not?" The two of them went to the shopping center together. Lila sat in a corner to rest. Suddenly, she looked up in surprise. "With a design like this, these pieces are a complete set. Aslan, you do not need to buy this. But you clearly said it was pretty. Just because I said it is pretty does not mean we should buy everything. It would be wasteful. But my lady likes it. Is buying this really wasteful?" She had forgotten that Aslan had always been in the habit of buying everything that caught his eye. Seeing Lila's expression, his eyes darkened as he assessed the situation. "Actually, this is part of the preliminary survey." She could only stare at him blankly. "Yes." He quickly came up with an excuse. "Since women are the shopping center's primary customer base, with my lady's help, I will analyze popular products by category in the areas preferred by female customers. Analyzing products that are already popular is important to the success or failure of a business. Therefore, my lady is providing me with valuable business advice." Still bewildered, she wondered, "Is that so? Then I will buy this glass as a reference product. Let's go." "No, wait a moment." Nevertheless, he firmly paid with a check, leaving her utterly helpless. "You really did not need to buy that." "Aslan, honestly." The shop assistant smiled warmly. "Look, the Duke truly adores his wife." People around them began whispering as well. "Are those not the Duke and Duchess of Thordell? I heard their relationship was poor." Were those all just baseless rumors? A few days later, inside the mansion, Lila stared in confusion at the letters on the table. "Are all of these invitations?" "Yes, my lady. It seems word of your happy marriage has spread, so everyone has sent invitations. I have been living as a duchess all this time, yet I have never once received so many invitations. The moment they learned that I was on good terms with Aslan. Just looking at these, I can tell what their intentions are. Still, I cannot say I dislike them and simply ignore them. Furthermore, my lord asked me to pass along this message with the invitations." Lila was slightly surprised. "Aslan? What did he say?" "He said that if you do not wish to attend, you need not respond." "I'm truly grateful that he said that. He considered beforehand that I might feel pressured. He is such a thoughtful person. Even so, would it not be terribly rude to decline every invitation?" "Danton, which event do you think I should attend?" Danton eagerly offered his help. "Do you have any conditions in mind, my lady?" "First, the event should be as large as possible, and it should be hosted by a family that holds no hostile intentions toward Aslan or me. In that case, this seems to be the best choice among them. My lady, my opinion may be useful, but how about asking my lord's opinion as well?" "That sounds good. I should discuss it with Aslan before making the final choice among these 5 invitations." "Thank you for helping me, Danton." As she walked away, she suddenly stopped. Aslan is probably busy. I will go see him later." As night gradually fell, Lila knocked on his door. Aslan, it's me. He wore only a thin robe over his clothes. My lady, what brings you here at this hour? I wanted to discuss something with you, Aslan. He blushed awkwardly and avoided her gaze. Come in first. Lila also spoke shyly. Saudi. The two of them sat together inside the room. Aslan paid little attention to the letters, keeping his eyes only on her. The corners of his lips curled upward. When Aslan did not speak, she turned and asked, "Is it difficult for you to choose as well?" He startled and let out a shout, leaving her puzzled. No. Looking at them, this one seems to be the best choice. I was considering this one too. We really are of one mind. Then I will attend the Gingerwell banquet next week. Her smile left Aslan staring blankly for a moment. Blushing, he silently called out, "My lady." Then he smiled and said, "All right, Lila." In his heart, he kept reminding himself that she was someone who deserved to be cherished even more. Time passed quickly. Inside the monastery, a woman gently helped Gray stand. "Sister, it is time to inform your son. I am all right. I would like to rest for a while. I will be nearby. If you need anything, please tell me at any time." Gray could only watch sadly as she walked away. Bending over, she coughed repeatedly. There truly is not much time left. I will die soon, and I will no longer be a burden to him. The next day, Lila reviewed documents while worrying. It has been a long time since I attended a high society gathering. I wonder whether I can do well. Suddenly, an announcement came from outside. "My lady, you have a visitor." "Really? Someone came to see me rather than Aslan?" "There is no one in particular who would come looking for me. Could it be one of the noble families?" "Yes, my lady. Mrs. Frost, the owner of the Frost Fashion House, wishes to see you." This greatly surprised her. Mrs. Frost? Of course I know who Mrs. Frost is. She is the finest designer in the empire, and even noble ladies find it difficult to secure an appointment with her. But why would someone like her? Danton hurriedly explained, "My apologies, my lady. I meant to tell you, but I forgot. My lord commissioned the Frost Fashion House to make clothing for you. The lady herself has come to deliver it today." "Clothing for me? But I never said that I needed a new dress." Did Aslan do this because he noticed I would soon begin appearing in high society? "My lady, please go see her quickly. It is clothing from the Frost Fashion House. Just imagining it is exciting. Wait a moment. I still have work to do. It is all right. It was my fault for forgetting to tell you about your schedule. I will finish the rest. You should change your surroundings occasionally, my lady. Please go and enjoy yourself." Lila followed Jenna outside. Jenna introduced her with a smile. "Madam, you must have been waiting a long time. This is the Duchess of Thordell." The moment she saw the woman before her, Lila was utterly stunned. She could not help covering her mouth as she exclaimed, "Oh, it is an honor to meet you for the first time. It is a great privilege to serve you. I am Frost, the owner of a small fashion house on Edoe Street." Lila smiled in reply. "It is nice to meet you. I have heard so much about you, but there is no need to be modest. You flatter me. I have prepared a few samples in advance. However, if you tell me directly what you want, I believe we can achieve a result that satisfies you even more. Is there a particular design you like?" "There is nothing I particularly favor." "Then please try choosing a design from these. I will make a dress suited to the style you select." Lila quickly looked through her collection. Every design was fashionable in the city, as expected of a trendsetter. "But is this all? It would be nice if there was something more elegant. Is there no design in this book that you like?" "They are all refined and striking, but it is easy to see that these designs would not suit me very well." "I understand. I showed you these to see whether you had a desired style, but I should have shown you this design from the start. You know the design, do you not? It is on the first page of the second portfolio. Please bring it here. The designs I have shown you until now are my most ambitious works. But this one remains unfinished because I have not found the right person for it. Though it differs somewhat from current trends, I believe it will highlight your graceful elegance, my lady. I am very curious about this dress you are so confident in." Mrs. Frost's assistant brought over a portfolio. Here it is. Inside was a dress with butterfly sleeves. Lila was immediately captivated. "It truly is a beautiful dress. I will choose this one." Frost smiled brightly in praise. "An excellent choice. Then I will take your measurements. I will adjust the entire dress, especially the waist." "All done. I have already made preparations, so it will not take long to sew. I will return with the finished dress before long." Those words startled Lila. "Wait, is it all right without a contract? I have not even paid a deposit." Lila frowned in confusion and asked again, "But I only chose that dress just now. Did you not know, my lady? A few days earlier, Aslan had entered the shop and asked, "Are you Mrs. Frost, the owner of this establishment? Is that not the Duke of Thordel? Why would such an important figure suddenly appear here?" "Yes, that is correct. May I ask what brings you?" Before she could finish, Aslan swiftly interrupted. "I would like to commission a dress." "A dress? Whom would you like it made for?" "My wife will be wearing it." Frost wondered privately. "I heard that the Duchess of Thordel was not active in high society. Why is he suddenly commissioning a dress?" Yet outwardly, she calmly replied, "I see. Does the Duchess usually have any designs or clothing style she prefers?" The question made Aslan hesitate slightly. Then he unexpectedly answered, "My wife looks beautiful in anything she wears." His answer deeply shocked Frost. "Did I hear that correctly? The Duke of Thordel, famous for being harsh and cold, said something like that? Then do not concern yourself with the cost. Make the most beautiful and elegant dress possible. Anything will suit my wife." "Ah, can it be made without meeting her in person?" "I know my wife's approximate measurements. Without meeting her in person, it will be difficult to make it properly. I would also like to learn about the Duchess's preferences." However, Aslan looked troubled. "For certain reasons, I cannot call her to the mansion right now. I know it is a great deal to ask, so I will pay in advance. If my wife is satisfied, I will pay even more, no matter the cost." Seeing the amount written on the check, Mrs. Frost froze. She bowed her head and answered emphatically, "Leave it to me. I will prepare it as quickly as possible." Returning to the present, that was what Mrs. Frost had been explaining to Lila. That is what happened. After hearing it, Lila was overwhelmed. "So Aslan commissioned a dress for me back in spring and had already paid for it. She had prepared to complete the dress according to his request, and that dress was the one I chose just now." Lila's heart filled with happiness. So that was it. When I misunderstood the relationship between Rosalind and Aslan, Aslan was already having a dress made for me. She looked up and replied with a smile, "Then I will wait for the dress to be finished." He really should have told me. I feel guilty now. He is always surprising me. Thinking that, Lila went to find him. "Aslan, I just met Mrs. Frost. I heard that some time ago, you commissioned a dress for me. You found out? I did not tell you because I was afraid you would feel pressured." Inwardly, he scolded himself. Good heavens, would it not have been better to keep quiet and simply send it as an anonymous gift? Then he explained, "Frugality is one of noble lady's virtues, but you already possess that virtue. Think of it as an expense for maintaining a noble lady's dignity. Any amount is fine." "Aslan, thank you. I was worried about what dress to wear to the upcoming banquet, but thanks to you, I feel much less anxious." Aslan paused briefly. It was nothing difficult. Early the next morning, hearing a commotion outside, Lila came out and asked, "What is happening?" "My lady, you are awake?" "It is nothing. According to the merchant, all of these items are gifts from the master for his lady. Please take a look and see whether they suit you. The full cost has already been paid. You only need to sign this delivery invoice." The things laid out before her made her tremble uncontrollably. How could he go this far? As night gradually fell, Gray lay in bed at the spacious monastery, carefully tucked beneath her blanket. Weakly clutching a watch in her hand, Gray suddenly thought of someone and cried out, "No, Aslan." On the day of the Gingerwell family's invitation, at the Thordel mansion, Aslan asked, "Are you ready?" "Yes, please wait just a moment." Shortly afterward, she came out wearing an elegant formal gown. Lila smiled gently and asked shyly, "How do I look?" "I wore it with the gifts you gave me." The sight left Aslan momentarily speechless. Blushing awkwardly, he praised her. "You're truly beautiful, Lila. I only paired it with the things you gave me. You really are beautiful." "Then, beautiful lady, please grant me the honor of escorting you." Lila smiled softly. "Thank you, kind gentleman." With that, the two clasped hands and left together. "We really do look like a couple like this. If I didn't escort you, we wouldn't look like a real couple." That isn't what I meant. Of course we are a real couple, but doing little things together like this. You know what I mean, don't you? I understand. Still, I think we need to do things like this to truly be called a couple. Then Aslan leaned down and kissed her on the lips. When he pulled away, Lila stared with her mouth agape in embarrassment. Flustered, she stammered, "Why would you suddenly say something like that?" Aslan smiled in confusion. "Something like that." Covering her mouth shyly, Lila turned away. "A kiss on the lips? Ah, a kiss on the lips is certainly essential between husband and wife, isn't it?" At that, she was at a loss for words. Then she turned and began to leave. "All right, if we keep this up, we'll be late for the party. I could wait for you forever, but..." The carriage then set off with a clatter. Standing outside the party, Lila worried to herself. I really am a little nervous without Aslan here. Perhaps I should have attended the couple's party instead of the ladies-only gathering. No, that's not it. In any case, this is something I have to do myself. Don't run away. For the family who loves me, and for Aslan, I'll overcome this trial on my own. The head servant announced loudly. The Duchess of Thordell has arrived. It is a pleasure to meet you, Duchess of Thordell. Thank you for inviting me. No, the honor is mine. Your presence has made this party all the more splendid. Please relax and enjoy yourself. You did check the invitation, didn't you? Then today, let us have fun and be at ease as proper ladies should. After Lady Gingerwell left, Lila watched her retreating figure and thought attending Lady Gingerwell's party was definitely the right decision. I wonder whether the others will welcome me as warmly as she did. The two women in front of her also noticed her. Lila approached them and greeted them. It is a pleasure to meet you both. If you do not mind, may I sit with you? Oh, it is wonderful to meet you. Of course. You are the Duchess of Thordell, are you not? I attended nearly every party just to meet you, and I finally have the chance. It is such an honor. Is that so? It is wonderful to meet you as well. Yes, I left the city center for a while to recover, as I had not been in good health. Oh my, are you all right? Lila smiled and replied, Yes, I am fine. I apologize. It seems you have been through difficult times lately, and perhaps my thoughtless words have upset you. Ah, yes. I only learned about it through the newspapers, so I do not know the details. Your father passed away, and afterward, your family affairs were widely reported. You must have suffered terribly. Even so, your strength of will is truly admirable. If you ever need any help, please do not hesitate to come to me. Lila immediately understood. It was a roundabout way of saying that she had no shame for showing herself here despite her commoner origins being exposed. Yet she continued to smile. It is nothing. My husband has taken such good care of me that I forgot those trivial matters long ago. Oh, I see. The Duke seems to love you dearly. Lila answered deftly. It is a little embarrassing to say, but we truly are still as happy as we were when we first married. Sometimes he is hard to stop. If I merely say that I want a flower, he would readily buy every flower in the city for me. I'm not joking. She forced a smile. Ah, it is wonderful that you two have maintained such a good relationship. But perhaps you have been under too much stress without realizing it. So you should see a doctor for a checkup. Yes, you recently had to go away to recuperate as well. You're so thin that I'm terribly worried. Since you do not have children yet, you should take even better care of yourself. As one woman to another, I only wish to say that the passionate stage of marriage passes more quickly than you might think. The two women turned to each other and giggled. Naturally, common women should be thrifty, but don't they know that if they let themselves become too thin, it will be difficult for them to have children? Lila's face darkened with anger. Thank you for your concern. I truly still have much to learn from women who have been wives for so long. Thank you. Speaking of which, I heard you recently welcomed your third child. That is truly enviable. A child is a couple's joy and a blessing to the family. As if Lila had struck a sore spot, the woman could only blush and exclaim, Oh. Lila continued, smiling at her retort. All those blessings came true because you accepted that child as your own. The woman raised her voice. Me? I do not wish to discuss that right now. Lila watched the two women leave with resentful expressions. Lila let out a troubled sigh. That was probably the best way to handle it. A while later, outside the mansion, Aslan paced back and forth restlessly. Even though she said she was fine, I am still worried. I am afraid others might look down on her. Suddenly, he glanced at Danton, who stood behind him. Danton stepped forward and suggested, If you are so worried, why not pick up the Duchess as soon as the party ends? I knew I had not misjudged you. Why have I never thought of that before? Danton, prepare the carriage at once. Now, my lord, but the party is still underway, and only women are attending it. If we go, the Duchess may feel more troubled than help. Yet Aslan remained firm in his decision. I know. We will simply wait without letting her notice. Rather than stand here unable to do anything, I will feel more at ease waiting for my wife outside the mansion. Aslan lowered his head helplessly. I understand, my lord. We will prepare to depart immediately. The scene shifted to the monastery. Gray lay in bed, groaning again and again. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, tears still clinging to them. Gray jolted upright with a gasp and cried out, Aslan, no. Meanwhile, at the Gingerwell estate, Lila stood by the balcony with a troubled expression, lowering her head sadly as she thought. I expected this, but it is still difficult to enjoy myself in a place like this. After those who intended to bring me down left, the people who came to speak with me afterward were clearly only trying to flatter me. Just like open hostility, such behavior only makes me uncomfortable. Perhaps I still have not adjusted to it. I should start heading back now. Her footsteps clicked softly as she approached Lady Gingerwell. I had a lovely time today, my lady. Really? What a relief. I will invite you again next time, so you must come. Yes, I certainly will. Soon afterward, she left the estate as well. The murmurs around her left Lila puzzled. What is happening? Aslan. Upon seeing him, she hurriedly went over and asked, Aslan, what is going on here? Ah, Lila, I was worried about you, so I waited to return with you. This delighted Lila greatly. When did you get here? Have you been waiting long? Not at all. I only just arrived. They held hands, drawing glances from the people around them. One lady remarked, their relationship is so wonderful. The lady beside her added, please, my husband does not even come to pick me up, so bringing another woman into the mansion is not such a serious matter after all, is it? The words made Aslan glare at her displeasedly. Then he quickly turned to Lila with a smile. Shall we go home now? She happily answered, yes. The ladies nearby continued whispering, but the Duke of Thordell is truly handsome, isn't he? It would be wonderful if every man in the world were as handsome as the Duke. The Duchess must have done good deeds in her previous life. Meanwhile, the carriage drove away. Inside the carriage, he asked gently, did you enjoy the party? Lila hesitated. It would be a lie to say I did. Most people treated me very kindly, but I am still unfamiliar with high society. I should have prepared occasions like this for you sooner, my lady. It is entirely my fault that I did not. Hearing that, she called out, Aslan. He continued, from now on, I will. Before he could finish, the carriage abruptly came to a stop, startling them both. Aslan climbed down and asked, what happened? Please forgive me, my lord. An animal suddenly lay down in the middle of the road, so I had to stop the horses quickly. I see. Lila curiously leaned out and asked, what is it? Oh dear, it seems to be badly injured. What should we do? Aslan, can this animal be treated? If we take it back to the mansion, we can treat it. What a relief. Then I will see whether there is anything for first aid and come right back. Suddenly, the coachman shouted in alarm. Ah, wait. Lila froze at the cry. Witnessing the scene before him, Aslan shouted in terror. Lila! A loud thud rang out. Before she could understand what was happening, she was shoved aside. Aslan! Aslan! Lord Aslan, because of me! Suddenly, the arm she was clutching twitched slightly. Aslan groaned in pain. Ugh! Aslan, are you awake? Are you hurt anywhere? It does not look as though you are bleeding. However, Aslan's face was utterly blank. What is wrong? But Aslan replied with a thoroughly baffling question. Who are you? Those words left Lila frozen. As though she had lost her soul, she asked again, did you just ask who I am? Aslan, do you truly not remember me? The moment he saw her tears begin to fall, Aslan panicked. Wait a moment. You are, surely, my beautiful, adorable wife. His words left her confused. Aslan did not have amnesia. If so then, he smiled and explained, I am sorry, Lila. It was only a joke. The carriage was moving slowly, so I was not seriously injured. I apologize if I startled you. Oh, she burst into tears, frightening Aslan. Lila, turning away in anger, she reproached him. I was really worried about you. Just thinking about that moment. I am sorry. I truly am. I meant to tease you so that you would not worry about the accident, but I was thoughtless. Never joke about something like that again. If it happens another time, I will make you walk for the rest of your life without ever riding in a carriage again. Lila got up, turned around, and walked away. Aslan could only chase after her, calling, Lila. The two coachmen merely looked at each other. What are we supposed to do if this continues? There are also repair costs and treatment fees. Meanwhile, at the monastery, everyone whispered anxiously, what on earth is going on? She said she would take an afternoon nap, but she still has not awakened. The abbess watched the situation from a distance. The nuns told her, we cannot leave Sister Grey like this. Abbess, it is time to make a decision. All right, I believe we should inform her son before it is too late. Send a letter to the Duke of Thordell immediately. After some time, the carriage stopped in front of the mansion gates. A servant hurried forward to greet them. Welcome home, my lord. However, Aslan quickly motioned to him. Sure. She seems very tired and fell asleep in the carriage on the way back. Lila needs to change, so call her closest maids. Understood, my lord. Aslan then carried her inside. He opened the door and entered her room. gently laying Lila on the bed. He murmured, "Lila, my beloved wife." She must have been terribly shocked by what happened today. I never usually play such jokes, yet strangely, whenever I am with her, I want to try them. Is it because I enjoy seeing every expression she makes for me? Stay by my side from now on too, Lila. I will not lose you again. The next day, at a lavish breakfast table, Aslan suggested, shall we go see a play next time? A play? No, Aslan. You have been very busy lately. Please do not overwork yourself because of me. It is all right. The railway has entered a stable phase, and the shopping center business plan is nearly complete. Lila thought to herself, he is lying. The last time I looked at Aslan's desk, there was an enormous pile of documents. And recently, Danton had complained to me as well. My lady, please stop the master. What? Stop him from doing what? The master keeps canceling important work appointments because he says he does not have enough time to spend with you, my lady. Please, my lady, both the clients and I have reached our limits. Please bring the master back to reality. Lila frowned and voiced her thoughts. If that time is what Aslan has made by canceling important work, then I would not feel at ease and cannot accept it. Caught by her, Aslan was left speechless. Then he smiled and explained, there will be no problem if I rest a little. And if something does happen, it will be my responsibility, so you need not worry. But who told you that, by the way? Was it Danton? That is not what matters right now. In any case, I will not go out with you until all your work is finished. Aslan continued asking, or was it Oscar? Seeing that he was not paying much attention to her warning, Lila called out again. Aslan, somewhat flustered, he blushed, looked away, and said, all right, but once it is done, you must go on a date with me. Lila happily agreed. All right. Thus, several days passed, and Aslan finished all of his remaining work. The scratch of his pen continued. It is all done. Then, as promised, we will go see a play tomorrow. Yes, you have worked hard. I cannot believe he handled all of that in only a few days. So what he said about ensuring there would be no problems was true. Suddenly, a knock sounded from outside. My lord, Aslan said. Come in. Danton hurried over to report. It seems you have received an urgent letter. It needs to be checked immediately, as it may contain very important information. This left him deeply unsettled. An urgent letter? Aslan took the letter and examined it. A moment later, his face turned pale. I have a general grasp of the situation now. Thank you, Danton. You may leave. Yes, my lord. After Danton left, Aslan took the letter from its envelope. The instant he saw its contents, his expression darkened. Lila, who was sitting nearby, could not help worrying. I think I saw that expression before. Could Aslan be facing some serious problem? She approached him and asked, Aslan, what is wrong? Seeing her come closer, he quickly turned his face away. It is nothing. It seems to be only a minor administrative issue within the association. It will not affect our date tomorrow, so you do not need to worry. As he spoke, he hastily hid the letter beneath a pile of documents. Aslan rose to his feet. I have finished my work anyway. Why do we not go for a walk together? Yes. Yet she glanced back anxiously and noticed a corner of the letter. Monastery. Why did he lie and hide a letter sent from the monastery? The next day, a play was still being performed on stage, while the audience below marveled at its appeal. Lila alone remained lost in thought. A monastery. It somehow feels familiar, but I cannot remember why. Could the memories of the original story that I had forgotten for so long be returning? The letter came from the monastery where Grey Thordell, the former Duchess of Thordell and Aslan's mother, resided. Although letters updating him on her condition arrived every month, this one seemed different. The urgent seal on the letter gave her an inexplicable sense of unease. Aslan had clenched his teeth as he read it. The letter stated that Grey Thordell was in critical condition. If he did not visit immediately, he might not make it in time to be by her side when she died. Lady Grey's illness has worsened. She is now in critical condition. We vowed not to see each other again until one of us died, but now that the time is truly drawing near, I can barely breathe. Grey had cried out in pain back then, "Do not forgive me." Those final words from his mother, spoken in that dry voice, had lodged deep within a corner of his heart. Those words were also what had ultimately made Aslan Thordell, after an unhappy childhood and difficult teenage years, become strong and close off his heart. Just like yesterday's situation. Aslan, have you still not completely opened your heart to me? Why? Why did you hide the matter of your mother from me? Even after the play ended, Lila remained silent and pensive. Suddenly, she stopped short. Aslan asked, "Are you all right, Lila?" She turned to him and smiled. Yes, a person who has always been so considerate and kind to me. Perhaps he has forgotten, but Aslan imprisoned his mother in a monastery for her entire life. After his mother died, Aslan finally went to the monastery. As he looked around the place where she had lived for so many years, Aslan stood staring at the place Gray had once lived. It is strange that Mother could live in a place like this without a single complaint. She had lived her entire life as a high-ranking noblewoman. Yet at the end of it, she had waited for death in this shabby room. Remembering that truth, Aslan smiled bitterly. At that moment, Lila came forward and greeted him. "Hello, you're Lady Gray's son, are you not?" Aslan merely looked at her in silence without answering. Lila bowed her head and continued. "Lady Gray often spoke of you. While she was alive, she was very proud of her son." Her words left him bewildered. Aslan lowered his head and murmured, "Mother often spoke about me. Yes, I have not introduced myself yet. My name is Helena." Though her voice was very soft, Aslan heard every word clearly. Helena, the woman's unremarkable name, was etched into Aslan's memory like a brand. Aslan and Helena stayed together throughout the funeral. Gray was laid to rest. They went to see her one last time together, while monks and priests recited prayers for her soul. Aslan did not shed a tear, but Helena was drenched in tears of grief, as though she were Gray's true daughter. Was it because Helena had cared for his mother while he, her own son, had turned away from her? After the funeral, Aslan began paying attention to Helena. When she could not stop crying, he quietly stayed beside her. When she refused to eat, he brought her food. As Aslan cared for Helena, various feelings gradually began to grow within him. However, not long afterward, Aslan's attitude toward Helena changed completely. The two stood facing each other, exchanging words he could no longer fully remember. Aslan asked in confusion, "What are you saying?" At that time, she sorrowfully proposed, "Marry me, Aslan Thordel. I know the secret you are hiding, the secret I am hiding." In Aslan's eyes, Helena, who held his most painful past and poked at it like a weakness, looked more terrifying than a demon. Yet Aslan had no choice but to yield to Helena's threat. "After 3 years, I will leave you completely." Did Aslan decide to sacrifice 3 years in order to protect his mother's honor? Returning to the present, the two sat inside the carriage. Aslan asked, "Did you enjoy the play?" Lila smiled and replied, Yes. It did not seem as though you were very focused on the play earlier. Is something troubling you?" "He noticed me like that?" she thought. He seemed worried throughout the performance, too. Yet when did he find the time to notice my mood? She continued, "Yes, actually I was thinking about something else halfway through." "Well, the play was adapted from a novel I really like. Watching it reminded me of the book's story, so I suppose I became a little distracted. It is wonderful that the play was adapted from a novel you love. Then for our next date, let us visit a bookstore." "Yes, I would like that." Perhaps Aslan accepted Helena's proposal partly because he had feelings for her at the time. Yet there might have been other reasons: guilt, a sense of responsibility, or some other personal motive. Could it be that Aslan accepted Helena's absurd demand for marriage because he felt indebted to her? Because Helena had cared for his mother, Gray, he may have believed accepting her demand was a way to repay that debt. Perhaps I was right. In the original story, Aslan despised Helena throughout their marriage. While she remained immersed in her thoughts, he called to her, "Lila, is there something you wish to say to me?" She hesitated. Well, anxiety rose within her. Can I really say this? It seems Aslan wants to hide the matter of the monastery from me. Still, she decided to ask. "Aslan, the letter you received yesterday." It was nothing. Perhaps I misunderstood something. No, I cannot do this. Thinking of the hurt I caused Aslan in the original story, I could not bring myself to say it. Aslan seemed to understand something as well. Is that so? The two remained silent until they arrived back at the mansion. "I had a wonderful time today. Thank you for making time for me. Lila, there is something I want to tell you. I will wait in my room. Come when you are ready to listen." "Yes, what is it?" "Everything you're wondering about, and perhaps worried about. We promised to be honest with each other about everything." "That is right. We decided to be honest with each other. Then why am I still afraid to speak my mind?" She replied haltingly, "Yes. Thank you for encouraging me, Aslan. I will come see you in a little while." Then Aslan told her about his birth mother. Looking at her gently, he explained, "My mother is no longer lucid. Perhaps it is because she suffered a great shock in the past. It is shameful, but at the time I did not have the courage to face it, so I sent mother to the monastery. Though I called it care, in truth, it was no different from imprisoning my own mother." However, he did not tell her that his mother had killed his father. Telling her that must be painful. It was a shocking event for Aslan as well. He continued, I know it was an act deserving of condemnation, but more than anything, I was afraid that you would blame me. I am sorry, Lila, for telling you such an ugly matter so late. You truly did not imprison her, did you? What? You sent your mother to the monastery because you thought it would be a safe place for her, did you not? No, I'm not that kind of person. I gave up because I could not endure it. I turned away from my mother. Aslan, look at me. I understand. If you truly hated your mother, you would not have accepted Helena's threat. In the original story, you could not bear it when I damaged her honor. Suddenly, she pressed a kiss to Aslan's lips. A moment later, they finally parted. Aslan called out with a flushed face, Lila. She smiled gently. It is all right. I will always be on your side, no matter what happened in the past or what you may have done, just as you have always treated me. In happiness or sorrow, and especially in difficult times, I will be by your side from now on. Lila gently took his hand. Her words left him utterly shaken. Lila, she wrapped him tightly in her arms and comforted him. It is all right. If it is too difficult, you do not have to say anything more. You want to go see your mother, do you not? Aslan nodded sadly in answer. Then I will go with you. Early the next morning, Aslan thoughtfully instructed, Take care of the house while I am away, Danton. Leave it to me, my lord. Lila emerged in a lovely dress and asked, The monastery must be quite far away, must it not? Yes, it is far northwest of the city center, so the trip may take several days. And the railway line in the west has not been completed yet, so I am concerned. The journey will likely be more exhausting than traveling by train. It is all right. I would like to meet the former Duchess at least once. I see. If anything makes you uncomfortable, please tell me at any time. Thank you. She gently placed her hand over his. As they traveled, morning gradually arrived. Inside the carriage, Lila leaned against his shoulder and fell asleep. Even in her sleep, she murmured his name. Aslan. He smiled. She must be very tired. She is beautiful even when asleep. Those bright eyes that always sparkle, those small red lips whenever she stands before me. You truly are beautiful, my lady. No, she was beautiful from the moment I first met her. Aslan recalled the nights he had lain awake in bed. Sometimes, I dream of a future I have never experienced. In those dreams of the future, there's always a woman named Helena. The moment I first met Helena, I was drawn to her. But afterward, she began threatening me by holding my mother's honor hostage. I despised myself for ever loving someone like that, but I had no choice but to accept her proposal, though I wavered because she had captured my heart, even if only briefly. More than anything, I did not want to hurt someone my mother had cherished all her life, and I thought 3 years was a length of time I could endure. The marriage that began with that threat passed unexpectedly peacefully. She lived in seclusion like a shadow in the house. Though I was very conscious of the existence of this wife of mine in name only, I believed my heart would not be shaken. At times, she would secretly peer into Aslan's room, until one day he fell seriously ill from overwork and lost consciousness. The following day, he woke with a flushed face. My lord, you are awake? There is too much work. I cannot keep lying here. At that moment, the cloth on his forehead fell away. Aslan picked it up in confusion and asked, Did you put this on me? No, actually. Her grace stayed by your side all night. It seems she left early because she was worried she might disturb you. My lord. A moment later, Aslan sprang out of bed. He gently set his feet on the floor. I will return to work, so arrange the reports concerning the territory. Yes, I understand. Immediately afterward, Aslan coldly shut his bedroom door. Standing outside, he was somewhat bewildered. Why is she being so kind to me? Is this also one of her methods of using me, of making me depend on her? After that, I paid more and more attention to Helena. Though she was merely a wife in name, forced upon me through threats, she remained by my side throughout our marriage. Returning to the present. I am sorry. Even in those dreams of the future, I wanted so badly to be by your side, but I realized it too late. Thinking that, he softly kissed her forehead. I love you, Lila. This time, I will never lose you. The carriage continued along the sunlit road. The light streaming inside woke Lila. She opened her eyes in a daze and murmured, Hm? Is it morning already, Aslan? Her face flushed as she abruptly sat up. Seeing him asleep before her, she became flustered. Why am I lying in Aslan's arms? Is this a dream? It must be a dream. At that moment, Aslan's eyes fluttered open. Delighted, she threw herself into his arms and exclaimed, It is wonderful to see you the moment I open my eyes. I want to dream like this every day. If I could, I would like to appear in your dreams every day as well. This startled her into sitting upright. Oh, only then did she realize it was not a dream, and she cried out in embarrassment. Lila, it is unfortunate, but you need to get up now. We must stop at the restaurant ahead before we leave town. Yes, I will get ready right away. There is no need to rush. The two entered the restaurant together. Food was laid out on the table. Lila lowered her head, brooding over what had happened earlier. When did Aslan wake up? What did I mean? I was happy to see you the moment I opened my eyes. How could I say something like that? Am I crazy? Suddenly, Aslan asked sadly, "Is the food not to your liking after all?" "No, it is not that." "Then eat." He ladled soup into her bowl. "There will be no restaurants along the road ahead, so you need to eat something here." "I am eating. I want to make sure you eat." "But, Aslan, why have you always tried so hard to make me eat?" This left him flustered. "Well, it is for your health." "Yes, but I think it is because seeing you enjoy your food makes me happy too." She cried out, moved. "Aslan." A few hours later, "This is strange. This place is so quiet, it is almost eerie. Yet why do I feel so comfortable here? I have never set foot here before, yet it feels as though I have lived here once." Aslan turned to her anxiously and asked, "Is anything making you uncomfortable?" "I am fine, Aslan." At that moment, footsteps approached. The head of the monastery greeted them with a smile. "It is an honor to have you visit our humble monastery. I am a person in charge here. Welcome. I will show you inside at once." The three of them entered the monastery together. The head of the monastery said, "Thank you for traveling such a long way to come here. May I ask what happened?" "Yes. First, I need to inform you of Lady Grey's condition. Lady Grey lives in a garden filled with sunlight. When she first arrived, she was in a rather unstable state, but fortunately, she gradually adapted to life here and became more settled. After recovering her strength, she actively helped with the work here. The others saw Lady Grey's exemplary conduct, and it encouraged them to work harder as well. Lady Grey never neglected the early morning prayers or volunteer work. I thought the Lord had bestowed a great blessing upon our monastery, but last winter she fell ill for no apparent reason, and everything changed. We summoned doctors from the surrounding areas, as well as renowned physicians sent by the Duke, but none of them could cure Lady Grey's illness. Not only could they not treat her, they could not even discover its cause, so she has had to continue enduring the pain. Her symptoms have worsened considerably since last month, to the point that she now spends all her time in bed. Aslan looked deeply worried. "Is that so?" The head of the monastery continued. "According to the doctors, she may not survive this autumn, which is why I sent the letter. The sisters and I have cut our ties with the outside world, but Lady Grey is different from us. We hope she can spend her final days with her family." Then the head of the monastery led Aslan and Lila toward Grey's room. However, he suddenly stopped midway. There is something I forgot to mention earlier. Lady Grey has become so weak that she can no longer speak. She is not deliberately ignoring either of you, so please do not misunderstand." "Yes, I understand." Lila smiled gently. "I will not misunderstand. I understand. This is Lady Grey's room. Lady Grey, your family has come from far away to visit you. She is probably asleep, but please go in." "Yes." Aslan entered and saw Grey sitting on the bed. "Grey, your son has come to see you." However, she did not react at all. The head of the monastery explained, since her illness worsened, there are times when she does not respond to outside stimuli like this. If Lady Grey's condition improves tomorrow, I will call for you both again. At that moment, Lila gently called to him, "Aslan." He stepped closer to Grey. Finally, Aslan gathered his courage and called out, "Mother." Grey showed a slight reaction upon hearing him. Then she turned toward him and called, "Ugh." Suddenly, Grey clutched her head in agony and screamed. Sweat poured from her forehead like a stream. Grey screamed furiously. "Monster!" Faced with Grey's intense reaction, Aslan was too devastated to speak. She gasped repeatedly, clutching her chest as she cried out, "That monster." Seeing that something was wrong, the head of the monastery said, "I will call the doctor." Lila panicked as well. "What should we do?" Suddenly, she turned, noticed something, and froze. She hurried toward it. She pushed the door open and approached Grey, calling softly, "Lady Grey." She held a small bag toward her. "Breathe slowly into this." Grey immediately began taking slow, steady breaths. After waiting for a moment, Lila leaned over and asked, "Do you feel a little more clear-headed now? Are you all right?" Witnessing this, Aslan exclaimed in astonishment, "Lila." A while later, the doctor arrived, examined Grey, and reported she was given a sedative, so she should regain consciousness soon. Fortunately, this appears to have been only a temporary symptom, and there are no signs that her condition has worsened. However, if she shows any further signs of distress, please call for me immediately. In truth, thanks to the Duchess's timely first aid, there is nothing more to worry about for now. Lila responded in surprise, "Yes." The doctor lowered his head, as though confirming it once more. Where did you study medicine? Lila hesitated in embarrassment. I do not know. In any case, thank you very much. Thank you, Your Grace. I will give you some basic instructions until Lady Grey wakes up. Her face reddened at the praise. Grey lay on the bed, breathing softly. Standing beside Aslan, Lila could not help but feel doubtful. Why did I do that? I have no memory of ever studying medicine, yet my body acted on its own. A little later, the three of them toured the monastery grounds together. As they walked, the head of the monastery turned and introduced the place. What you just saw was our kitchen. I see. Lila thought to herself in confusion. This is truly strange. The more I look around this place, the warmer I feel inside, as though I once lived here vividly and deeply. A stream of memories flooded Lila's mind. Back then, she had stood beside Grey and asked, "The weather is lovely today, isn't it, Lady Grey?" With longing and delight. Grey had looked at her kindly and replied, "It truly is lovely. It feels like home. Memories I have never experienced keep appearing one after another." Seeing Lila fall silent with a dark expression, Aslan asked anxiously, "Is something wrong, Duchess?" She shook her head in confusion. "No, it is nothing." Several days later, Lila raised her hand and knocked on the door. Then she entered with an armful of books, smiling as she called, "Lady Grey, I am here." Grey simply sat on the bed and returned her smile gently. "For the past few days, I have been the one visiting Lady Grey instead of Aslan. Today I brought some flowers." Yet Grey remained silent. "The weather is beautiful, is it not? That is why these flowers can bloom so brilliantly." Grey turned her head away without answering. Suddenly, Lila paused when she saw a Bible on the table. "Oh, it has been a long time since I saw this book. I like it very much too. If you do not mind, may I read it to you?" Only then did Grey nod in response. This made Lila very happy. "Yes, then I will begin reading now. At first, I only wanted to bring a little joy to Lady Grey, who always stared out the window. Or perhaps I saw my grandmother from my previous life in Lady Grey, a frail old woman who could only helplessly look out the window or watch television. I missed the way I used to ease her loneliness." Lila continued reading the Bible to Grey, and she was glad that she could be of some help in Lady Grey's recovery, even if only in this small way. "And I am happy that Lady Grey seems to enjoy this time." Night gradually fell. At last, Lila closed the Bible. "I have finished reading. Next, I will tell you about the first time I met Aslan. It was a freezing winter day. After finishing the reading, I shared a little of my story with Aslan before borrowing a new book. Lady Grey also seemed to be waiting for stories about Aslan. There was a handkerchief embroidered with tiny flowers. I think that the more effort I make, the more Aslan and Lady Grey will come to understand one another. See you tomorrow, Lady Grey." The monastery room door slowly closed, and Grey gazed outside. Her eyes seemed somewhat sorrowful. The next morning, Grey was once again looking out the window. Lila entered and called softly, "Lady Grey, I heard you skipped your meal again today. Is that true?" Grey hesitantly asked, "Did she forget?" "Yes. Are you waiting for someone?" Grey shook her head, closed her eyes gently, and wondered, what is this memory? And who is the woman beside me? At that moment, Grey startled as something flashed. A glowing pocket watch lay beside her. Grey carefully picked it up. Grey's eyes widened in utter shock. The monastery door slowly opened. Holding the glowing pocket watch, Grey was filled with doubt. That dream was surely something this pocket watch showed me. This is no ordinary watch, so that dream could not have been meaningless. If so, while my mind is still clear, what I need to do is... Grey placed her hand against the wall as she made her way along it. She headed toward a room lit by flickering firelight. Lila was sitting beneath a lamp, reading a book. At that moment, the door opened. Lila turned her head and asked, "Who is it?" Grey entered. "It is me." Lila was startled. "Lady Grey." Grey sat down in a chair and said, "Please give me a little time. There is something I wish to give you." "Yes." Your Grace, please allow me to bring some tea first. There is no need to be so formal. I am the visitor, so please make yourself comfortable. Although we have not formally introduced ourselves, we have spent several days together. You may already know this, but my name is Grey Thordell. I am Lila Thordell." Lila thought to herself, she has always shown so little emotion. Grey remarked, "You married Aslan, and the stories you told me were all very interesting." Lila hesitated. "Yes, I never had the chance to thank you for all you have done these past few days. I do not have much time left, so please understand. Lady Grey, I am all right. Please do not say such things. Grey looked at her and smiled faintly. Then she reached into her pocket and took something out. Instead, there is something I wish to give you. This has been passed down through generations of our family. Have you ever seen it before? No, I have not. Have I seen this watch before? Why does it feel so familiar? Grey smiled. I intended to pass it down to a daughter, but I only have Aslan. It seems only right that I give it to you instead. Thank you for giving me something so precious. Very well. Are you leaving already? Grey gently placed her hand on the door. Lila could only silently watch her retreating figure. Grace sadly held herself as she left. Please take good care of Aslan as well. Yes, Lady Grey. Lila glanced down. The watch was emitting a strange light. Is the light coming from the watch? She had returned to her room. What was that light just now? I cannot understand either Lady Grey's words or this brilliantly shining watch. At that time, she told me, please take good care of Aslan from now on. What did she mean? Could Lady Grey see the light coming from that watch too? At that moment, the watch began glowing again. Is this memory my past? No, this was Lila in her previous life, sitting before her stepmother. Though she looked very similar, there was sorrow in her eyes, but something about her was entirely different. Lila looked around in confusion. This place it is certainly the world of the original story, the Countess Lariston's obsession, and the abuse inflicted by Marissa and Glock. Every tragedy happened just as before. In this world, I had not yet met Aslan. Then I was sent into another hell created by Count Lariston. Count Lariston sold me as the second wife of a dying old man. It was a terrible marriage. The space around me was shrouded in dim light. The contempt of sons older than I was even more unbearable than being treated like a servant by my husband. The people around her looked down on and trampled over her. You really are a commoner, are you not? That is why you were sold here, then. They despised me because my family had sold me. Count Lariston truly is an old fox. Even if father is a dying old man, it is despicable to sell him such a gloomy woman. Exactly. No matter how cheap the price was, selling someone of common birth to him is truly outrageous. Brother, do you know how your family died for being so vicious? Hearing that, Lila sobbed, tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. She hurriedly rose and clung to his leg. What are you saying? My family is dead. You do not know? How foolish. How long has it been since Count Lariston cleaned everything up? No, that cannot be. My family in that dream died because of Count Lariston. Though I hated Count Lariston, I had no means of taking revenge. Except for one. I killed the man who was soon going to die from illness anyway, then escaped. I ran without stopping, day and night, until I finally reached a place completely cut off from the world. Alone in a dark room, my thoughts wandered endlessly. At first, I thought someone might come to capture me, or that the people of the monastery would report me. But there were many others in the monastery, like me, whose circumstances could not be explained. Seeing them, I resolved to live a new life at the monastery. That is why this monastery feels so familiar. This was where I began a new life in that dream. The years passed swiftly. I naturally became a member of the monastery. Seeing a door slightly ajar, she was somewhat surprised. Who would it be this early in the morning? Then that day came, the day I met her, as if it had been fated. She was a woman who concealed everything but the name Grey. Having learned noble etiquette to replace Helena, I recognized her natural elegance. I respected Grey and tried to grow closer to her. Grey opened her heart to me as well. I was so happy. Recently had been the happiest period of my life. In that dream, Grey was a rare source of peace after my long suffering, but did not last. Just as in reality, dream Grey developed an illness of unknown cause that could not be cured. Standing at Grey's door, she lowered her head sadly and called, Lady Grey. Grey held her hand tightly in regret. If even I die, you will be alone again. Please do not say that. Grey, I wish I had met you sooner. Then both you and that lonely child would have been better off. Are you talking about that boy? Yes, that child, my poor son. When I leave this world, who will remain by his side? Your son is living well in the capital. Why do you still worry so much? Wait, that face. She sobbed in sorrow. Is that the person who left Grey alone in this place? In that dream, I envied Aslan at the time, because Grey was my only family then. Though I received endless love from her, that son of hers never once appeared, so I hated Aslan deeply. Grey weakly turned toward her. Clutching the watch tightly in her hand, she said, take this. My grandmother gave it to my mother, and my mother gave it to me. I wanted to pass it down to my daughter, but I never had one to give it to. That had always saddened me, but now that I can give it to someone worthy, I can finally rest easy. It is yours, Lady Grey. That was the last time I saw Grey. Though I was still drowning in grief, Grey's funeral was carefully arranged. Just before it began, someone arrived from outside. Grey, you will no longer suffer there. You will finally rest in peace. You will not have to endure any more pain. At that moment, Aslan approached from a distance and handed her a handkerchief. It seems you may need this. I am Aslan Thordell. The Lila of my previous life turned around in astonishment and replied, so this was Lady Grey's son. This was how I first met Aslan. Although I disliked Aslan for not being by Grey's side during her final moments, I could not ignore him when I thought of Grey's last wish. That child, my poor son, when I leave this world, who will stay by his side? That was why the Lila of my previous life said to him, Lady Grey was very proud of her son. My feelings toward Aslan were complicated. He hesitantly placed a hand over his chest and replied, thank you. Joy, envy, resentment, longing, curiosity, and inferiority. As time passed, I only grew more confused. She closed her eyes and dozed off, her head repeatedly nodding beside Grey's grave. Suddenly, someone approached from behind and draped a coat over her shoulders. Aslan gently suggested, I will keep watch, so please rest tonight. His tender, thoughtful concern seemed to build trust through every action. Yes, I looked at Aslan, remembered Grey, and made a decision I never should have made, offering a bargain using Aslan Thordell's only weakness. Before doing so, she hesitated for a long time. Even though she knew his weakness, confronting and threatening Aslan was not easy. The day Aslan was to leave the monastery drew near. Aslan's voice rang out. I wanted to say goodbye before I leave. Yes, please travel safely. Then he suddenly asked, I was wondering, startled. She asked, is there something you wish to discuss with me privately? Yes, I have something to say to you as well. What do you mean? Please meet me behind the monastery in a little while. I sensed that Aslan coming here on his own was an opportunity. The two of them then spoke in private. Aslan was shocked by what she told him. What? I will not trouble you for long. Marry me for exactly 3 years. After 3 years, I will leave you of my own accord. Aslan's expression darkened as he looked at her. Before hearing what Aslan had intended to say, I had made a bargain using his weakness as leverage. Aslan stared at her in silence. After a while, he lowered his head and answered, I understand. We are leaving soon, so prepare quickly. Yes, I understand. The carriage began to move. The silence inside was tense. Aslan suddenly spoke. It will take several days to get there. Yes, the road will become rougher, so rest while you can. His words surprised Lila. As I left the monastery with Aslan, I realized something. Aslan was as warm-hearted as Lady Grey, and I realized that he had endured lonely and painful times just as I had. Blinded by my own grief, I had overlooked Aslan's sorrow. I remembered his words from before. It seems you may need this. I am Aslan Thordell. Back then, she had reached out and accepted the handkerchief. But now, she reached into her pocket and searched for something. There was no turning back now. As they traveled, night fell. She diligently embroidered the handkerchief. Bright flowers bloomed across the cloth. Aslan asked in slight surprise, what are you doing? I am embroidering the handkerchief you lent me before. He was momentarily speechless. Then the story of the original novel began. I became Aslan's wife, and he brought down the Lariston County. At the time, I thought Aslan helped me take revenge to conceal Grey's story. But even after my revenge succeeded, my life was not happy. Aslan helplessly held his head and sighed. Helena, startled, she replied, yes? He coldly passed by her and warned, stop it. Every time you do this, I find it unbearable. Even so, please look at me just once. If there is anything you dislike, I will fix it. I can change myself to please you. Aslan turned and looked at her with sorrowful eyes. She added, so please look at me more gently. My relationship with Aslan had been wrong from the start, yet I always hoped he would pay attention to me. Aslan, please. Because after my revenge was complete, Aslan was all I had left. The following evening, she stood sadly by the window. Aslan had gone out again today. The more I begged him for love, the more Aslan withdrew from me. It was then that I realized I had been suffocating him. A commoner, a fraud who had lived her entire life as a substitute for Helena. Someone like me had no right to dream of marrying Aslan. Even if I had been the real Helena, why had I dared to hope for his love? I had seized his weakness merely to have a man far too wonderful, far beyond what someone like me could ever deserve. Her footsteps echoed steadily as she entered the room, but she was alone, making the place feel suffocating. I knew that the me in the original story had also been wrong, but it was too late for regrets. With those thoughts, she closed her eyes. At first, I had envied everything he had, Lady Grey's abundant care and love. More than that, he was Aslan Thordell, the powerful man who had defeated the Lariston County. Even if I married him, I could never become like him. People constantly pointed at her and whispered, "This is the first time I have ever seen a duchess so clumsy in social etiquette. How could a woman like that win Duke Thordell's heart? Was it her body?" My immature presence had diminished the dignity of the House of Thordell. I had been selfish all this time. I could not make him happy the way Grey had loved him. I felt terribly sorry for Aslan in the original story. Wait, then what did Aslan feel? Why did he not kill or hide me, as in the original story, but allow me to remain by his side as his wife? That was when the story of Aslan Thordell, not Helena Lariston, began to unfold before me. Sometime later, the door slowly opened. Danton bowed respectfully. "You have returned, my lord." He coldly asked, "Where is Helena?" "After you left the estate, my lady retired early." "I see. And what of Count Lariston's illegitimate son?" "The cavalry has been pursuing him day and night, so we will likely locate his hiding place soon. But there is something I do not understand." Aslan glanced at him. "What is it?" "I know that, at my lady's request, you brought down the Lariston County. I do not know what happened between the two of you. But," he silently listened as Danton continued, "you are still pursuing Count Lariston's mistress and illegitimate son to the very end. Why then, do you treat my lady so coldly? Is she threatening you?" Aslan cut him off. "Danton, yes, my lord, it is nothing of the sort, so do not worry. I love Helena very much." Aslan's answer left Danton bewildered. "Yes, I'm not surprised that you would react that way. Even I cannot understand my own heart." Then he turned and walked away. Meanwhile, she stood nearby, watching in astonishment. What? Aslan loved Helena? He loved Helena? She did not know when that emotion had begun, but it was the greatest reason Aslan had not cast Helena aside. It was a feeling that even reason could not comprehend. Aslan had tried countless times to restrain his heart. Whenever his feelings for Helena wavered, Aslan would leave the estate or bury himself in work. A voice sounded from outside. "May I come in?" Yet his resolve never lasted long. Like a pond disturbed by a small stone, she gently entered the room, carrying water for him. "Since Danton is still working, Helena's existence continued to send ripples through Aslan's heart. Aslan replied coldly, "Yes," and bitterly hated that fact. "You must take care of your health while working, too." Helena approached with a radiant, angelic smile, making Aslan feel as though she knew all his thoughts and was deliberately teasing him. Aslan's hand tightened on the desk. Suddenly, he sharply turned his head and snapped. "That is enough." Bewildered, she gasped, "Yes?" He continued coldly, "Why do you suddenly want to do things you have never done before?" "No, that is not it. I did not mean to make you uncomfortable. It is just that lately, you seem to have been sleeping poorly." At that moment, her hand slipped and she dropped the glass of water. The glass shattered, making her cry out in fright. She hurriedly bent down. "I am sorry." Aslan's eyes darkened. Before her hand could touch the shards, he called out, "Helena." She looked up in confusion. "Yes. Do you want to help me?" Confused, she answered yes. "If you want to help, then please stop bothering me, especially with sudden actions like today. They make me extremely uncomfortable." Still, I have been worried about Aslan lately. Even if our marriage was contractual, I felt I should fulfill at least the minimum duty expected between husband and wife. Yet whenever Aslan tried to confirm Helena's feelings, he only spoke more cruelly. The next day, at Count Peridot's territory, Aslan arrived at the Count Peridot estate to pursue Marissa and Glock, who had fled the Lariston territory. Rosalind entered and introduced herself softly. "Hello, I am Rosalind Peridot." Aslan coldly asked, "Where are the servants?" Because of Marissa, my father fell deeply into debt, and we can no longer afford servants." "I see. Are you certain Marissa and Glock came to Peridot territory?" "Yes. It was truly a horrible time." "What happened?" "At first, I thought they were merely visitors to the territory, but the woman named Marissa drew my father into gambling debts, and he died from the shock." As for Glock, Aslan, no longer patient enough to listen, interrupted. "Enough. It is an unpleasant story. I apologize if I made you uncomfortable. Where are they now? I do not know where they are now, but they certainly cannot have gone far. Aslan suddenly fell silent in thought. Rosalind added, Glock will certainly return here. Why are you so certain? It is embarrassing to admit, but Glock and I were once involved romantically. It ended a long time ago. But if he learns that another man has come looking for the woman he once loved. Aslan indicated that he understood. Ah, do you mean my arrival here could provoke Glock? Yes, Glock Lariston is extremely possessive. It is an interesting theory. I'm not lying, my lord. Anyone would feel that way when they see someone they once loved beside another person. That is not what I meant. If Glock approaches you, notify me immediately. I will pay all your debts. In return, come with me to the estate in the capital. That dangerous man may harm you as well. Rosalind cried out in surprise. My lord, then do all people in love feel jealousy like Glock does, regardless of who they are? Rosalind replied in confusion. Yes. Aslan's face briefly turned red. When you see someone you once loved beside another person, does possessiveness arise? Yes. It is the same feeling for both women and men. Very well. Then I want to bring Lady Rosalind to the capital estate even more. Aslan wished to confirm Helena's love through Rosalind's presence. He hoped Helena would become jealous and beg for his love more earnestly. Thus, he brought Rosalind back to the estate. It is a pleasure to meet you, my lady. I am Rosalind Peridot. This left Helena deeply confused. Still, she could not help thinking that Aslan had found another woman. Flustered, she replied, Yes, I am Helena Thordell. She and Aslan were merely a couple bound by contractual arrangement, not true love. Aslan acted as though he loved Rosalind in order to provoke Helena. He began taking walks and holding picnics with Rosalind alone, things he had never done with Helena. When laughter echoed from Aslan's bedroom at night, Helena felt completely abandoned. That night, Rosalind opened her round eyes and said, Then I will take my leave first. Helena could only watch her walk away. The hand resting on her skirt clenched slightly. Whatever answer she received, Helena wanted to ask Aslan about his true feelings. Had he brought Rosalind to the estate because he truly wanted Helena to leave? If that was the case, Helena would immediately disappear from Aslan's life, regardless of their agreed 3-year term. As soon as the door opened, Aslan said in confusion, Rosalind, I told you to return to your room. Sorry, it is not Rosalind. It is me, Aslan. Were you waiting for Rosalind? Her appearance left him flustered. I apologize for coming without an invitation. If you do not mind, may I ask you something? What is it? I do not know whether I have the right to ask, but why did you bring Rosalind to the estate? As I've said many times, Rosalind is a distant relative of mine who is in trouble, so she is only staying here temporarily. It is all right. Please tell me the truth. I know that you are Rosalind's guardian. This left Aslan confused. Helena, her voice trembled as she pleaded, I am sorry. I know I'm being shameless, but could you please tell me honestly, do you truly not want to see me? Do you want me to disappear from your life? Aslan immediately rose and pulled her tightly into his arms. Helena, she was utterly bewildered. Aslan, then he confessed sorrowfully. I am sorry, she asked in confusion. Why? Why are you apologizing? He hesitantly answered. If I had been honest about my feelings from the beginning, perhaps you would not have been hurt so deeply. That night, Aslan and Helena revealed all the feelings they had hidden for so long. Helena, even now, I still hate that you used my mother to threaten me back then. She heard him out in silence, unable to say anything. But even so, I love you very much. She gasped in confusion. Do you truly mean that? Aslan, yes. Ridiculous, is it not? Even I cannot understand myself anymore. That was the day both Helena and Aslan realized it. Though it had begun in resentment, all their negative feelings for each other had melted away like snow. She gently reached out and touched Aslan's face. He could only stand there in a daze as she slowly approached Aslan's face. That day became their true first night together after many years. Light from outside gradually streamed into the room. There was a letter beside the bed where she lay, and she slowly woke up. The moment she saw the letter, she was utterly bewildered. Clearly, last night, Aslan had shyly taken off his clothes and called Helena's name. Remembering that, she blushed in embarrassment and suddenly sat up. Could it be that all of this had happened because Aslan was drunk? But the letter soon caught her attention. She reached out to pick it up, her eyes widening in surprise. Inside were Aslan's words. I have urgent business and must leave first. If I behaved improperly last night, please forgive me, my lady. If you do not mind, would you have dinner with me tomorrow? Perhaps we can dream of a future together. She then went to the dining room, where Danton carefully poured tea and reported solemnly. My lady, the master asked me to deliver a message to you. What did he say? Once he has finished his business, he will send Lady Rosalind back to the Count Peridot estate. Oh, then Rosalind will. The master asked me to tell you that he will continue assigning the Duke's knights to protect Rosalind, so you need not worry. He also wishes to offer you an apology. What? Aslan? Danton explained on his behalf. It seems that his cold treatment of you, as well as Rosalind's staying at the mansion, have caused you sadness and concern. I'm truly glad that the matter between you two has been resolved. I thought the master would never marry, but now he has such a kind wife. His words moved her deeply. Aslan truly was a man full of affection. Seeing tears well up in her eyes, Danton called out in confusion, "My lady, oh, forgive me for suddenly crying like this. Please excuse me. I will take my leave first." The door shut hurriedly behind her. Since her childhood days with her family, that had been the last happiness of her previous life. Soon afterward, the shadow of misfortune had drawn near. "Helena," someone called to her from behind. "Hello, Helena. It seems you have forgotten your Lariston family. That is truly heartbreaking." The moment she saw Glock, she trembled in terror. "Why are you here? If you do not want to die, do not foolishly call for help." What was with that expression? "I treated you very well. I even opposed Count Lariston when he forced you into marriage. Why would you?" "Helena, would you like to know how and why I came here?" The woman Aslan trusted. She was willing to do anything I asked. "Rosalind brought you here." "Oh, why do you look so shocked?" "You know Rosalind can never escape my grasp. You understand, since you are both in the same position. You and Rosalind are both so foolish. Did you think clinging to the Duke would give you power? Whenever I open my mouth, you lower your heads and tremble like young beasts. Stop it. Helena, do not order me around. Do you want everyone to learn about your origins? The Duke has been trying to eliminate the Count's family. Do you want everyone to know that you are a commoner who has been pretending to be Helena all along? I wonder whether the Duke knows the truth yet." Helena was forced to yield to Glock's threats. "I heard you seduced the Duke with your body, but surely no one would imagine that you are a fraud." Just as Glock said, in her previous life, Aslan had opened his heart to Helena too late, so she had never been able to tell him about her true circumstances. Glock proposed, "Helena, leave the mansion at once. If you come with me, I will not tell him anything." Glock had discovered Helena's weakness and exploited it. "It would be better for you to disappear without a trace than to expose yourself as a fraud. Choose quickly. The honor of House Thordel rests on you, Helena." Aslan let out a tired sigh as he entered. Danton ran out, shouting, "My lord, something terrible has happened. Her Grace has suddenly disappeared." "Helena has disappeared? Why did you not report it to me sooner?" "I apologize. I thought Her Grace would return soon after meeting a childhood friend." "So, a childhood friend?" "Yes. She did not seem well at the time, but I never imagined she would not return." Aslan thought deeply. He recalled questioning Rosalind. "Are you saying that my coming here might provoke Glock?" "Yes. Glock Lariston is extremely possessive. I cannot leave Helena alone. Bring Rosalind to me immediately." "Yes, my lord." Then he asked, "Where is Helena?" Rosalind hesitated. "I do not know." His patience finally snapped, and he clenched his fist. "This is your last chance, Rosalind." She only shrank back without saying a word. "Have you been in contact with the Count's illegitimate son?" Rosalind stammered, "I." Then she abruptly dropped to her knees. "Il committed un unforgivable sin." He threatened me. He came all the way to the mansion and threatened to reveal my secret to everyone. I was once pregnant with Glock's child. If that were exposed, I would. Do not give me such worthless excuses. Tell me where Helena is right now. Glock tried to make me a duchess so he could siphon off money. Glock is planning to get rid of Her Grace. Aslan immediately mounted his horse. "Helena, please be safe. I have only just confessed my feelings to you." "What?" Meanwhile, someone hid behind a tree in the distance. He drew a sharp sword and waited. Then the tragedy she had not known about unfolded. Aslan had wandered alone in search of Helena and was killed by an assassin sent by the Duke's collateral family. In this life, Aslan survived, but in the previous life, he had died. After that, everything proceeded according to Glock's plan. In the blink of an eye, House Thordel lost both its Duke and Duchess and gradually fell apart. Rosalind claimed to be Aslan's concubine, and the Duke's collateral family confirmed it. Thus, the duchy's assets were transferred to Rosalind, Glock, and the Thordel collateral family. Light streamed into the room. Lila lay uneasily in bed, murmuring, "Aslan." No, her brows were tightly furrowed in distress. Then her eyes fluttered open, and her hand curled slightly. She picked up the pocket watch and stared at it. This showed me the previous life. Then a voice rang out, leaving her stunned. Lila, do not be so surprised. Lila asked in confusion. You are Helena from the previous life, are you not? The woman answered gently, yes. Lila anxiously asked, what happened after Aslan died? What happened to you? Lila, I am so happy that you found happiness in this life. Aslan is by your side now, is he not? I always prayed for one more chance to start over, and it seems the pocket watch Gray gave me granted that wish. We do not have much time left, Lila. Time. There's not much time left for us to meet, nor for Gray to hold on. What do you mean? In my previous life, I broke my promise to Gray. I lost Aslan to Glock's cunning schemes, but I hope your future will not be the same. Then Gray and Aslan will not have to be separated by death. Do you know a way to cure Gray? Before I died in my previous life, I met a doctor from Hest. Hest is the neighboring nation along the western border, correct? Yes. It is where Gray lived before becoming the Duchess of Thordel. The illness she suffers from is a hereditary disease originating from Hest. A hereditary disease? Yes. The disease first appeared in her grandmother's generation and was passed on to Gray. The truth, along with its treatment, was not discovered until shortly after Gray died. At this point in time, there may already be a doctor near Hest who has proven the treatment effective. If you find that person, Gray can be cured. At dawn, I will tell Aslan and have him search for doctors from Hest. By the time I learned this truth, both Gray and Aslan had already died. Now that I can finally tell you, perhaps my efforts were not meaningless after all. Helena, your body. It is all right. I have completed my task. Now all that remains is to return to where I belong. Lila, your previous life has ended. So leave that pain behind and live with the joys that await you. That is my final request. As she watched Helena vanish before her eyes, Lila cried out, Helena, I will fulfill your wish and will not let your efforts be in vain. Several days later, a doctor was brought to Gray's bedside. He repeatedly applied medicine and checked her pulse. After some time, he came outside, where the head priest waited anxiously. Doctor, how is Gray's condition now? Her health is weaker than I expected, but fortunately, it is not too late for treatment. Oh, thank God. I only completed my research into this disease not long ago. How did you know to contact me? Did someone recommend me to you? Me? What? You grew up in Hest, did you not? That person said it would be very helpful. Oh, anyone who knew my origins and recommended me must be someone of extraordinary skill and knowledge. Will I have a chance to meet that person someday? To infer part of Gray's illness without conducting any research. I truly wish to hear that person's opinion. Well, it may be difficult to believe, but the person who recommended you was the Duchess of Thordel. A few days ago, she suddenly had a dream. Meanwhile, in the sitting room, Aslan happily said, My mother has been gradually recovering. Lila exclaimed excitedly, That is wonderful. Lila, can you tell me about your dream? I summoned the doctor in haste, but I never imagined a miracle would truly happen. Aslan, it is all right if you do not believe me. Why would I not believe you? Hearing that, she still hesitated. You seem very tense, my lady. I do not know where to begin. The first day we met. You recall that day. She had said, You dropped this. This is very precious to me. I almost lost it. Please take this. If you ever need help, bring it to the Thordel mansion. Yes, from that day until the day I came to find you, there is so much that needs explaining. The day you came to find me. At that time, Lila had tremblingly looked up at him and asked, Do you remember me? Aslan recalled it and answered, It was raining heavily that day. You wore only thin clothes and fled alone all the way to my mansion. So, you still remembered? Of course. I had always been waiting for you to come. You were waiting for me? Yes, more precisely, from the very first time we met, I had always been waiting for you to appear. It seems we have quite a long story to tell. Would you like to take a walk with me? And so, the two of them talked together until night fell. Aslan, I have finished telling you everything. It is difficult to believe, is it not? I can hardly believe it myself. So, I do not know how you must feel. No, I believe you. Really? Even with Gray's recovery, Lila's story of Aslan's past was still difficult to believe. Aslan lowered his gaze to her and asked gently, Do you know what I thought after hearing the story you just told me? She waited anxiously for his answer. First, I was surprised. Then my heart ached when I learned that you had also endured that nightmare, just as I did. Aslan, he embraced her, but it is such a relief. Now I can tell you everything. Lila, before I married you, I had a dream. I met the woman I loved and married her, but in that dream, I treated her cruelly. I felt terrible about treating her so cruelly, but no matter how hard I tried, I could not control myself in the dream. At first, I thought they were simply nightmares, but as they repeated more and more, I could no longer dismiss them as coincidence. I immediately began searching for the woman from my dreams and bringing what I saw there into reality, the dresses that suited her and the handkerchief she had embroidered. At last, I appeared before her as planned. When I met her in real life, I felt as if my heart would burst. And now, you must know who the girl in my dream was, do you not? Tears began to fill Lila's eyes. Aslan, I wanted to see you again so badly. The next morning, Aslan carefully cut up the meat. He pushed the plate toward her. Eat more. No, I have not even finished this yet. If you do not eat, you will grow weak. If the food at the monastery does not suit your taste. Suddenly, the head priest came in and interrupted. Please wait. Forgive my intrusion while you are dining, but I have urgent news that must be reported at once. Is it about Gray? Yes, Gray has. She has finally awakened. Upon learning that her son had arrived, she expressed a wish to meet and speak with you. Really? That is wonderful. Truly wonderful. Aslan sighed in relief. It seems she recovered faster than expected. We should reward the doctor from Hest handsomely. As for Mother wanting to see me, seeing him hesitate, Lila became deeply concerned. Aslan, go speak with Gray. She must have missed you terribly. I'm not sure. I fear I may hurt Mother. Perhaps it is already too late, and all she has left for me is resentment. Aslan, Gray loves you very much. From Helena's memories and my own experiences, I am certain she has missed you dearly. Her words made him avert his gaze. He remembered Gray holding him as a child and saying gently, "My son is so adorable." And so, the three of them went to see Gray. He gently opened the door. The moment he stepped inside, the air seemed to turn cold. Aslan lowered his head somberly. Then he gathered his resolve and called out, "Mother." Gray smiled joyfully. "Aslan, come here, my son." He was overwhelmed with emotion. "Mother, I missed you so much." Aslan and Gray spoke for a long time, telling each other everything, even things they had never dared to say before. After a while, Gray came to her senses and realized, "Oh, how quickly time has passed. Forgive me. I did not realize I kept everyone waiting for so long." Lila smiled. "It is all right, Lady Gray. The head priest left long ago to attend to his duties, and I like seeing the two of you sit across from each other and talk like this." Aslan blushed and exclaimed awkwardly, "Lila." Gray spoke kindly. "I was only worried that I had not done anything for you yet. But now that you have found such a wonderful partner, I have nothing left to worry about." "Mother, why are you suddenly saying such things?" She blushed in surprise. "Thank you, Lady Gray." Deep inside, she was overjoyed. The pocket watch had brought not only her, but also Aslan and Gray a new chance. Night fell. "Thank you so much for taking care of me once again, Lady Lila." "Please, you needn't be so formal, Lady Gray. Since you're now the new mistress of the ducal family, I cannot address you so casually. But if you dislike it, I will not call you that anymore. If my memories had remained intact, I could have thanked you much more. It is regrettable that I no longer remember Lady Lila reading books to me, or coming to see me with the pocket watch." "Oh right, the pocket watch. I should return it to you." "There is no need. It has found a new owner. Magical objects sometimes find new masters that way. Now, I would like to speak about you, Lady Lila. Whenever Aslan speaks of you, he always smiles. That shows how kindly you have treated both my son and me. I merely repaid what I received." "What you received? Are you referring to our meeting in the dream?" She was slightly startled. "Lady Gray, how do you know about that? It may be difficult to believe, but perhaps that dream truly happened. It seems the pocket watch took pity on us and gave us another chance. That really is the power of that watch. To be honest, I do not know much about it, because throughout my life, I only used it to tell the time. However, my late mother once told me that if I kept the pocket watch, it would prevent misfortune from coming." "Prevent misfortune?" But she also said, though that mysterious power may prevent misfortune, it cannot bring happiness. Those words, that is right. Happiness can only be created and preserved by oneself. Since the pocket watch chose you, Lady Lila, you must understand what that means. After they finished talking, Lila walked along, pondering Gray's words. Perhaps she now understood, at least somewhat, what it meant to create and preserve happiness. She had always longed to be with her family. Until now, she had only been able to meet them in secret. She did not want to be separated from Aslan, but the capital was still far too dangerous for her family. Then the head of the monastery approached and called out, "Duchess, there you are." Oh, were you looking for me? You do not need to trouble yourself with such menial tasks. Ah, sitting still all day is rather boring, so I do of my own accord. Please do not worry. You are our guest, yet you have helped the monastery so much. We are truly grateful. What did you need me for? His Grace is looking for you, Duchess. Aslan? Isn't he with Lady Grey right now? She want to find him. Are we leaving the monastery already? Yes. We need to take care of matters in the territory now. And Mother also wishes for us to return to a peaceful life soon. Did Lady Grey tell us to return soon? Yes. Why would I joke about something like that? Grey said she would remain at the monastery, didn't she? Aslan nodded sadly. Aslan, is that expression because you try to persuade her? Yes. But Mother is so determined that it seems we cannot go together. Mother wants this for our sake and for the Thordell family. She does not want to become a burden to us anymore. Though Aslan explained that it was not so, Lady Grey remained resolute. I understand how Mother feels. If she returns, society will gossip about her situation. It will be difficult for her, especially while she is still ill. I respect Lady Grey's choice. But if she remains here, Lady Grey will still feel very lonely. The nuns care for her well, but this is still an unfamiliar place to her. That was why, in their previous life, Lady Grey and Lila had relied on each other. That is true. It is shameful, but no matter how much I think about it, I cannot find a sure way to bring Mother happiness. Happiness. Lila recalled Grey's words. Happiness could only be created and preserved by oneself. Then she said, Aslan, I understand now. I've just thought of a way for Grey, you, and me all to be happy. Aslan asked in astonishment, what is it? Aslan, you hope Grey will not have to live alone, don't you? Yes, but as you said, if Grey returns to the capital, she will be forced back into high society, even if she does not want to. On the surface, no one would dare disrespect the Duchess, but behind her back, there would surely be rumors and gossip about Grey. That would make her anxious. You are right. Though Mother is gradually recovering, those things would still be too much for her. Perhaps wanting to bring her back to the capital was truly selfish of me. Then why do we not bring Mother to a quiet estate near the capital? We can keep Grey's return a secret from the capital's nobility. That is a good idea, my lady. But if we ask Mother to live alone there, would she not be more comfortable remaining in the monastery, where she is familiar with everything? That is why I made this suggestion. I do not want Grey to be alone anymore, either. If she will not be alone, are you referring to that place? Yes, I want Grey to live with my Violet family. That would certainly be better than letting Mother live alone. Yes, and then we could all visit our families together. I am very grateful for your offer, but if Mother's condition worsens, your family would surely face great inconvenience. I worry that bringing Mother back because I want to may become a burden to your family. I do not think so. Now that we know the treatment, Mother's condition will certainly improve. More importantly, my family needs Grey as well. They need my mother. Yes, my family is still unfamiliar with life in the capital and noble customs. If Grey could teach them etiquette and culture, it would be a great help. You mean they should live together and help one another? Exactly. They can live together and make up for what the other lacks. Then I would also feel more at ease than merely hearing news of my family through letters. Do you think so too, Aslan? I would feel more at ease as well if Mother did not have to remain at the monastery. What a wonderful idea, my lady. How did you think of it? It is all thanks to Lady Grey. Grey told me that we can avoid misfortune, but happiness must be created and maintained by ourselves. Aslan's face immediately reddened. Lila, Aslan, we have spent too long hurting the people we love, our families, and each other. Because we did not want to be hurt or hurt anyone else, we distanced ourselves from those we love. But let us not do that anymore. Let us live together with the people we love. Night gradually fell. A few weeks later, Grey decided to leave the monastery after Aslan persuaded her. Once Grey agreed, the preparations for moving went smoothly and quickly. The carriage set off, and only a short distance remained ahead. Inside the carriage, Lila asked with concern, "Do you have any regrets, Lady Grey?" It is not regret. I'm only sad that I could not repay all I received before leaving. For them, Grey's happiness was repayment enough. Everyone surely wished for that. Is that so? If everyone cares so much, then I must live well. Still, I worry that my illness may inconvenience Lila's family. Hearing that, Lila looked at her for a moment. Grey continued, I have only one concern. I have been lonely for so long that I deeply crave the attention of others. I fear my clumsiness and wounds may become a burden to Lila's family. Because reconnecting with others is difficult for me, I worry that I may make Lila's efforts come to nothing. She called softly, Lady Grey, please do not say that. My family is eagerly awaiting your arrival. On the contrary, you may find us troublesome later. If my little brother gets too mischievous, you must scold him properly. A little brother? Lila has a younger brother too. Lila's words made Gray even more excited. This will be my first time living in a household with so many people since I was young. It is nothing. I'm glad you like the idea. My family is still preparing to receive you. So until everything is ready, let us stay together at the Thordell mansion in the capital. Yes, thank you for your help, Lady Lila. A few days later, at the Thordell mansion, Gray stepped down from the carriage. Aslan extended his hand. Mother, please come inside. She replied stiffly. Yes. At that moment, Danton hurried outside. My lord, my lady, though I have many shortcomings, I am Danton, the Duke's attendant. It is an honor to serve the former mistress of the Thordell family. All right, Danton, where's my lady's family? They received the message and are on their way. They should arrive soon. Good. In the meantime, prepare a room for my mother. Yes, but first, please have a meal. Aslan walked past her. Gray hesitated behind him, her heart pounding relentlessly with anxiety. At that moment, the doors opened, and a long line of servants stood waiting. Gray could only stare at Aslan and Lila's backs from behind. Her thoughts became muddled. Darkness engulfed Gray's emotions, along with a loud cry. Stop! The sound of shattered dishes repeatedly struck the floor. She collapsed to her knees and sobbed bitterly. Someone's hand was raised high as Gray screamed. Although she had tried to return to the Thordell mansion in the capital, every step felt heavier than the last. In her memories, this house had always been tied to exhaustion and tension. No one in the mansion noticed that something was wrong with Gray, except one person. Lila approached her from behind with a smile. Lady Gray, Lila was different. Having endured Count Lariston's cruelty for years, she understood that Gray still carried nightmares she could not erase. That made Gray relax somewhat. The room around her had been cleaned and tidied. Gray exclaimed in surprise. Flowers? Because you like flowers, I changed the atmosphere a little. Do you like it? Gray was deeply moved. Thank you. Thank you so much. Lila stepped forward and held her hand tightly. Compared with what you have done for me, this is nothing. The plan was rather rushed, and Aslan helped a great deal. Lady Gray, if you do not mind, let me show you around the house. Lila held Gray's hand firmly. You may already be familiar with this place, but I changed some things to make it more comfortable for you, so I will explain them myself. This house has changed. Aslan stood beside them, watching the scene with great happiness. Yes, please come this way first. This is where you will be staying, Lady Gray. We discussed it with everyone and chose the place with the best light. The light here is lovely, isn't it? I replaced the curtains with sheer ones because I did not want to block it. It truly is. Ah, there is one more thing I wish to show you. Let's go this way. Light from outside flooded into the room, and the corridor beyond the door was filled with flowers. What do you think, Lady Gray? I will plant a different kind of flower on this balcony each season. Gray's eyes darkened at once. This was the place that held the days when, even if she wanted to die, she could not. Aslan, my poor child. But now Lila smiled gently at Gray. A warm family portrait had been painted in this very place. Gray closed her eyes tightly, overcome with emotion. Thanks to Lila, I have learned that this mansion was always this beautiful. I'm glad you like it. Night fell. Gray sat quietly at the table, hesitant and unsure what to say. Across from her, Lila's entire family laughed and chatted excitedly. Aiden exclaimed, "The capital truly has so much delicious food." Mr. Violet eagerly agreed. There really is nothing like it. Aslan smiled. I tried to prepare enough to repay what I received from Eloy, but I was worried something might be lacking. Not at all, Your Grace. No, brother-in-law, you are the best. Everyone began eating. After a while, Gray had finished enjoying her meal. Aslan glanced at Lila and gave a slight nod. She rose to her feet. Please excuse us first, he added. Everyone, please feel free to talk comfortably. The door gradually closed, leaving Gray alone with Lila's family. Everything became quiet and awkward. Then Sophia suddenly spoke. Lady Gray. Gray replied in confusion. Yes? May I call you Gray, or should I address you as Duchess as before? Please call me by my name, ma'am. I understand, Gray. As I introduced earlier, this man and I are Lila's parents. The child sitting beside us is Aiden, Lila's younger brother. The boy eagerly spoke up. Hello, Lady Gray. We are very grateful that you have chosen to live with the Violet family. Though I have much to learn, I will do my very best. Oh, we will be living together, so please do not put too much pressure on yourself. We used to live ordinary lives, but suddenly we must manage a large mansion and so many servants. There is still much for us to learn. We are fortunate to have you with us, Gray, in this difficult situation. I'm also deeply grateful to all of you. I hope we will get along well and help each other. When the door opened, Aslan and Lila could be seen outside. Aiden mischievously raised a finger and reported, "The atmosphere is very good." Only then could Lila finally breathe a sigh of relief. What a relief. Aslan looked at her reassuringly. I knew everyone would do well. The next day, Lila's relatives and Gray looked as though they had become a real family. They would support one another and begin a new life. A few days later, Aslan, I heard from Danton. What did you hear? Gray is teaching Aiden all kinds of subjects. I even gave up teaching my brother the Pola language, so it is truly fortunate. Aiden is giving Mother strength too. He must be troublesome. Not at all. He is a comfort I could never give Mother. Meanwhile, Gray was carefully teaching Aiden. My parents are also very grateful to have Lady Gray manage the mansion. He extended his hand toward her. Lila, her face flushed. Yes. Now, the only matter left to take care of is ours. Our matter. I want us to have a child. If possible, I hope the child will resemble you, my lady. She blushed shyly. Aslan, seeing her reaction, he laughed. I was only joking, my lady. How can you joke about that in broad daylight? Suddenly, the door opened with Danton calling out, My lady. Danton, I believe you should read this letter immediately. She was surprised by the letter in Danton's hand. A letter from the Grand Temple? The temple would not send a letter to me. She slowly opened the letter. The words inside left her utterly shocked. Therefore, in accordance with Count Lariston's final will, the inheritance shall be transferred to Helena Lariston. Furthermore, only Helena Lariston, also known as Lila Violet, may inherit Count Lariston's estate. Seeing her stunned expression, Aslan asked anxiously, What is wrong, my lady? Aslan, something is not right. I need to go to the main temple immediately. Aslan asked worriedly, My lady, are you all right? I am sorry. I need time to sort out my thoughts. I've learned too much all at once. I'll have a carriage prepared right away. Lila thought, I'm still so confused that I can hardly believe it. Then she cried out in shock. That's impossible. I understand that Countess Lariston left her estate to Helena, but wasn't it meant for the real Helena Lariston? She had trembled with rage then. If Helena dies before reaching adulthood, the entire estate will be donated to the church. Damn it, lock her in the attic room. As long as she stays alive until she comes of age, that will be enough. I knew that. That was why I was imprisoned at the Count's estate. However, the lawyer before her explained, although the Countess wrote her will that way, she amended it before her death. What do you mean? Perhaps you were deliberately kept from receiving this information, my lady. I will explain what happened then. Before her death, the late Countess Lariston. She was in terrible pain, but she still struggled to speak. Is it possible? The lawyer anxiously asked. Are you still conscious, Countess? I need to change it. For Helena. Yes, I am listening. Please continue. My will, please change it. It is already too late, but I want to make amends to the girl who took Helena's place. Especially the last child, the one who survived. I want to atone for what I did and ensure that she is compensated. At the time of the Countess's death, a clause was added to her will. Helena Lariston, that is, Lila Violet, would inherit Countess Lariston's estate. Before she died, the Countess recognized her sins and deeply regretted inflicting wounds that could never be erased upon those young girls. Lila finally understood. That was why she had left her estate to me, the one who played Helena. However, I must decline the inheritance. Count Lariston's estate was a place like hell. Though I understand the tragedy the Countess endured, it does not change the fact that I was her victim. She will still have to face God's judgment for her sins. Even so, my lady, inheriting the estate is a separate legal matter. Accepting the inheritance does not mean that you have forgiven her. Lila remembered the Countess embracing her. I love you, Helena, our daughter. Please do not forgive me. Lila sighed sadly. The Countess truly was stubborn to the very end. The reason we sent a letter to your grace was that due to legal complications, we no longer have the authority to manage the estate. So I have to inherit the Countess's estate before I can donate it elsewhere. Is that correct? I am very sorry, but yes. I understand. Very well, please give me some time. I will make my decision and prepare accordingly. After they left in the carriage, Lila remained lost in thought. Aslan called to her, my lady. Lila leaned against his shoulder. I am sorry, Aslan. I thought I had become much stronger. You never need to apologize to me for anything. As long as you are all right, I am happy. Aslan, may I hold you for a little while? Of course, my lady. Are you all right? I keep remembering the past. I still hate Countess Lariston for stealing my entire life from me. But at the same time, I find her somewhat pitiful. She suffered misfortune all her life, and I was the person closest to her, the one who could feel it most deeply. I'm still confused. I cannot imagine what it was like to repeatedly meet and lose daughters who died because of Count Lariston's schemes. Lila, you were the victim. You do not need to sympathize with her. Thank you. But now, I cannot simply resent Countess Lariston anymore. I am no longer a child, nor am I Helena's replacement. If that is so, before he could finish, she made her decision. Yes, I've decided. I will inherit the Countess's estate, and I will use that money to protect terminally ill patients and victims of domestic violence. After consulting the priests, they advised me to establish my own charitable foundation. If that is your wish, my lady, the House of Thordell can offer considerable support. Of course, I will be relying on you greatly from now on. My lady has always had such a warm heart and unwavering strength. You never cease to amaze me. That is because you have always guided me. Thank you, Aslan. Several months later, at the Thordell mansion, everyone raised their glasses and cheered. To our bright future and the charitable foundation. Lord Grey, this champagne is delicious. I'm glad to see you enjoying yourself so much. I have been studying diligently under Lord Grey's guidance. He is truly admirable. Then could you teach me how to choose good wine? Sophia shouted. Why are you learning such strange things? Well, hosting a splendid party is also part of being a noble. Sophia lowered her voice. Lord Grey. Then Mr. Violet asked, by the way, where has your sister gone? I saw her when we greeted everyone earlier, but now she has disappeared. I should go look for her. Oh, father, you are so tactless. The Duke has not been around for a while either. Ah, then she must be having a wonderful time. At that moment, Lila was intently reading a letter. Dear Duchess, thanks to your assistance, I was able to settle safely in this village. The villagers are all very kind. Every day, I give thanks to you and enjoy my peaceful life here. Though these cannot truly repay your kindness, please accept these flowers. I chose the loveliest ones among those I grew. I hope they bring you a small measure of joy. May you always be happy. Please accept both my gratitude and my apology. Aslan asked, what does the letter say? It seems she is still living well, yet I feel prouder than I expected. My lady truly is the kindest person I have ever met. That is not true. Oh, I'm embarrassed, Aslan. Her heart began to race. Aslan's face turned red as well, and he stepped forward to give her a sweet kiss. Then he softly asked, Lila, may I become closer to you? Flustered, she replied, yes, Aslan. Hearing that, he wrapped an arm around her waist. When Aslan lifted her into his arms, she called his name in surprise. He raised her higher. Holding her gently, he said, I have waited so long for the day you would open your heart to me. When he kissed her shoulder, she blushed. I have too, Aslan. He gently laid her on the bed. May I understand your answer exactly as I hope? Tears of happiness welled in Lila's eyes. Yes, I love you, Aslan. He softly kissed her eyelids. I love you too, Lila. They embraced each other happily. She smiled to herself. Aslan, now I understand what it means to create our own happiness, and how to protect that happiness. The clock allowed you and me to meet again, but we both made different choices from those in our previous lives. After they made love, Aslan softly called, my lady. Lila smiled and said, thank you, Aslan, for loving me in this life as well. They gazed deeply into each other's eyes. Suddenly he laughed. Of course, if you allow me, I will love you in this life and all the lives to come. Really? Then how long do you intend to love me, Aslan? He answered sincerely, perhaps forever. Thank you for following this story to the end. While waiting for a new story, please enjoy the other stories on the channel. Wishing you happiness and endless energy. Goodbye, and see you again.